What's your childhood mystery that you finally solved years later? When I was 12 or 13, I had a horrifying experience one night. I woke up, completely awake, not dreaming, and felt like I was encased in transparent concrete. I could only move my eyes, and even though I was breathing I couldn't control it. Everything was bizarre, and I could sense a malevolent presence in the corner of my room, but I couldn't turn to look at it. This went on for what felt like hours. I was drenched in sweat and felt like I was suffocating because my adrenaline had kicked in big time, but I couldn't increase my respiration. Finally, after trying to scream 1,000 times, I was finally able to get a squeak out. I kept going and going until I was screaming at the top of my lungs, but my family didn't come check on me. After another 1,000 tries, I was able to start barely moving. I finally broke out of the encasement and was able to move and realized what I thought was my screaming was a barely audible whisper. I didn't wake my family because I had nothing to tell them that wouldn't be dismissed as a bad dream. I didn't go back to sleep that night. Zed and I had horrific insomnia for decades until in my 40s I saw a documentary about people who said they'd been abducted by UFOs. It was a dry, fact-based documentary, and they had experts on explaining that many such abductees were actually experiencing something called sleep paralysis. My jaw hung open. I called my wife in, as I had told her about my supernatural experience, and we listened as these scientists described my experience exactly. Here, after decades, was the clinical description that, literally, changed my life. My sleep began returning to normal, and my mental health improved. TLDR, I had an episode of sleep paralysis when I was a tween, in the before times when there was no internet, and my traumatic mystery and insomnia had persisted until I randomly learned about sleep paralysis from a UFO documentary in my 40s. I was brought up in Ireland, and unusual as it was, my parents never drank. Every Christmas our family friends would forget about this and give our parents alcohol as gifts. Naturally, my parents either threw the bottles of whiskey, vodka etc. point into the storeroom or rejected them. One year when I was 8 years old, my parents got this awesome bottle of 40-year-old Scottish whiskey. It was a cool looking bottle, so they placed it with pride on the mantelpiece. I grew older, taller, and was a bit of a Jack the Lad. When I was 16, my parents decided to go out of town for the weekend. My brother, who was 18, decided we should pull an Ocean's 11 on it and steal the bottle and go to a massive house party with lots of beauty looking ladies. I told him that we would surely get caught because this bottle of whiskey was the pride of the house. My brother, who is so cunning that if you placed a tail on him, you could call him a weasel, explained that we would drink the bottle of the finest whiskey this side of Bonnie, Scotland, and take the empty bottle home and fill it with cold Irish black tea. We duly did this and had an amazing time at the party. Mum and Dad came home and were none the wiser. Day turned into night, days turned into months, seasons passed, years went by, and both my brother and I were in college. We returned home one Christmas and noticed straight away that the bottle of whiskey was gone. We were like, Jesus Christ, Mum is going to murder us. However, nothing was said, and we all had a great Christmas. Again, the days and nights went by, season came and went, and a few years added up. I was around 24 years old and was working in a hospital for a while, and often had lunch with the janitors, cleaners, and handymen that worked there. After 3 months, one older Irish gentleman that I got to know very well said to me, "Older man, young man, do you like whiskey?" Me, of course I do, older man, well, let me tell you a story, older man, many years ago, your father asked me to paint the outside walls of your home. When your father went to pay me for my hard day of work, I refused, and knowing that they don't drink, and remarked, could I lift that 50-year-old bottle of fine Scottish whiskey? Your father thought this was an amazing deal, and I went home happy. My wife made me a steak and poured me a large glass of whiskey, and I sat on the porch on a lovely summer's day. Then I drank the fucking cool tea and nearly took a heart attack. At this moment, I was literally in the end scene of The Usual Suspects. I couldn't believe it and didn't know what to say. Simply, I was gobsmacked. I offered to pay the older man for his work, however he refused and laughed, saying that he was young once. I'm now 45 years old and my parents to this day don't know that we stole the bottle of whiskey, swapped it out with tea, and then a poor old man drank it years later and never got paid for his honest day's work. Only in Ireland, folks. When I was a little kid in the 80s, I was swept up by the Satanic Panic. I went to a Catholic school in medium-sized city and they really took it seriously. Everyone did. I was convinced that the entire world was secretly controlled by a cabal of devil-worshipping such fiends, and I was determined to grow up and do everything I could to stop them. Then sometime in high school the whole thing just went away. One day the Satanic Illuminati was out to molest every little kid they could find, and then next day they were gone. Eventually I forgot all about the whole thing. Flash forward to my mid-20s. I was in college and sitting in my apartment getting high when all of a sudden I remembered the whole Satanic Panic. I remember thinking, whatever happened with that? Were they all caught? Did I dream that? Luckily the internet was in its extreme infancy, but since my roommate was a long-time computer geek we had it in my apartment. So I went online and looked it up. I'll admit that I felt mixed emotions when I found out that 99.99% of it was total bullshit. I was both relieved and angry. Relieved for obvious reasons, but angry because it generated a lot of fear in me when I was little. Little kids shouldn't be hearing stories of ritual sex abuse and violent sacrifices. For fact's sake, my school had a lecturer who was a priest who was supposed expert on Satanism, and he showed us a movie where some people killed and ate an actual cat. I was junior high age. We were told it was 100% real, and while now as an adult I'm skeptical it still looked real. Especially to a 12-year-old. Anyway, the whole thing was faked up, but I'm glad I got closure. And now it's one of those things that people are now comfortable talking about, and being an adult I find the whole thing very fascinating. Everything from how it started to how it ended and everything in between is a pretty wild ride. I'd like to first thank everyone for their comments, but I felt like I had to make one quick edit to sort of clarify one thing. My parents, and my extended family for that matter, were not involved in any of this stuff. Their religious inclinations were basically go to church on Sundays and send the kids to Catholic school. Hell, we owned one family Bible, and it sat in the bottom drawer of my mom's dresser forever. But it being the 80s, there weren't that many limits on the things I was allowed to watch on TV or anything. And sensationalized news shows, and, especially, daytime talk shows, are where I got most of my information. The Mystery of Zeus. When I was very young I very distinctly remember having a friend named Zeus. How could you forget someone with that amazing of a name? At some point, probably around 3rd grade, he moved away and disappeared. I could never even find him in the yearbooks. It's like he never existed. My mother, the family, everyone kept telling me that I was imagining this kid. One day I'm telling my wife about my old best friend Zeus, the kid who vanished off the face of the earth and took every person's memory of him with him. I even showed her where he used to live when we drove by it, recounting the day I went to his birthday party and he had a great pin at her. My wife stared at me for a moment and, very slowly, asked, "Honey, did people yell for him a lot? Like, 'Hey Zeus, come here'?" Well, of course they did. How else would they get his attention? "Hey Zeus, what's up? Hey Zeus, how are ya?" Duh. That's a silly question. And he had a pin at her? Yeah, why? Sweetie, I bet you his name was Jesus. Hey Zeus. Zeus? It was like being hit with a truck of realization. I asked my mother later, and, yes, I did pal around with a kid named Jesus. It was one of the greatest mysteries of my life, one that made me question whether or not it was an imaginary friend, and it turned out to just me being a dumb as a rock kid. When I was in elementary school we were learning about different cultures and the folklore associated with them. I have a decent amount of Irish in my blood, so naturally I perked up when they started talking about Ireland and more specifically leprechauns. Our teacher told us this tale about leprechauns and how much they loved flower petals, and if they were ever caught they would give you a gift in exchange for their freedom. So naturally I started hatching a plan. Once I got home I told my mom all about what I had learned and how I was going to catch a leprechaun and get a gift. I picked some flower petals from my mom's garden, grabbed a plastic cup, a length of string and a stick and set up in the backyard. I had my trap in place, laid down on the grass, and watched intently for a leprechaun to wander by, drawn to the smell of the freshly picked petals. About an hour passed, and I started to doze off. I don't know how long I had been asleep for, but when I woke the cup was tipped over, and my trap had been sprung. I couldn't believe how lucky I was. I was so excited, and put my ear up to the cup to hear if anything was squirming around inside. It was silent. As I lifted up the cup my heart sank, because of course there was no leprechaun underneath. But hidden in the grass under the cup was a small green boot. I was so excited because I thought, well, I didn't catch a full leprechaun, but of course he will want his boot back. So I ran inside and told my mom the whole story. She convinced me to write the little guy a note and to give him his boot back, and perhaps he'd give me a gift in return. So I pulled out some loose leaf and a pen and wrote the shoeless leprechaun a note. I told him that in exchange for his boot I would want a gift in return. I placed the boot on top of the note and left it on the kitchen table. I also made sure to leave the back door open a smidge before bed. In the morning I rushed downstairs to see if my plan had worked. On the kitchen table the boot was nowhere to be seen, but in its place was this Power Rangers action figure that I had bugged my parent for a week or so prior. I was so excited and happy and brought it in for show and tell, and bragged to everyone at school how I had cut a deal with a leprechaun in exchange for my new favorite toy. But life went on and years passed, and my belief in magic faded along with the memory. Years later, when I was in college, we moved out of my childhood home, and during the move we all took the time to go through a bunch of our old things. I was helping my mom with one of her memory/keepsake boxes, and she was telling me about the different items and what memories were attached to them. At the bottom of the box was a little green piece of felt that was cut and sewn into the shape of a boot. The memory of that day came rushing back to me as finally realized the effort my mom had gone through to make a little boy believe in magic. It is my favorite childhood memory now, and one of the most impactful moments in my life. I still get teary-eyed thinking about it, and hope to do little things like that for my kids, because little things like that really do make a difference. Love you, Mom. TLDR, thought I caught a leprechaun's boot and exchanged it for a toy. Years later realized my mom had set the whole thing up to help her son believe in magic. Trigger: pet death. This is going to come off as so bad. I'm sorry in advance. So when I was little, circa 1985ish, we adopted my aunt's poodle Muffy. Muffy was older. A few years later Muffy peacefully passed away in her sleep while my sisters and I were taking naps. Or so I thought. It wasn't until I was in my 20s and my sisters and mom were all talking about our past pets around the table. We talked about how Muffy must have known we'd be sad if she died while we were awake. Talking about of the memories with the old dog and how stinky she was. Bad teeth and old dog smells, but we still loved her. This is when my mom burst into tears and confessed how she and my dad had helped Muffy die. What? She was real sick and was having issues walking, and she claimed we couldn't afford to go to the vet for euthanasia. My dad laid her in her bed in a box and helped her by way of the exhaust from the car. My mother was mortified that she kept it from us all those years, and that they never did it to any other animal, because after that they made an emergency vet fund. This I know because of other pet emergencies through the years, and they used it when we had to put my dog Sparky down. It was horrific learning this, and my sisters were so angry at my mom for a while. Please. This was a one-off thing, and my dad was a gentle-hearted man who only wanted our dog to have a peaceful release and could never have done anything painful even for a second to end it. It was the early 80s, so things weren't as frowned upon then. They instilled the importance of emergency funds for things like the vet while teaching us about money when we were older. I personally have pet health insurance and always keep at least $1,500 in a specific savings account for my dogs. My dad put a gun to my mom's head and threatened to kill her when I was in the 7th grade. She's a narcissist with borderline personality disorder. She wouldn't stop verbally abusing my father and being relentlessly passive aggressive. Like ever. She would just never ever stop every day for a few months when she was going crazy due to BPD taking over, and because she's evil due to narcissistic personality disorder. My father is her enabler and also a narcissist. They were arguing, yelling, screaming, and cursing like usual. But this time was the last straw for my father and he snapped. He put a gun to her head and she just kept screaming over and over again thinking he was going to pull the trigger but he didn't. I realize now that she was testing him and taunting him by doing this. She wouldn't apologize and say oh no, I'm sorry don't kill me. She just kept screaming and in doing so was daring him to kill her knowing that he wouldn't. It was basically her way of abusing him the worst that she could by saying lol you loser I know you won't do it you need me and I own you. I can do anything I want around here and she was right. I didn't know this happened until I was 26 years old and was thinking about the day of the screaming bloody murder. It happened on the floor above me and I couldn't see it and was too young to know what happened but was terrified. I couldn't figure out what could make her scream like that and figured he was holding her down and threatening to beat her or something and she was afraid. I realized when I was older that the one thing that could make her or someone else scream that way was having the gun that he kept in his drawer held to their head. It happened in their bedroom and that's where he kept his gun. That was 17 years ago. By the time I was in college I gradually started to hate them and stopped talking to or interacting with them. My father spit in my face a few years ago. My mother is trash and so is my father. I want to go to the police to tell them what happened, but the statute of limitations for aggravated assault with a deadly weapon have expired and I have nothing but my word to go on with the cops if I talk to them. There's no evidence it happened. There aren't words to describe the hatred I have for them and the pain I'm in every day. As a child I always wondered why my dad never visited me, returned my calls, wished me a happy birthday, wished me a happy holiday or attempt to say anything to me was because he wanted nothing to do with me. No matter how hard I tried reaching out to him, I never heard from him. I even called him on Father's Day to wish him a good day before he ever said happy birthday or I love you. On Christmas my mom had her friend Greg call me to pretend to be Santa since she said my Gamma Cube was from him. She didn't tell me who it was, all she told me someone wanted to talk to me. I immediately thought it was my dad and I thanked him for my GameCube. I told him that I loved him and hoped we could talk soon. Once the call was over my mom went in my grandmother's room and sobbed. It broke her heart and I couldn't imagine how Greg felt. It took me a long time to finally realize that my dad didn't want to see me, didn't want to call me or anything really. I realized that my dad was married to another woman with another child. He was a year younger than me. He took care of him, but not once reached out to me. It was the most bitter pill I ever had to swallow. I had to accept that my father wanted nothing to do with me and probably thought of me as a mistake. I had to realize this in my teens, and it was one of the worst times of my life. Currently I'm over the situation and I've learned to let it go. I'll always resent and hate him for what he did to me, but I'll never let it consume me. I promised myself if I ever had a child I'd be a better parent than he would. I have many more stories about my father if anyone is curious, but for now that was my realization. Why my parents were so much older than the average mom and dad for a kid my age, and why I had two brothers named Chris. All my childhood friends would ask if my parents were my grandparents, and why my twin brother and my older brother were named Chris. My parents were adamant that they had us later in their life, that we look so much like our dad when he was younger, and that they named my twin and I after our big brother because he begged them to. I shared his middle name and my twin shared his first name. When we turned 15, my twin and I were doing homework together and I ran out of paper. I looked in a closet and found a briefcase which I figured had extra paper. Come to find out it had a bunch of adoption papers. My older brother and sister were adopted together, and my twin and I were adopted separately years later. Come to find out, my big brother and sister were told they were adopted and used running away to their biological parents as an ultimatum to try to get their way, and ended up actually doing it at one time, which is why our adoptive parents never told us the truth. They were scared we'd do the same, I guess. Long story short, I ended up searching for my real parents eventually and finally located a biological family member's phone number when I was 21. I quickly found out that our biological parents had both overdosed and died by time we would have been 4 years old. Pretty anticlimactic as I had a list of questions to ask them, but I was relieved to have some closure. I'm also blessed to have had such awesome parents, who in my eyes, always will be my real parents. Unfortunately my adoptive mom passed away recently as well. R.I.P. Mom. When I was 11, my siblings and I used to feed a scrawny stray kitten. My parents wouldn't let us bring it inside, so we made it a warm dry bed under our porch and brought it milk. We called her Charlotte. She was some kind of Siamese. She didn't drink a lot of milk, though, or eat much food at all. In hindsight I can see she might have been pretty sick, but I didn't know at the time. She came and went as she pleased, but one day, she never came back. The neighborhood kids were wild with speculation. One girl said she saw a man take her away. The man was a weird, quiet neighbor with a ponytail and motorcycles. He never talked to us kids, but he wasn't mean. He mostly came out at night, and he was always cutting grass, or taking his grandma places. We never did find out if it was him. When I was 24, I joined an art class. He was in it. The class met weekly, and I got to know him and everyone else in it. We all became friends, and he still lived by my parents. He wasn't as much older as I thought. When I was 29, we started dating. About 6 months in, he showed me an old picture. It was a picture of his parents' cat. He asked me if I recognized the cat, which was fat and healthy and happy. I didn't. As if it was some horrific confession, he told me it was a cat I asked him about when I was 11. Apparently, I approached him and asked him if he took our cat. I don't remember, but I remember suspecting him. He said kids freak him out, and he didn't know what to say, so he lied and said no, just to be done with the conversation. What really happened is he did take the kitten. On his way to work one day, he saw a dead kitten on the side of the road in the blazing summer sun. He went to work. When he got home, the kitten was still there, so he got a shovel and scooped it up to bury it. He always cleans the street in front of his house. But then he took it out of the shovel with his gardening gloves and it breathed. He took it in and tried to revive it. He syringe fed it a little water and called a vet. The kitten survived after her hospital stay. He gave the kitten to his parents when she was healthy again, where it lived until just the previous year. He said he felt so bad for lying to me, and he thought I would break up with him. We're married now, Mayo. Some kid made up a story about how, if you put a pound coin under a leftover cardboard box down this magic alley the rear of a local shop, then came back the next day it would become 2 pounds. Of course we all called him stupid, so he proved it to us. Grabbed a coin, shoved it angrily under a box, and we met up the next day. Bam. 2 pounds. Naturally we assumed he had just run back before we got there and added another, so ultimately we weren't too impressed, but being the top investigators that we were, we decided to plant a coin of our own and not tell him. The next day we ran back, lifted the box. 2 pounds. I mean at this point, as an adult, I probably would have assumed it was the shopkeeper amusing himself by watching our reactions on the CCTV after planting the extra coin himself, or even if I had believed it, stuck a grand down under there for extra profit. But no. As a kid, we just kept planting a pound coin for weeks and weeks. Every now and then we'd return and find just 1 coin, but we put this down to having to let the magic recharge. I'd forgotten about the magic alley completely until I was about, I don't know, maybe 20. Drink had made me more retarded than Donald Trump, so on the way home from the club I stopped for a good old bit of banter with an ancient homeless dude. I can't remember how it came up, but the old boy said, "Watch this." Followed him, somewhat stupidly, into a dark alleyway where he promptly lifted a box left in the middle of the walkway and tossed in a pound coin. I nearly shit myself when I realized exactly where I was. Magic alley. Turns out that hobo Bob had been doing this for over 30 years. Bob told me he just loved the reactions of the children, loved the legend he had created about Magic Alley, and just loved giving. Of course, after realizing this homeless dude with barely a penny to his name had given me well over 20 quid of the time I had abused the Magic Alley, no pun intended, I tried to give him the measly $5 that was left in my wallet, to which he refused. Sadly the man died a few years later of old age. Turns out he had a home, had a sustainable amount of money which he hadn't touched in God knows how long, and simply chose to live the life he lived as a magical money generating bum. I mean, in hindsight there's a good chance he was a bit of a predator with the nut loose, but I prefer to remember him as this kindly old magic man. I'm autistic, and a survivor of abuse because of it. I grew up in a dysfunctional family that has varying mental health issues and poor education. I was always a difficult child, particular, didn't like to do things the way people wanted me to, always thinking outside the box, and people, my family included, did not understand me. I can recall schoolyard bullies and my siblings basically trying to beat it out of me and make me normal. I was abused as a kid, and that abuse has shaped me. When I entered grad school I was always isolated. I was the kid who didn't talk to anyone else, and felt like no one would ever like him. I would be moved to the back of the class and sat alone. They used to test me to see how smart I was. They wanted me to take medication that I refused, and I was also part of programs where someone would take me to a special room and would spend time being kind to me and taking notes. I would be rewarded by being allowed to play with the toys in the room for 20 minutes. As I grew up I struggled with depression and battled with it for most of my life. I wasn't great at making friends and always felt like an outcast. I felt envious of others who seemed to have life so easy. My teachers wanted to understand me. They knew I was bright. They were mainly confused about why I would never apply myself. I ballooned up to 360 pounds from the depression and overeating. The weight of the pain I felt for not being able to live life as I wanted to physically manifested onto my body. At my lowest I wanted to end it all and voluntarily stayed on a psych ward to try to get help. Things changed when I decided to go to a community college. There I found that I was a gifted writer and was encouraged by professors that I was a bright man. Treated like an actual adult I gained confidence and I began to eat better and work out. I started loving myself. A few years later my nephew was born. My sister had always feared her child would be retarded, so when he had developmental issues with his speech, she took him to every specialist she could. I never thought my nephew had problems. I could tell he was smart, and he oddly reminded me of myself. We later found out that he was autistic. And as my sister began to learn how to care for her son, she slowly realized what I had known the second she told me, that he was autistic. I was too. She believes that the entire family is on the spectrum, but for sure I'm right in between ADHD and autism. This revelation led to me finally learning how to accept the things that make me different, to forgive and accept my troubled past, and to move forward in the healing process. The start of my journey of self-healing and personal growth was about 10 years ago now. I went from 360 pounds to a current 220 pounds, and at 28 years old, I now look and feel like the person I always wished I could be. I'm employed full-time, I rent a room in a home, and pay all my own bills, and I'm growing as a person each day. Money is a bit tight, and I never knew how expensive life was, but I'm figuring everything out, and going to continue working on adding chapters to my success story. If any of you out there feel like, or have felt like I did, you can make the changes to become who you want to be. You can take control of your life. And the things that make you unique are the things that will propel you forward. Bless you guys. Happy holidays. When I was 3.5 we flew back to the UK from a year in Canada. On the trip home I lost Rupert, my beloved teddy bear. I was upset for quite a while. Then one day I received a postcard from Rupert. He was in South Africa seeing zebras. Then he went to France, and I got a postcard from there, and not long after that he sent me a postcard from Australia. Rupert was traveling the world and telling me about his adventures. My dad had a conference in Sweden about 9 months after we had returned from Canada. When we went to pick him up from the airport he was there as expected. But when he was in Sweden he'd found Rupert in the airport lounge ready to come home, and he had his cousin James who looked just like him in tow. So Rupert returned to me along with James, and I got my teddy back after he'd had a globe-trotting adventure. Fast forward 25 years, and one night at a drawn-out Sunday dinner as the conversation ebbed and flowed childhood came up, and I asked my mum and dad what had happened with Rupert's adventure. They looked at each other, and dad said, "I guess we can tell him now." Mum told the story of how I'd lost Rupert on the flight. She'd called the airline, the airport, the hotel we'd stayed in before we left Canada, all to no result. She then went back to the chain store that Rupert had been bought from. At that point, deceased Uncle Barry had bought him when I was born in '86, but Rupert was no longer available. Someone gave my mum the name of the manufacturer or distributor, I'm not sure which, whom she contacted, and was told that they actually had two kicking around. She went and bought them both, because taking one and leaving his friend all alone isn't an option, and brought them home. However, they were brand new and didn't have the wear of 3.5 years of toddler love on them. So my mum took one and washed it a bunch, then dragged him through the garden, rubbed dirt on him, washed him again, and generally tried to age him. While she was doing this, my mum and dad had any friends that were going away on holiday send me a postcard from Rupert showing where he was traveling the world. After aging Rupert, my parents decided they needed to have a plausible way for him to return, so when we went to collect dad from the airport, mum hugged him first and snuck Rupert and his cousin James under my dad's coat. Dad then proceeded to pull them out from his coat and tell me how he'd met up with them in the airport in Sweden. To this day I remember being amazed that Rupert was sending me postcards. I never questioned that he could write, and him coming back after a 9-month absence was just magical. I never knew what really happened until I was about 30. Mystery solved. I have a vivid memory of sitting on my mum's lap. I can see her presence in the periphery in the memory. I'm looking across our small living room of the house I grew up in at my grandparents sitting in our chairs with a suitcase sitting between them. I've always loved the memory. I brought it up to my mom when I was around 10, and she said the only time my grandparents had come to visit was when I was less than a year old. I was amazed. My earliest memory was from when I was less than a year. I shared that fun fact about myself with many people over the years. Okay, not that many, but it was something I thought was kind of interesting about me. I'm a pretty regular person. Well, fast forward more years, and I'm about 18. My mom finds a picture of my grandparents visiting when I was a baby. She showed it to me, and I was staring at my memory. My grandparents, sitting across from the camera, sitting in our chairs with a suitcase between them. My mom was always taking pictures, hated it then, love it now, and she was likely behind the camera, sitting on the couch across from them. I had a memory of a picture. And since my memory was from the viewpoint of the camera, it was if I was sitting on the couch. I likely also had a memory of being told I was a baby when that little was taken, so my mind might have filled in that information. And my memory of my mom in my peripheral vision was already really hazy, so my mind may have filled that in as I would have been a baby and me sitting on my mom's lap makes sense. Or maybe I really have a memory from when under a year. When I was a kid, 5'9", I lived down the street from Knott's Berry Farm. I was super lucky one year to receive a season pass from my mom. My grandma would watch me during the day, and many occasions we would go to Knott's. There would be days where I'd ask Nana, can we go to Knott's today? And she would reply, okay, just call to see if they are open first. I'd run over to the phone and she would read me the number to dial. It wasn't till years later, I was maybe 17 or 18, that I even realized there was even a mystery to be solved. I had walked into my mom's house and her and my nana were sitting in the living room, both cracking up, gripping the couch. I asked why they were laughing, and my mom gathered herself enough to reply, remember when Nana would have you call Knott's to see if they were open? Yes. Well, how often were they open when you called? It was at that moment a rushing sense of shame, amazement, and utter realization hit me. The days my nana was under the weather or just genuinely tired or busy and I'd ask to go to Knott's, she'd rush to call my mom at work and let her know I'd be calling. I'd dial the number Nana gave me, and my mom would answer her work phone. Knott's Berry Farm, we are closed today. My mom likes to bring this up now around my friends and whoever she thinks might be interested. And honestly, it makes me happy that she's so proud of herself for that one. Love ya, mom. I'd always been the weird kid at school, smart but shy, got along better with adults rather than kids. People always seemed to act they could tell there was something off about me, like I was a robot sending off the wrong radio signals. When puberty hit, which is when everyone told me I would suddenly start being able to understand everyone, it felt like everyone had gone to a class on how to people, and I was absent that day. I was well known for being excessively blunt, refusing to play along with stupid shit, or staying quiet when a teacher said the wrong thing. This ended up with teachers who just flat hated me. I joined all the same clubs as the other kids, but every time it felt like I was an actor playing a role I didn't even really want, but I didn't even understand what I was doing wrong. I got interested in weird things that other kids my age thought were absolutely stupid. Like, really interested. I'd want to show others what I was into, and people looked at me like I had a screw loose. I couldn't understand how they couldn't find this stuff interesting. I know what I liked seemed far more interesting than football games or pep rallies. Instead of hanging out with all the other honors kids, who were the popular crowd, I hung out with basically the losers that didn't fit in anywhere. A lot of kids who were just barely hanging on in school. I actually got told by teachers I should stop hanging out with these kids or it'd ruin my reputation. I laughed. What reputation? Everyone knew who I was in school, but I was far more infamous than popular. As I got older, my ability to keep faking it seemed to go away, and things started bothering me more and more. Smells other people liked sent me into retching fits. Food other people liked I couldn't even hold in my mouth because of the way it felt. And people just did things and felt things I couldn't understand or even want to bother faking. I was diagnosed with bipolar disorder as an adult, and that seemed to answer some of the questions, but I still felt like I was somehow failing at being a human being. I was diagnosed also with borderline personality disorder, but the therapists kept thinking I didn't quite fit the symptoms, but it was the closest thing that fit to how I acted. I applied for disability because I couldn't hold jobs, but even though I was granted it, it wasn't for the bipolar disorder like I'd applied for, but for some unexplained severe social dysfunction. So, yeah, that didn't feel good to read, like there was proof I was a fuck up as a human being. 10 years afterwards, I started noticing my toddler son had some rather odd behaviors, and brought up with my therapist that I wondered if he might be showing early signs of autism. She sent me home with a link to an in-depth screening site. I quickly realized that the test would be useless, as it required me to be able to read my son's mind and know precisely what he was thinking. Out of boredom, I took the test myself. The results were not what I expected. I told myself it was probably just as reliable as other internet tests. Besides, everyone knows girls don't get it, right? So I looked it up and found a list of behaviors in women. I started sweating because I was on the list. Just all the things I felt and thought and did, things I thought no one else did. I printed it out and handed it to my husband, and he said, "Jesus, it'd be easier for you to mark what you don't have." A week later I stormed into my therapist's office with the results, shoved them in her hands and said, "How accurate is this sheet, anyway?" She looked at me and said, "Pretty accurate, actually." I said, "But that's not possible. I'm 40 years old. How the hell could no one realize it for so long? All the years I've been in the mental health system, and no one picked up on it." And then I realized I had to know for sure. I couldn't just let it go. I had testing done. The psychologist probably had the diagnosis at the beginning when he asked me if there were any interests I had that other people thought were a little strange or obsessive, and I talked for a solid 10 minutes before I realized that he probably didn't want to hear about Norse mythology and chaos gods and trickster types and shut up abruptly. I had to wait 3 weeks for the results. I went to my therapist's office, and she handed me the papers, saying, "You have it, of course. I knew you did before I sent you." There in black and white was the diagnosis: autism spectrum disorder. My own first false reaction, "But girls don't get autism," was likely why I was never diagnosed. I'm very verbal and did phenomenal in school. It all got chalked up to smart people are always weird. Ironically, that loser group of kids I hung out with in high school, I still have contact with some of them. I learned that we were all neurodivergent. We'd all been missed as kids, and all were diagnosed as adults. It's apparently really common for autistic women to be misdiagnosed with borderline personality disorder, because there is some overlap, and what with the perception autism is a male thing, people just ignored what didn't fit. It's likely the reason why my disability paperwork described what was wrong with me, severe social dysfunction, but never named it. It was like I had a puzzle I'd always had a piece missing of, and I just found the piece. I wasn't broken, I wasn't a failure. I just basically had a different circuit board with different wiring. I want to close on this. After quite a bit of fighting, I got my son professionally tested, and he is on the spectrum. Once I had my son's diagnosis, I now had to figure out how to tell him. I found a kid's book that explained it, and read it to him, and I assured him that there wasn't anything wrong with him, just difference, and different was okay. The first thing he said was, "Are you autistic too?" Of all the things I was expecting, that wasn't it. Yes. But daddy and his sister aren't. No, they're not. He was quiet, and I asked him what he was thinking. It sounded scary a little, but you're with me too, so I'm not alone. I had to leave before I started crying. In 2nd grade we had 2 hamsters as our class pets. During free time we could play with them. One of them, Peaches, got pregnant and had a litter of tiny hamster babies. The babies were so cute and all the students wanted to gently pet them. One morning we entered the classroom to see that the babies were all gone. Only the 2 adults were in the cage. Our teacher told us that during the night the hamsters had escaped and the babies died from the fall from the cabinet to the floor. Our teacher got choked up and started crying a little bit when she told us this. She said she came in and the babies were on the floor. The hamsters did frequently escape. 2nd graders are careless with latching the cage, so it was easy to believe the story. Plus the fact that our teacher actually cried in front of us. It wasn't until I was in my late 20s that I realized what actually probably happened. Mama hamsters will often eat their babies if they are touched by humans. These babies were touched by dozens of sticky little kids. My teacher most likely walked into the classroom and found a bloody murder scene in the cage, not a tragic accident. The story she told us was sad, but much gentler than the truth, and probably explained why she cried. It had to have been a traumatic experience for the poor woman, and I imagine she only just had enough time to clean it up before we all arrived. When I was in 5th grade and incredibly cool, I'm only half joking, I was definitely cooler than I'm now. I did a lengthy Irish dancing number to the Riverdance theme in an enormous curly wig and ridiculous performance dress at a school talent show. I was beaming by the end of it because older kids, probably 6th/7th grade, I didn't know in the audience kept whooping during my set, and I was high from the attention. When I got off stage and walked past, a couple of them said good job, and gave me high fives. I didn't understand why they chose me. I hadn't seen them be that nice to anyone else, but I chalked it up to everyone feeling the same energy I did when I performed. Even my mom said, "See, honey, everyone loved it." Fast forward around 16 years and I'm 27, just sitting there, not reminiscing about childhood at all, minding my business. From the goddamn middle of nowhere I suddenly realize they were making fun of me. As I'd gotten older I'd seen other groups of kids act like that to mock whatever situation was at hand, but literally had never connected the fact that that day, a group of kids had done it to me. My mom, bless her either way, either knew how cruel kids could be and lied hoping I'd believe her, I did, or had no idea that they were being assholes. Boy, was that a weird thing to realize all this time later. Still hurt like it would if I had figured it out at that age. Obviously didn't affect me, and I chuckled about it in the end, but the initial sting of humiliation was real. As a child, before I went to school, I used to watch the afternoon cartoons. One day I turned the TV on before the cartoon started, and there was an extremely weird and creepy show going on. I realized that it was something for adults and I shouldn't have been watching it, and it creeped me a little, but I was more interested in it. Then some other day I specifically asked my mother for permission to turn the TV on before my cartoon started, and after that was nervous and ready to switch the channel if she came to the room. From that particular episode I remember two scenes. In the first there was a man, the supervillain, laughing maniacally and screaming, "I've created a world for gays." translated like this in the subtitles. In the second, the good guys destroyed the gay world that existed in a parallel universe, and this was shown as an explosion on the sky above the beach. Needless to say, I didn't know what gay was. Years later, when I was at the university, I suddenly remembered this and thought, what the fuck had I watched? I figured it must have been some sort of agent parody, but I'd never seen it again on TV. I tried googling with all kinds of variations of universe for gays. I couldn't find anything. Frustrated, I talked to all my friends of the same age, posted film forums about this. No help. Then one day I decided that fuck this, I'm going to find out what kind of shit had I seen as a child. So I googled once more and found old TV programming info online. I was pretty sure the channel was right, but I didn't know the exact year. Yet it was before I went to school, so I could narrow the options for a couple of years. After this, I manually went through the lists for 2 hours until finally I solved the mystery. And yes, I'd seen some really weird shit that totally shouldn't have been broadcast in the middle of the day. The show was called Son of the Beach, 2002-2002. It's an over-the-top Baywatch parody full of childish sex jokes. The particular episode I'd watched was called The Gay Team. IMDb description: Notch must save Chip from heinous anus and the gay tricks while BJ and Jamaica cause problems for Porcelain and her husband. Yes, I watched Tina Sanus abducting people to gay tricks when I was 6. I watched the episode online for the first time. I normally don't support piracy, but this time I had to do an exception. In 15 years, it was just as weird and traumatizing as it was as a child. Oh god, I have the perfect story, but nobody will probably see it. Here it is anyway. Our family stopped celebrating Christmas when me and my 2 older brothers, were teenagers, because we don't really believe in God. Everyone was fine with the whole arrangement, since me and my brothers are quite lazy when it comes to gifts, and we would end up just exchanging the same amount of money as a present anyways. So one Christmas, when I was 14, and we didn't have a tree as usual, but on the first day of Christmas we found a tree in our garden. The tree was pretty small and quite ugly and beaten up looking. Nobody knew how it got there, and because one side of our garden is directly on the street side, we figured that someone who passed by must have thrown the tree in our garden. Our best guess was that a Christmas tree seller didn't want to take the trees that he couldn't sell back home. We ended up decorating the tree, because why not? It actually looked quite nice, and we all enjoyed it. But we didn't go back to celebrating Christmas after that. Years later, probably about 5 to 6, when we were all home for the holidays, we remembered that weird tree that appeared in our garden. My brothers grinned at each other and then told us the story how the tree actually got there. They went on a Christmas rave the night before said Christmas, and on their way home, they were pretty drunk. They came by a Christmas tree stand that was closed and abandoned. They grabbed a tree through the fence and threw it over the fence, explains the beaten up look of the tree, and took it home. They said they didn't even knew why they stole the tree and why they picked the smallest, ugliest one. When they got home, they didn't know what to do with the tree and decided to just throw it in the garden. TLDR, we stopped celebrating Christmas, no tree and no gifts, when I was younger. One Christmas we found a Christmas tree in our garden and couldn't really explain how it got there. Years later, my brothers confessed that they stole the tree on their way home from a Christmas rave. Back in the day, I got swept up by the website craze. This is before MySpace became a huge thing. I was part of an admin team for some video game forum hosted on Envision Free, and I slowly started learning how to work with HTML and such. Fast forward a year, and I'm working with the lead admin to migrate the board off Envision Free to our own host. Being teenagers, we didn't have the money to pay for what was basically a copy of our board, so we designed a Peril Spider script to create new accounts on the new site and recreate every single thread and post from every single user. To do this, we had to figure out password hashing, so the script would feed it to isolated instances of Opera to speed up the process. I also learned that by reverse hashing a password, you could dehash it and end up with the plain text password. So I figured I would try it out with my mom's Hotmail account. I succeeded in 10 minutes and found a conversation she was having with one of my uncles. Long story short, she hated being our mother, she hated my dad, and hated living away from her family. My uncle was trying to convince her to just bounce, and my mom wanted to make sure she would be set for life before trying it. My uncle's last reply, which is what I found, basically said for my mom to accuse my dad of domestic violence, as my dad had a temper. I forwarded it to myself and to my dad, printed the chain, and handed it to my dad, after explaining how I came across it. My dad confronted her and never disclosed how he got the email. 12 or so years later, my parents got a divorce. My mom crashed at my place for a while and tried to get me on her side. She planned to sue my dad and try to get an alimony, so she wanted to know if I would testify if need be. I told her I would, and I'd be sure to bring up the email I found, and how the conversation went, and who was involved. I told her I had a copy of it still, if she wanted to review it. She called my bluff, and demanded to see it, only to realize I wasn't bluffing. She moved out a week or so after that, and has not attempted any kind of legal process. I talked to my dad about it, and I found out that the real reason my parents got married was because mom was pregnant with me. I guess it now makes sense why their wedding anniversary was in July and my birthday is in January. Every summer when I was younger, my little sister and I would spend a few weeks or so with my grandparents at their cottage. My grandfather would talk about the weather all the time, when the big current was going to come in, a pending storm, and my sister and I got so excited, because when the currents came in that meant the next morning our grandmother would take us down to the beach to look for seashells that washed up on the shore. The current was so strong at those times the shells were pushed all the way from Florida to an island in Ontario, Canada. I'm sure many people already know where this is going, but it was honestly the biggest thrill for my sister and I. We woke up at sunrise after my grandpa had predicted a storm more strong currents, must have been at around 6 AM, and as predicted, we would dig and search for seashells in the sand all morning. My grandmother had the best eye for it. She could always tell where they might be hidden from seeing signs in the sand, bumps, etc. Maybe 5 or 10 years ago my grandmother offhandedly mentioned burying those seashells and it finally all came together. They made us believe it so well that we never even questioned it as adults. She must have been out there very late or early hiding those shells for us, selecting the very best shells when they both did the Canadian snowbird ritual of going to Florida each the winter and bringing them back just for us. To this day, I love seashells. My grandfather sadly passed away from cancer when I was turning 20, but I'm grateful to have had him in my life for so long. My grandmother is 93 and still living on her own. I haven't seen her since the start of the pandemic, but I write her letters, send her tea, and call her often. This brings back such happy memories now that I'm a mom, making little magical moments of my own for my son. In fact, I think I'm going to call my grandmother and thank her for doing that, and tell her I still remember. Pretty much my whole life until I was about 19, my father would, very proudly, tell my siblings and I that he's never done any drugs his entire life. Around 20, I really got into Pink Floyd. I listened to them every chance I got. My father is Latino, so not knowing if Pink Floyd was popular in Mexico when he was growing up, I had asked him if he had heard of them. His answer was, "I've heard of them. All the stoners would listen to them when I was in school." Oh shit, okay. My dad earned cool point for knowing the band. Time passed without ever bringing up the band again, until I was about 28. My sisters and I were going to a family BBQ with my father's side of the family, and it was a pretty long car ride. At some point my father asked if I wanted to put on some jams, so I linked up to the Bluetooth, and for some reason I decided it's time to teach my dad who Pink Floyd is. I threw on Dark Side of the Moon, and as soon as the first song hit, this motherfucker says, "Nice choice. I love Pink Floyd yard. Used to listen to them a lot when I went to school." The cogs in my head started turning. It took what felt like hours to get rid of those webs in my brain. I thought he didn't listen to them. Thought only the stoners would listen to them when he was in school. Click without warning. I blurt out, "You were a stoner." Shocked as hell, he asks me what I'm talking about. I go on to explain my reasoning, and before I was done, He starts telling me to shut up, at which point my sisters catch on and start giving him shit and making fun of him for all those years of lies. When I was about 10 to 12 we had a bus driver called Bruce that gave all the kids in school the creeps, and he would say things that made us feel uncomfortable, especially to the girls. He would take pictures of some kids without asking and put the pictures up in his bus. After school you would get on the bus and see that your pic was there randomly. He also lived across the street from my friend when we were young kids until her family moved, and when we would play outside we would notice him taking pics of us sometimes. Her parents confronted him, and I think he just played it off like it was innocent. But they wouldn't let us play outside when he was there anymore. Anyway, they moved, probably to get away from him, and then years later he was our bus driver. After a little while of enduring his creepy antics, one day at school we all decided to take a stand against Bruce, so we went to the principal's office to report him. They sent us away and basically told us off for reporting him and said to go to class. It was like what we were saying was nothing and held no value/truth to the school. It was disheartening to see all of these adults who were meant to be there to help us just dismiss everything we were telling them. For some reason I never told my parents at the time. I think I was embarrassed. I'm not really sure. I wish I had. Years later, as an adult, we found out that Bruce had been arrested and was a convicted pedophile. We had been right about him the whole time. I can't help but think that if our school had listened to us almost 20 years ago, that we could have saved some kids from getting hurt by him. We were right back then, and it's so sad to know that those adults did nothing to protect children who were vulnerable to Bruce despite our pleas to get rid of him. When I was probably about 10 years old on Christmas Eve, the family all got together at my grandparents'. My divorced aunt showed up, but without her skeezy long-term boyfriend, Peter, with her. She explained that he had really bad hemorrhoids and couldn't make it. To cheer him up, she suggested we call and sing a funny parody Christmas song on his answering machine. The nieces and nephews, and her own children, worked hard to craft a hilarious parody of Good King Wenceslas, which we then all sang on his machine. We thought it was so funny, and as it turns out making the song, singing together, laughing, and discussing how we thought he'd react, made this night one of my favorite Christmas memories with my family. I still remember the words almost 30 years later. As an adult now, I realize Uncle Peter was an abusive alcoholic. His not coming to Christmas was likely part of a huge fight between he and my aunt that ended with her storming out of their house that Christmas Eve yelling something like, "Fine, if you're not going to come, I'm telling my family you have hemorrhoids." As what was probably some kind of a twist of the knife, she had us write and record the hemorrhoid-themed Christmas carol. What is one of my most beloved Christmas memories is really likely just a juvenile move in a typical holiday family fight. Old Saint Peter had a backquoteroid. On this Christmas evening he missed out on all the fun and the Christmas trimmings. Oh, he was a poor old soul, wishing for a pillow with a hole. It continued. There was this cat that lived opposite us when I was a kid. His name was Tigger, and he was genuinely the lost, beautiful and friendly tabby cat I have ever known to this day. 31 now. He would rush to greet me from school every day, and I would sit on the curb with him for a good few minutes before going back inside. When I was about 7, Tigger suddenly stopped greeting me after school, and my mum told me that he had unfortunately died, but that it was peaceful, and in his sleep as he was an old man and was happy to go. I was genuinely inconsolable, but sort of comforted that he had died peacefully. I even picked flowers from our garden and lay them where he used to sunbathe. Fast forward about 10 years later, and I mentioned Tigger randomly to my sister. She's 5 years older, and she said how horrible it was the way Tigger died. I was obviously confused and told her she must have gotten it wrong from what mum had said, so she tried to change the story, but I was now curious. I spoke to my mum, and she told me that she had to lie to me when I was little because she had witnessed Tigger's death, and it had genuinely traumatized her. She told me that 10 years ago she has been woken by what sounded like a garbled scream at 2 in the morning. She got out of bed and looked out the window to see Tigger being held by 2 greyhounds. One had his head and the other his back end. She said that Tigger was screaming in pain and fear as the dogs were pulling him in 2 directions. She was mortified and crying and ran downstairs to try and do something, but when she got there it was too late and Tigger had been killed. He had been split in two, ripped into two pieces. His owners has also heard the noise and came outside to find my mum kneeling on the road and sobbing over his body. His owners were obviously distraught, so my mum helped them pick his body up and bury him where he would sunbathe and wait for me. One of the neighbors had said that they knew how much I loved Tigger and that they would never tell me how he had actually died, and my mum agreed. I was so upset when I found out the truth because he really was my favorite cat and I felt like he was a friend to me throughout my childhood. So it wasn't really a mystery, but the truth was finally, accidentally, revealed to me. I still think about Tigger every so often, and I know my mum still gets upset if we talk about it. She said she felt guilty for keeping the truth from me, but there is no way I could have coped knowing how Tigger had actually died. Back in the 80s our parents, 4 siblings and me, lived in Southern California and used to go to Disneyland 2 to 3 days before Christmas because, unlike today, people hardly went there during the holidays and the longest line was about 4 people. Also my mom would do all pie baking prior to Christmas Day. One day, we were all set to go, sitting in our van, waiting for our mom to finally be ready. She came out, striding to the van, angry as could be. "Who ate the crust?" she asked. My siblings and I all looked at each other wondering what she was talking about. "Someone ate a piece of the crust of a pumpkin pie I baked for Christmas. If one of you doesn't admit to it, we are not going to Disneyland." Yes, my mom was a bit overdramatic at times. My siblings and I continued to stare at each other, each of us silently begging the guilty party to step up and admit to being the crust thief. Their gaze settled on me, the youngest, and after proclaimed my innocence, we grew silent, hoping that she was kidding. She wasn't kidding. My dad, supporting his wife in following through on a threat, turned off the van and ushered us back into the house, deprived of our yearly trip. Our dad took us later that winter to make up for it. 20 years later, we were all sitting around a Christmas table, eating dinner and chatting. There were in-laws and kids, and the noise level was pretty loud. When the din naturally ebbed for a moment, we all heard my sister, the responsible middle child, say, "I ate the crust." Instant silence for about 2 heartbeats, and then 4 adults yelling at her, "Why? Why didn't you confess? It was you. What the hell, Heather?" It quickly dissolved into laughter and reminiscing of our childhood trips. We never would have guessed it was her. And now whenever it's necessary we remind her that she ate the crust, so she should suffer some punishment, like getting her piece of pie last. When I was 11 and in 6th grade, I learned to cuss. At school on Monday mornings I would buy my lunch tickets for the week. No ticket in hand, then no lunch that day. The line was long and my friends and I would hang out in the line to get our tickets. I was cussing up a storm. Faking bitch cunt this and goddamn dickhole that when I felt a tap on my shoulder, I turned around and it was my mom. I felt faint and instantly started sweating as my mom was, and still is, a devout anti-cursing Christian woman. I knew for a fact I was doomed, but all she did was politely say, "You forgot your lunch money." She handed it to me while saying goodbye and left to go to work. All day long I was sick to my stomach imagining the horrible punishment that was coming my way. I couldn't concentrate in class and was just a horrible mess. I finally got home and went straight to my room. My mom wasn't home from work yet, but I was too nervous to do anything, so I just sat on my bed. At around 5:30 she came home and poked her head into my room saying she'd have dinner ready shortly. I almost barfed with the tension. I was shaking, I was so scared. 30 minutes later she called me and my sister to dinner, and I trudged my way to the table. My mom and sister enjoyed light conversation with each other as they ate, and I just pushed my food around on my plate until asking if I could be excused. I went back to my room to await my doom. I sat on my bed queasy with anticipation, waiting for her to come in and punish me. At 9:30 she told me to bathe and go to bed. The next morning she woke me up and still didn't say anything. I couldn't figure it out, but I still knew I was in trouble. I went to school and came home expecting to be punished. Finally, after a few days I stopped being so nervous and figured that she thought I punished myself much worse than she ever could have. Fast forward 33 years and I asked her if she remembered when she caught me cussing in 6th grade and how she let me suffer without giving me a formal punishment. She said that she had no clue what I was talking about and that if she'd heard me then I would probably been grounded. I was floored. For over 3 decades I thought she had punished me by letting me punish myself when in actuality she'd never even heard my loud 11-year-old voice saying dirty words. Go figure. This will likely be buried in this popular post, but I'll chip in. In grade 2 there was a kid who always had the best pranks. Snapping gum, the water flower, gum that stained your mouth. Once he got in trouble because he brought fake ice with a fly in it. Likely because kids use and lose things, but I believed it was because his dad was also a prankster and was going to use a fly, but the kid spoiled it. Once they went on a trip and gave us all chocolate raisins to try that were really coated crickets. For show and tell in grade 2 he brought a nose picker, swiped it from his dad who had a bunch of them, plugged it in, and shoved it to his nose. During show and tell the teacher graded papers or read a book. The girls were grossed out, and the boys all begged to try. Teacher looked up, took the picker, and his parents came at the end of the day. Now, this was the early 80s where saying shut up in school was as bad as a swear. We still sang God Save the Queen. Anyhow, kid was the talk of the grade. I kept imagining what prank his dad had planned. Fast forward and I'm 22. In a car with a couple friends reminiscing. For whatever reason my grade 2 story followed. And as I finished and wonder why he got in so much trouble and the teacher freaking and the worrying as this stupid thing was too big for his nose, I realized it was a vibrator. I remember that the fingernail looked too big and lost it when I remembered the kid said he took just one, but his dad had a whole hand of them. When I was about 9 years old back in the early 90s, my friends and I somehow came into the knowledge that my next door neighbor had a hunchback secretly living in his house, perhaps a deformed relative that he was ashamed of. At night, we'd sit on a wall opposite the back of his house, and we'd watch the silhouette of a hunchback running past the closed curtains over and over, as if he were running in clockwise circles in the downstairs living room. It happened every night, and it was so weird and uncanny, not just because of the bizarre shape of the humanoid shadow, but because it seemed to be on such a regular schedule. We came up with all sorts of explanations and possible descriptions of the figure, but no one could ever work out what was actually going on. My neighbor was a developmentally subnormal man who lived alone. He was very childlike and friendly. He had a vast VHS collection, so we came up with a ruse where one of the group would go to his house and ask if he could check out what movies he had, and while he was upstairs showing his collection, I would sneak in through the open door and search for the hunchback. So, that was the plan. At 9 PM, about the time we usually saw the shadow of the hunchback running around, my friend went to his front door and the neighbor agreed to let him choose a movie to borrow. They went upstairs, and I slipped in through the front door. The plan went more or less perfectly, except that I didn't find anything. No extra people were in there, at least not downstairs, and the other kid who went upstairs to check out the VHSs didn't see anything weird either. And that was pretty much the end of our attempts to figure it out, even though the shadow kept doing the same thing. I even showed my dad one night, and we watched the shadow run by the window right on cue. He was baffled, but he laughed at the idea that there was a secret hunchback living in there. He was sure there was a less bizarre reason for this spectacle. My parents were friendly with him, and my dad would sometimes be in his house helping him with various DIY things. No hunchbacks in sight. Fast forward about 15 years, probably 10 years after the neighbor had died from a brain tumor, the hunchback thing popped into my mind again. I realized that I had never gotten an answer to the mystery, so I asked my dad if he remembered me showing him the weird shadow. He said he had actually forgotten about me showing it to him, but that he knew what it was we had seen. Except that it wasn't a secret hunchback hiding away in his house, like something from a Disney movie. I mean, by age 24, I knew it wouldn't be that. Turned out the neighbor liked giving his dog piggybacks. My dad knew this because he was in his house once when he was doing it, and the neighbor explained how the dog loved it, and it was their little routine every night before bed. My dad didn't learn of this until many years after I told him about the hunchback stuff. So I guess he just forgot to fill me in. I lost contact with most of the other friends who had seen the shadow with me back in the day, so I don't know if any of them ever learned the truth, or if they'd even remember the shadow. Moral of the story: get blackout curtains if you don't want to become the subject of local ghost stories. This sort of counts. I remember my sister as a chronic thief when we were kids, less than 10 years old, but I was the only one who knew this. She was very sneaky and my parents never saw anything. I was very scared of her when we were younger, so I never told on her because I knew she would not hesitate to literally beat me up. Sometime after she had entered her teens, she stopped stealing shit all the time because others were starting to catch on to her, I guess, and she started claiming that everything I was remembering was fake. She had a story for every single item in her bedroom that I remembered as being stolen. Grandma gave that to me, my friend James gave that to me on Valentine's, I found that at the playground in 5th grade, etc. I never stole your wallet, you gave it to me. How can you not remember that? This gaslighting continued for 10 plus years and got the point where I started to believe that little kid me was making it all up because I didn't like her. I moved on and stopped trying to make her confess. One day, we are both now in our 30s, during a family game of Cards Against Humanity, some combo of cards came up and I was very drunk. And I shouted something at my sister about how the cards reminded me about the mysterious appearance of things in her room, and she finally confessed to all it in front of everyone. My parents were like, "Oh, that makes more sense than all those stories you told." I finally felt validated, but man, it kind of made me dislike her all over again. I'm going to go about this one in a longer way because of what it means to me, but I promise to all of you that hate dragged out story, I'm dropping a TLDR at the bottom. The first time we had a sleepover at my best friend's house, it was over the weekend of her 13th birthday, October 28th, 1997. Despite having eaten an actual meal before she and I and one other friend began our junk food binge for the night, I wound up with a horrible pain in my stomach. Had it just been from a lot of sugar, having some protein after with some Pepto should have made it better. It didn't. Throwing up to rid my body of whatever was bothering it should have made it feel better. It didn't. It was the first time I had even met her dad, and he drove all over the place at 1 to 2 a.m. in pouring rain, trying to find a place open to see what else they could find for my stomach, because my bestie did not want me to leave. I legitimately don't remember if I went home or not. This was her 13th birthday and I'm now 35, so it's a bit fuzzy, but I think I went home. I do know we had a do-over at my place the next weekend, so we didn't spend the whole night with me throwing up and her having to comfort me. I was violently ill, but whatever it was her dad picked up for me had antihistamines, and it felt like it helped some. Then I would suddenly start getting sick again. My parents gave me more Adderall when I was home the next day, and I slept all day and night long. When I woke in the morning, I finally felt better. My parents were sure it was because I had eaten pizza for dinner on top of all of the sugary treats, because I had a sensitivity to dairy. I used to be able to word it that way, or say I was semi-lactose intolerant. Now, it's definitely full-blown LI. That made no sense to me though, because as I said, it was a sensitivity at the time, and it took a lot of dairy throughout a few days or specific forms of dairy to even set my stomach off normally. Ice cream was a no-go, for example. I was drinking whole milk all the time at that point, though. My dad rarely made anything aside from pasta if he cooked, not for lack of knowing how to cook plenty of things. He just rarely did so I had a lot of mac and cheese, and my absolute favorite food was when my mom made her homemade pizza. I was fine at school on Monday, and deciding I knew my own body better than my parents could, I decided to use a hot lunch ticket instead of eating the sandwich my mom packed me out of concern for my stomach. That meant eating pizza. I knew if my stomach flipped out over it, and I had to go home, my folks would be pissed. I almost never was allowed to stay home from school as a kid, even if I was legitimately sick, unlike my little brother, who got away with faking everything, but I digress. That's a whole other subject matter for another post. So, I had my pizza for lunch. I had my little carton of chocolate milk. I had a second little carton, because one of my friends wanted my Capri Sun. Deal. I didn't have a single problem that entire day or that night. Nothing ever happened from it, so I knew there was no way pizza at my friend's house had made me sick either. I told my folks about my little experiment, thinking they would want to know what did or didn't bother me, allergy wise. Instead, I got my ass chewed and cracked for throwing out the sandwich and a lecture on wasting money. Not one other thing I had at the party or after was new to me in any way, nor did I have any recollection of any of those things bothering my stomach before. Not the pop, ginger ale, pizza or different kinds of candy, but mostly pixie sticks. My bestie and I talked about it now and again over the years when we would reminisce on our childhood. I had ruled out food poisoning, figuring there was no way it would have calmed over just a day, especially when no one else got sick. We just figured eventually that we would never know, so there was no point in trying to figure it out years later. Still, we both would wonder a bit from time to time, but had long ago stopped trying to figure out if it was something specific or just a bad gut ache. Fast forward to 2013. I, 28 now, was renting a room from a friend for a few months, and it was my first day off from my retail job post holidays. I decided I was doing absolutely nothing but playing World of Warcraft and decorating the giant gingerbread man cookies I had bought on post-holiday clearance. I'm sure you can mostly see where this is going. I broke off a hand of one of the two cookies and started munching on it while I decorated the other at my desk. I had barely finished the third bite of this cookie when my tongue started swelling up fast and tingling. My throat was doing the same, only my breathing was constricted. My throat was closing up. I have an extremely long list of allergies that I knew about up to that point, so keeping Benadryl on me was my go-to solution, and now I remember what the other thing was I couldn't recall. While speaking to my doctor recently, I have never carried an EpiPen. I forced 2 Benadryl capsules down my throat and kept sucking on my water bottle until they were down, trying not to let my body throw the water back up. I sat there in my computer chair, trying to force my body to let me take deep breaths, which was not an easy task. I figured if the swelling didn't go down at all in the next 10 minutes, I would drive myself to the hospital. To make sure someone knew what was going on, I messaged another friend in game. She's an IRL friend who lived just a couple streets over. I told her what happened, what I took, how long ago it was, and that I would still be sitting here talking in game if I stopped replying without a BRB or AFK and didn't answer my phone. Here was the address to tell 911. That all wound up unnecessary, thank God, because my throat had started to relax by the time 10 minutes had passed. The swelling in my tongue had gone down too, though both were still itchy and tingling quite a lot. By 20 minutes, my throat didn't feel too closed up anymore. My tongue had resumed almost back down to normal, but the itchiness was still there with both. I talked to my friend and played my game for another 5 minutes after throwing out all remnants of the gingerbread cookies and kit. At this point, a little over half an hour had passed. The drowsiness of the meds made me feel super tired, so I let my friend know I was going to go ahead and lay down, that I was setting an alarm and putting my phone out of reach, so I would have to get up to stop it. I set it to go off in 15 minutes, just to make sure I wasn't having any more trouble breathing. I would text her then and reset the alarm for an hour. All of that was unnecessary too, as I slept off most of the itchiness and I took another 2 capsules before bed that night. It was before going to sleep later that night that I realized what learning that I'm allergic to ginger meant. It was the ginger ale that had made me so sick that night 16 years earlier. It was the ginger ale that my bestie's parents were encouraging me to drink, which I thought made total sense to help calm my stomach. Both of our families are from Michigan, where it's one of those you know you're from, insert state here, moments applied to us, that we don't need Pepto-Bismol for a stomachache when there's Verner's. We were using the allergen trying to calm the reaction, and had no idea that was making it worse. I was so excited for a minute to call my bestie and tell her that I had figured it out after all this time, and in the worst possible way. I swiped up through my contact list, stopped at a name, hit the send button, and started moving the phone to my ear when it registered in my mind. I clicked the end call and just sat there for a minute staring at her name in the contact listing. I tried to hold back the tears that were coming. I couldn't call her and laugh at a little mystery finally solved because a texting driver had hit and killed her after she had walked her boys to school and was on her way home 14 months previously. It was exactly 2 weeks before she would have turned 28. I know this was an unnecessarily long way of telling the story I could have summed up in a paragraph or two. But even now, when any conversation comes up about allergies and what the scenario was that led somebody to learn about an allergy, my throat will feel tight for the whole other reason of never having been able to tell her. I've since told her oldest kid, also her oldest son, and in the fall of 2019, seeing him for the first time in 20 years, I got to tell her dad. It wasn't the same, and I hate it. She is the one person I immediately wanted to talk to over such a brief moment in my life that explained one memory of a brief moment of our lives, and I just hate that I can't do that. TLDR, got violently ill with horrible stomach pain at my first sleepover with my bestie for her 13th birthday back in 1997. Tried ginger ale to make it feel better and got sick again. Spent 16 years having no idea what caused it till I ate some gingerbread and nearly went into anaphylaxis. Briefly was excited to call and tell my bestie that I solved it, then remembered that she was killed just over a year before. I grew up in a trailer park. I didn't realize trailer parks had negative connotations surrounding them for a while. For anyone outside the US, trailer parks consist of cheap houses that can actually be moved from location to location. They are known for having poor scummy criminals. Well, the one I lived in was actually pretty nice. The landlord was a hard ass that took some of the rules pretty seriously. You couldn't be a felon and live there. You couldn't be a sex offender and be in the park at all. You also couldn't deal drugs in the park and get away with it. Kids played out there all the time. It was definitely safe. Well, apparently my friends' parents didn't think so. I had many friends tell me they couldn't play outside when they were at my house. At first I thought this might be a rule parents make for their children when they play at any friend's house. Nope, it was a rule for my house specifically because I lived in a trailer. Once I was old enough to realize what was going on, about 13 years old, it made me really uncomfortable. I stopped having friends over altogether. Once in high school I was walking to Target near one of my friend's houses. As we passed, she pointed to a house and said a sex offender lives there. I asked when he had moved in. She said he had lived there most of her life and she was taught to avoid the house. The real kicker is her parents wouldn't let her play outside at my house, yet they lived a block down from a sex offender and never bothered to tell my parents or myself. They assumed their neighborhood was safer because they all lived in actual houses. I found out how the garage door opener displays actually worked. I loved going to Sears. Sears had these displays where they had scale model garage door openers and the worm gear would shuffle the part which connected to the door back and forth. The amazing thing about these displays were that there wasn't a button to operate them. These were special openers, probably very premium, which would work instantly with a clap. You've never seen anything like this before. They were mounted on a display, just a little out of reach for a 5-7-year-old, but it was the most exciting part of any trip to the store. Clap your hands once, and it would immediately jump to life. Clap again and it would return. Eventually, when my brother was older, I'd take him to see the display, pushing the stroller, parked a couple feet away, so that he'd have the best view. I clapped. Nothing happened. I clapped again, nothing was working. The display was now head high, so I could actually see everything more closely. Everything looked the same, maybe a newer model. Would they get rid of the clapping feature? That seemed like such a huge selling point. I went to find a sales rep. I explained to him that their display wasn't working. I dragged him over and clapped my hands to show that it was broken, and this time the motor roared to life. I was delighted. Each time we went, the display was less and less reliable. Sometimes it would work, but sometimes it wouldn't. I told my dad that it was broken and dragged him over to show him. My dad hung back near the clothes rack across the aisle. I walked up to the display and gave perhaps one of the loudest claps of my young life. It was working again. Proud that I fixed it, I looked over at my dad, expecting him to be proud of me as well, and his face was almost bright red with a grin from ear to ear. He tried to hide behind one hand. His other hand, I realized, was holding a garage remote. It was a long con he had played me for years. I'm very late to this thread so no one will probably read it, but I wanted to share this story for so long now and never had the opportunity to do so. So here it is. It's quite long, so there is a TLDR on the bottom if you don't want to read it all. When I was a young girl I had dance classes. Once every 2 years our dance school would perform in the old theater in my city. The normal dressing rooms were reserved for the adults and teenagers, so the younger children had to get changed in a room that was usually one of the cloakrooms of the theater. I was 6 or 7 at the time, so I changed in the cloakroom. This room was quite big with 2 doors. One was the entrance and the other door on the opposite side of the room was closed. We were told by our dance teacher and parents that we were not allowed to open that door, and we got reminded of that almost constantly. Of course we all got curious about what was behind that door, but since we were all supervised by our parents no one dared to open the door. So nothing happened. Years later, I'm a teenager in high school and a theater project started with some other schools around where I lived. You could get extra credits for joining the project, and you would have no classes for a week because of performances and rehearsals. But I obviously joined out of interest for the arts. Usually my school reserved the auditorium for this yearly project, but they had another project planned at the same time. So for our project they rented out a theater in my city. You guessed it, it was the old theater. So during dinner break before the final performance, I decided to explore the old theater a bit, hoping to find something cool. While walking through the building, I suddenly remembered that faking door from 10 years ago. And so I went out on a mission to find it again, and to see what was behind it. Finding it again was easy, since cloakrooms are usually near the entrance of buildings. Also it was faking imprinted into my memory, because I was so curious about it back then. So there I was, I found it again. The door. The "you're not allowed to open that or else" door. I was so excited. I kinda expected it to be locked, but I put my hand on the door handle and darkness. The door was heavy, so it closed behind me. The only light I had when I entered was from the emergency exit sign above the door. Next to me, I saw bags of crisps in a big box, and in front of me some kind of cage. I quickly grabbed my phone and turned on the torch. And boy, it was glorious. In the open cage was the booze storage of the theater. It was an euphoric feeling for teenage me. I had never seen so many different kinds of strong drinks before. And well, I also never tasted most of those before. So naturally I took a sip from every bottle. Those that I liked I drank some more from. And so I was drunk during the performance. For some reason none of the teachers noticed or cared. The day afterwards I was sick, lol TLDR. Teenage me found the booze storage of a theater and got drunk. This story is about my grandpa, my dad's dad. He has been gone for almost 7 years now. I didn't even realize that I had a relevant story or that there was a mystery that needed solving until about a year ago, shortly after my 25th birthday. So my grandpa had this really cool lamp that could only turn on/off when you clapped your hands. It only worked if all of the grandkids clapped our hands together, and sometimes it did not work at all. When this happened, when it did not work, my grandpa would clap with us, and the light would suddenly turn on. Every now and then, some of us would try to make it turn on/off while he wasn't there, and it would never work. We were all pretty young, all under 6, and we definitely thought that either my grandpa or the lamp was magical. I got to my elementary school years and kind of blew it off, since I had seen some TV show where someone had some similar mechanism to a light that responded to clapping. I thought that maybe it was an older lamp and it didn't work as well all the time, and this is why it worked when my grandpa helped. No more magical lamp. Mystery solved. Or so I thought. I recently told my boyfriend about my grandpa's cool lamp. He absolutely blew my mind when he said that my grandpa was probably just controlling the light switch at the wall while we were distracted. I had never gone back to reconsider the mechanism to this lamp. Hell, I haven't even thought about this lamp in more than a decade. Anyway, he tells me that my grandpa probably just flipped the switch when we weren't looking and while we were trying really hard to clap our hands. No way. I felt for sure that I would have been suspicious if he was standing near the wall every time the light went off, even though I was pretty young. I thought back and realized that this didn't really make sense though, since my grandpa wasn't always in the same place when the light turned off/on. Maybe he had my grandma reach her hand in the room and flick the switch while we weren't looking. It made me sad that the lamp wasn't nearly as cool as I had thought. Mystery solved, I guess. But wait, there's more. Even more recently, I told my dad about it. My dad laughed for a good 5 minutes. Apparently the lamp had a corded foot switch that my grandpa repositioned every now and then to mess with us. My dad couldn't believe that it had taken me this long to realize that there was some trickery going on. I didn't think my grandpa, had much of a sense of humor until I figured this out. It made me love him so much more. Thanks for messing with us, Grandpa. Lol. Okay, so my mom, dad and brother all have brown eyes. I have blue, and never really thought much about it until I started learning genetics in school and thought okay, am I adopted? I always felt like I wasn't fully in touch with my family, but whatever, as far as I knew that was my mom, dad, and brother since my first memories. Not long after my mom sat me down to talk and broke the news that the man I was calling my father was actually not biologically my dad and my brother was only my half brother. My biological dad was an abusive coke addict, and my mother left him a week after I was born because she realized that was not the man she wanted me to grow up to be. I received this news at age 12 and 3 years later my mom tells me that she found my sister, my half sister, same father. She was 18 and I was 15, and it was hard trying to keep a steady relationship, but we did fun stuff every month or so until we just lost touch. At age 17 I found out where my father lived and found out I had another half sister who was 16, only a few months younger than me. I hated it. He was still in her life abusing her and her mother, and I was the lucky one to have escaped without any contact with him. I wish it was me. I wish both my sisters never had to deal with him and that I took the 18 years of pain instead. There is a lot more detail to this story, but for now I'll keep it short. I still haven't met my second sister, but have found out she has been out of contact from our father for a few years now. I don't know what he looks like because I refuse to see pictures of him, because if I ever came across him in real life I would kill him with my bare hands. And no, that's not a joke, I want him dead and I'm the kind of guy that does not wish death on anybody, but this man has ruined the lives of people I love and that's unforgivable. Once, in the morning, before I went to Rome on a high school trip, my father came to wake me. He told me, could you come down for a moment? I thought it was either something really bad or just some stuff for the trip, but it felt off a little. I went down and there were my dad and stepmother sitting at the table. They told me to sit down and also told me what was going on. Apparently, a piece of their built-in expensive coffee machine went missing. My brother wasn't home. My little sister, she was 3, couldn't have done because she was too small, so I must have done it. Completely confused about the situation, I told them I didn't do it, but they wouldn't have it and it escalated. I was anxious and confused, which made me look really guilty. I wasn't going to leave before I confessed, they told me. Then the situation escalated. If I didn't do it, there had been thieves and they had to replace all the locks and call the police. They asked if that is what I wanted. I got pissed and told them to call the police. My stepmother had the phone in her hands and was failing numbers, but eventually stopped. Having to admit she bluffed pissed her off more, and she went as far as blaming me for losing me keys at my mother, who lived 80 km away. She must have stolen the key, drove all the way, and stole only that little piece. She was really disrespectful about my mother and I snapped. I just walked away and went to a friend. Fast forward, when I was in Rome I received a text message. They had called the company that built the machine and apparently there was a little mechanism that would rotate the piece 90 degrees, because then you have to clean it. Just the explanation, no apology. Bastards. I had a little Russian hamster when I was around 11. It was super friendly and always wanted to play and be picked up. About a month or so after we got it, its personality took a sharp turn. It was suddenly extremely aggressive and bit me whenever I tried to go anywhere near it. I think part of me noticed that it didn't look quite the same, but I thought that was due to what looked to me like a huge tumor on its underside. It was a fleshy pink color and was absolutely enormous. It fluctuated in size and part of it could almost be as long as its body. I thought it must be in horrible pain with it, and that was why it had suddenly become so aggressive. Asked my mum to take it to the vet. She kept saying, "Oh no, it's fine, don't worry about it." I was so upset and annoyed because why wasn't she helping? Why did she let it suffer? Eventually I had to let it go, always feeling upset when I tried to play with it and it wouldn't have it, and it lasted about a year where my mum told me it had died through the medium of song. Now fast forward years later to when my mum told me the full story. One day she went to check on my hamster and it was dead. My mum panicked as we'd only had it a month and she knew that I would get super upset if I knew that it had died. So she calls my uncle, who is a bit of a character, to find one that looks like it to replace it. He got the coloring right, but the size was a little off. However, that was far from the most prominent difference. You know the fleshy growth that I mentioned? Yeah, that was its enormous hamster dick. It was a seriously well endowed hamster. Honestly, it could probably have got a world record for the longest hamster business. It was that faking big. So obviously my mum said that we can't have that. Faking, look at it. She'll notice. My uncle said that I probably wouldn't, and having no other option my mum had to put it in the cage and pretend like nothing had changed. TLDR, I woke up one day to find that my sweet hamster had turned aggressive and had a massive growth. Years later it turned out that my original hamster had died and the replacement had an enormous dung. This isn't my story, it's my grandfather's. When he was 7 he lived in a small country town untouched by the modern world. No electricity, no cars. A steam train brought people to the town. Most people were illiterate. One day, the neighbor's wife went missing. She had just given birth to a baby, and the whole town searched for days in the bush. A rider headed to the nearby city to fetch the constable, but they found no leads. My grandfather remembered his mother comforting the woman's husband in the kitchen by the old wood stove, before he was gently told to walk away. Like many others, it was assumed the young mother had got lost in the bush never to be found, but why she took her little girl was a mystery. No trace was ever found. 2 generations rose and fell. 2 world wars ravaged the world. In time, everyone forgot. Then, when he was 93, my grandfather received a letter from New Zealand. It was from an older woman who had discovered an old diary of her mother's and found the truth about her identity. Her mother had had an affair and fallen pregnant, and in fear and shame had fled the state and finally the country. She had remarried in New Zealand and kept it a secret the rest of her life until her daughter, now an old woman herself, had found the diary and set about trying to find someone from that little town who was still alive and could tell her more. In 1913 New Zealand may as well have been on another planet. The only messaging was expensive telegraphs or writing a letter most of the town couldn't read. My great grandparents died never knowing the truth. My grandfather, before he died, mused that if he'd only had a time machine he would have gone back and told them all the truth. When I was around 11, I remember being in a stranger's car with my mom. An expensive sports car. My parents were already gracefully making their decisive steps towards their divorce. Of course, for the sake of inputting dreadful memories inside my head, the divorce happened only after 7 years, when I was about to leave town for my studies. Yes, studies were an excuse to go away. The stranger's car thing took place a couple of times. After the divorce, my mother moved to a new apartment and my father left town. Here I'm at my 18, seeing the same car as then outside a fancy house, right the next block of my mother's new house. I rejected the coincidence possibility, since the town is a very small one. I didn't know what and how to think of my mom. She could be very jealous, but one thing I was sure is that she couldn't lie about those things, at least effectively. So, the pieces got together when I went to visit my dad. After endless grumbling at one point he asked me directly, "Do you remember that guy with the blue Subaru back then? Your mother was faking, that piece of shit." He also told me about others coming to him constantly, reporting to him of my mother's unfaithfulness and many more. The last 4 years my mother lives in Sweden, and I haven't been in my hometown the last 3. I didn't and don't have the guts to ask her directly. The true sad fact is that my dad wasn't a good husband, and I kind of understand if that's the case. The main mystery remains officially unsolved, but at least I got to identify this man and finally understand why I was seeing him quite often back then. Unsolved mystery I Google every once in a while. TLDR, close friend's father likely killed the mom and buried her body near their house. It didn't occur to me at all that he was a suspect. No smartphones and easy news for a kid, so I spent the night and hung out with my friend not knowing the dad was under surveillance. So one weekend my friend tells me his mom disappeared. His dad and her went to a local mall and, after they ran into an old friend of hers that the dad didn't know, separated to do some shopping. The mom went shopping alone. Hours later dad can't find mom and eventually calls cops. Unbeknownst to me, and likely my friend, the dad was the prime suspect. Mall security cameras only saw him the mall that day. Also, shortly after she disappeared he had their dog put down claiming a mysterious illness, and that the dog went nuts and attacked him. The police suspected that the dog kept escaping their yard and running to the open land behind their home where the body may be. At one point, when he was interrogated, he refused to remove the bandage on his arm that he claimed was for the dog bite. I can't recall if they ever forced him to remove it or they actually confirmed a bite. Anyway, no body ever found. About a year later my friend and his dad moved, and I heard some years later that the dad killed himself. I found out all of this from my parents many years later. They told me that detectives were in pretty constant contact with them since I was a regular fixture at the house. What happened to my dad when he got a disease and moved out for a year? I was 7 when my dad was in the hospital, and the only thing my mom would tell me was he has a disease. She wouldn't tell me what, but he was a smoker and I knew smoking could give you lung cancer, so I was convinced that's what it was and that he was going to die. I also knew that he had quit smoking for 4 years. He had smoked all my life, but my sister is exactly 4 years and 6 days older than me, so I did the math and figured he had quit smoking when she was born and started again when I was. I thought my existence was so stressful for him, he went back to it because of me, and that I was the reason he got sick. Cause I was a kid and kids think the entire world revolves around them. After he was released from the hospital, he was sleeping on the pull-out sofa downstairs. I figured it was because he was sick and this way he didn't have to climb all the way upstairs. One night I was woken up by my mom and led to my aunt's car with my sister and a suitcase already packed for us. We spent a week or so with our aunt and uncle, and they took us to the Rainforest Cafe and let us rent lots of movies and eat ice cream in the middle of the day. At the time I thought it was because they didn't have kids of their own and didn't know they weren't supposed to spoil us like that. When school resumed from Easter break, my teacher came over to me one day in lunch to say how sorry she was about my parents and how hard it was for kids when their parents divorce, and that I could always talk to her. I was shocked and told her they weren't getting a divorce. I knew my dad was at a motel, but all my mom had told me was that my dad was moving to be closer to his job. My teacher hugged me and gave me this sad look, and I didn't understand why. My dad eventually moved in with a coworker who lived down the street from his job and my sister, and I got to visit him and see him at family parties. My mom made us go to this group with other kids who had parents they didn't see often, and a lady made us draw pictures about what we were feeling, and there were stupid videos but free cookies. One day my mom had a babysitter for us at night because my dad was taking her out on a date. Soon after he moved back in, and things went back to normal, and I was quite smug that my teacher was wrong about the divorce after all. It wasn't until after my dad died, when I was in my early 20s, that I learned the disease he struggled with at the time was alcoholism, and that he was a high-functioning alcoholic, and had started drinking again to cope with the pain after a bad car accident he was in when I was young. I also found the hospitalization record saying he was being treated for depression, which hit me pretty hard because I had suffered silently with it for years and had just started treatment for it weeks before he passed, and I had never told him about it. Suddenly the spoiling from my aunt, sad hug from my teacher, group therapy all started to make sense. But of all the people who knew, nobody ever told me exactly what was happening at the time. My mom swears she told me it was a drinking problem, and that I was probably just too young to understand, but I don't recall that. I just recall asking her what's wrong with daddy and her repeating he has a disease, with exasperation until I stopped. Still boggles me how I spend a good portion of my childhood steeped in self-loathing, blaming myself for my dad getting sick, and moving out when it truly had nothing to do with me at all. Explain stuff to your kids in ways they can understand, people. When I was very small, this man used to come to our house and demand it. It was his house and he wanted it. I had no idea what was going on. I was around 4 when the man sold his house and moved away. He would attack my mum, they'd scream, shout, they would get physical. I had memories of him jabbing her in the breasts with his fingers while I sat in my pushchair. Now, my dad had died a few months before I was born. I knew nothing about him, not even his name. My mum would get so mad if I asked any questions about him, violent mad. I knew my mum had me late at 36, but this is where it gets messed up. I found out at 18 the man up the road was my half brother. I found out a year or so ago that when I was born, that man was 29. I also found out I have a half sister who is 36 years older than me. She is the same age as my mum. I found out my dad was 25 years older than my mum. He died at 61 years old, not in his 40s, like she had told me. I also found out my mum and dad were married for 3 years, not 10. I also found out my dad's first wife died a year before they were married. Now it all makes sense. Why that man hated my mum so much, why he wanted to take the house. I honestly don't blame him for being so angry. I'm not in contact with my mum. I don't blame him for hating her. It was a totally messed up situation. My grandparents were younger than my freaking dad. I don't know much more. I probably never will. The only relative I'm in contact with an older cousin, and a younger, but she is a lot younger than me, and he has no memories of my mum being with my dad. He knows nothing about my dad. I found my half brother and sister. I also found their kids, but I haven't bothered messaging them. My mum said they never wanted me. I'm inclined to believe her. Her family never wanted me, and made it very clear. I know no one from my dad's. I have a few memories of them, but nothing more. I don't blame them if they didn't want to know me. Even though I'm not in contact with my mum, I'm still her kid. When I was 12, I had the strangest experience. It was at my friend's birthday sleepover party. She had invited 4 kids, including me, and we'd had a really great time. We watched movies, and played Singster on the PlayStation, and played card games and Truth or Dare. The next morning, we decided to watch another movie, Shark Boy and Lava Girl. Midway through the movie, the birthday girl paused the movie to gawk at Taylor Lautner. The other girls all started laughing and calling him cute. Even as a kid, I kind of cringed at this LMAO. I was laughing along with the rest of the kids when suddenly I felt this deep, black pit open up inside my stomach. I suddenly felt too small, too big, too visible. Yet nobody could see me or hear me. I suddenly had this horrible feeling that the world was ending, and I was the only person who knew about it. I just had this deep sick sense of dread. I didn't know where it was coming from, or what was happening. I just felt like everything in the world was about to end very soon. I stood very still, just trying to wrap my head around what I was experiencing, when one of the girls noticed my strange behavior and asked if I was okay. I started crying, but I couldn't explain why. I just told everyone I had a stomachache. Then I called my dad and asked him to pick me up. For years I had no idea what had happened to me. I didn't know what to think. On the car ride home, it was sunny. I remember that. I just stared into space, trying to process everything, trying to formulate the words. I didn't even tell my dad about it. I just couldn't articulate what had happened. I'm 25 now, and I can safely say that was my first panic attack LMAO. I've only had a few of them in my lifetime, but I've experienced plenty of anxiety. It's much easier to cope with once you know what is happening and you have a plan to calm yourself down. I wish I could go back and explain that to 12-year-old me. Poor girl really needed a hug. Not really a mystery, but something that plagued my mind for about 20 years. When I was a kid, maybe 6 or 7, I saw a cartoon movie about a boy and a bunch of talking books. I thought it was great and carried on with my life. Ever since then I've been trying to figure out what the fuck that movie was. I've Google searched for approximately 2 decades to try and find what it was called so I could relive my childhood. Obviously, I came up unsuccessful every time. I didn't even know which phrases to Google to get close to it, since I remember it being cartoon and having no actors to try and go off. Plus, when I was little I was probably shit at Google anyway. Well, about a month or 2 ago, for whatever reason, I decided I wanted to see what Macaulay Culkin was up to. I think it had something to do with me thinking about Scott Pilgrim and relating back to him through his brother, Kieran. Anyway, I end up going through his filmography on Wikipedia and clicking on random movies. Home Alone, Ripper, Richie Rich, Classic, My Girl, Oh Damn the Feels. Finally I find a film called The Pajamaster, and I had no clue what the fuck that was, but I click it anyway. Well, fuck me sideways, if this wasn't the exact movie that had slowly been driving me crazy for most of my life. Here's the thing, it's initially live action, and then the cheeky filmmakers decide to convert little old Macaulay into a cartoon version of himself along with the rest of the movie. The film even has Patrick Stewart in it, but I didn't recognize him or his bald head because he's a faking talking book. The weight that was lifted off my shoulders by this discovery was immeasurable. My mind was finally clear, and now I have another great movie in my gallery to show my daughter. So yeah, Macaulay Culkin, what a guy. I only had one living grandpa as a kid, and he was kinda odd. He didn't behave like other adults. My grandmother had a southern accent, but my grandpa talked really funny to the point I couldn't always understand him. He was always the first person in bed at night and the last person up in the morning. He would randomly decide it was time to do a thing, and then we'd all have to drop everything and do that thing. For instance, one Memorial Day he decided my parents' house needed better ventilation, and then he and my dad spent the whole weekend installing a new attic fan. But other times, you'd talk to him, and he wouldn't even respond. One day he randomly bought a brand new car that he didn't need and couldn't afford. Then he fell and broke his arm, but refused to let us take him to the ER, insisting he was fine. Later that week, my sister and I were sent out of the house for a while, because a lady is coming to talk to Pop and sometimes he gets mad during that. 3 weeks later, he was dead. After the funeral, my uncle started acting really mad about everything and then was taken to the hospital. I asked if we were going to visit, but they said this type of hospital didn't allow it. It was half a decade before my parents admitted that both my grandpa and uncle had bipolar disorder. The trouble talking was slurring because Pop self-medicated. The extra sleeping was depressive behavior. The random projects, purchases, and odd decisions were manic episodes. The lady was a social worker trying to convince him to accept help, but he wouldn't because he tried to get help in the 1950s and been traumatized by the terrible mental hospital conditions in those days. And my uncle's mysterious hospital stay was a suicide watch because his father's death had triggered him. No visitors wasn't a hospital policy, they just didn't want me to see him like that. Life really makes a lot more sense when you're able to realize what things aren't normal adult behavior, but actual symptoms of a mental illness. There's a mystery I still haven't solved. My grandmother in Mexico died when my dad was 9. No one knows what really happened except for my father and his siblings. There was rumors of a car accident or an accidental gunshot, but no one knows. I can't bear to bring it up to my 73-year-old father because he always gets distant and despondent when I ask. I think I've directly asked him 2 to 3 times, but inferred more times. What I do know, from pieced together stories, is that my grandmother was my grandfather's mistress. My grandfather was a wealthy Mexican and his family was said to have owned a lot of land. Some of the land was even stolen by Pancho Villa. My grandfather was like an heir, I guess, born on the same day and year as Hitler, and was a charismatic playboy, I think. Anyways, lots of stories about this guy. Expert marksman, riding horseback to Texas to compete in competitions. Rode a motorcycle scooter thing and got hit by a trolley/bus and was fine. Thrown in a cell with his brother by Pancho Villa's guys when they gave them money instead of joining them to fight. He, 60s, had a whole family with a wife and some kids. There was no secret of his mistress, 20s. She had 4 of his kids. They lived on the same property in another house. My grandmother's mother also lived there. My dad was, and still is, BFFs with his cousin, my dad's half-nephew, who is a year older than him. When my grandmother died, my dad and his siblings moved in with my grandfather's other family. For about 6 years. Until the oldest sister got married to a Mexican American living in Michigan. She took along my dad and aunt. Oldest brother/my uncle came along later. My dad grew up to be a well-rounded, straight-edge dude. He's told me so much else, but won't talk about this. I'm running out of time to find out what happened. I called a private investigator who said that all records in Mexico are not digital and most have to be located physically. Thus, financially impossible for myself to fund him in the US, and I'm too scared to go there myself. Sad but true. I kind of wondered if my grandfather had a role in my grandmother's death. Like if it was so bad that it can't be spoken about, what else could it be? My father was never close with his father, but never shut him out. Only my brother, who was a baby, got to meet my grandfather along with my mom when they went to visit everyone in Mexico one year. My grandfather died right before the 80s. I wonder if I'll ever discover the truth. If you have any tips, please let me know. TLDR, I don't think I'll ever discover the mystery of my grandmother's death. My father died when I was 4, and he had a large 4-foot x 4 feet safe in the basement that only he knew the combination to. Growing up, I always dreamed of opening it. We tried to crack it a few times using a stethoscope, and my mother thought she found the combination one day too, but it never opened. I always dreamed of what was in it. I was told he collected coins, but nothing for sure. When I was 33, my wife and I bought the house from my mother. I started doing research into the safe itself and was able to find who made it and that it was likely an old bank safe. I also found the procedure to opening the lock. It is not the standard left as a master lock, but we still did not have the combination, so we never got it open. Fast forward 3 years later, as we are remodeling the basement storage area under the stairs, where my mother always stored canned goods. There were a series of shelves that I was removing. As I was removing the bottom shelf, I flipped it over to carry it out, and there was some writing on the bottom. When I saw it, I immediately knew what it was. It was the combination. I immediately stopped what I was doing and wrote it down on a piece of paper. I went straight over to the safe and tried opening it. It still took a few tries to open, but it finally opened. The safe was full of stuff. My mother's original driver's license certificate from the 60s, one of her SSN cards, my brother's and I birth records, and a lot of coins. Many silver dollars, some collector coin packs, and a lot of loose coins. We went through everything that night, piece by piece, building more memories of my father. My family rarely talks about him, other than I'm very much like him, so it was a treat to get a glimpse of his life. We now use the safe to store our important documents and computer backups along with what he put in it. Nothing has been removed that was originally in it. I have gone 35 years with that stuff in it. Why not another 35 years? My parents were both in the RNR, Naval Reserves, and my mother, in particular, was the commanding officer of a huge unit on the coast. My dad was a lieutenant and never really had any aspirations to rise above that. He was the parade leader and loves that aspect of the job, the traditions and pomp and circumstances of it. It was a hugely important part of his life that he took very seriously, often volunteering for active duty work and traveling for duties. When I was about 12, my dad suddenly stopped traveling with us whenever we went to functions and appeared in uniform less and less, right up until the moment he missed the Battle of the Atlantic Parade, which I could not understand. I tried to ask him about it, and he just laughed it off, telling me that he was happy doing other things now, getting back into sports and other things, and would actually not be going back to the RNR at all. For years and years I was confused about this. I had no idea what was with this huge and sudden change of heart. I cannot express the extent to which my parents being in the RNR was a foundation in my childhood, and suddenly everything was different. I found out, not 2 years ago at the age of 25, that my mother, upon finding out my father was planning to divorce her, unrelated to any RNR thing, had manufactured a scenario where my dad disobeyed an order from a superior and had summarily court-martialed him. My dad was, on taxpayer money, flown around the country to multiple hearings, pled guilty to disobedience. He never denied it after the fact, and was eventually put before a military judge in Fastlane. The case was thrown out by the judge in under 5 minutes, but my dad was so exhausted by the ordeal and convinced my mother would try something like this again that he retired from the RNR immediately. Of all the reasons I thought he'd give, when I finally felt I could ask, all these years later, "Your mum court-martialed me," was not what I was expecting. The case of the missing fritters. About 5 years my cousin had a sleepover. We lived in an apartment at the time, and it was very small. To give some perspective, it was 2-bedroom, but we had to fit my mom, my stepdad, my brother and me, so my brother, my cousin and I decided to all just sleep in the living room and watch scary movies. Late at night we decided to walk to the store and get some snacks. I got my usual hot Cheetos and my cousin grabbed that damned bag of fritters. We go home, eat a little bit, and then pass out. We wake up, and I start snacking, and my cousin goes, "Where's my fritters?" My brother and I are like, "Where you set them maybe?" But he said they were gone. So we searched the whole apartment, including the trash, and never found it. When my mom got off work we began questioning her, and then later my stepdad, and here's how it played out. So we all stayed up until 5 AM watching movies. My mom wakes up at 6, stepdad at 6:30. They both leave for work at 7. So the fritters disappeared somewhere from 5 to 6 AM. We all know for a fact it wasn't my mom cause she hates all chips that aren't pork rinds, and we know it wasn't my cousin because they were his. So the suspects are me, my brother, and my stepdad. My mom said she never saw my stepdad go near the last location of the fritters or my brother. Fast forward and my stepdad and mom ended up splitting, and I recently saw him in the store where I asked him, "Hey, remember 5 years ago when my cousin's fritters went missing? You take him?" He laughed and said no. I then told my cousin and we both came to the conclusion it was my brother. We just don't know what he did with the bag. Grew up in a really small rural town in the late 60s through to the early 80s. Had 4 cousins. We'll call them 1, 2, 3, and 4. The youngest, obviously 4, was my age, so we were really close, and I spent a lot of time over there. 1 was a lot older than us, like 10 years. He was so different from the other 3, like so much so it was hard to imagine how he was even related. The other 3 had a super distinct look that was specific to my uncle, which was the connection to my side of the family. Anyway, it wasn't just one's looks, it was his personality, just everything. And he and uncle had a really tense relationship. Everyone just always said he took after his mom, whose family was from a different town so completely unknown to us. Fast forward 30 years. I'm visiting 4. She's in the bathroom, and I'm looking at all the photos in her living room, and I see this old picture of all 4 kids when they were young, all at an age I wouldn't have known the older ones, because I would have been a baby. But my mind is like, what's going on? Why is there a picture of 2, 3, and 4 with that other kid from a hometown, but who is actually too young to be on Omegod? At 11 years old, 1 looked identical to a kid from town, who was about 2 years older than us. Race home, phone my 80-year-old dad. Holy shit, are you kidding me? 1's dad is actually so and so. 1's dad was never uncle. And he just chuckles. Oh, well, nobody really talks about that. Classic, an open secret small towns have where everyone just agrees to pretend. Kinda late, but I feel like I have to tell the mystery of the rogue condom. Me and my brother were hanging out in my room. My sister walks in, makes a surprised face, picking up something off the dresser. We gather around. It's a condom. We're all decently young. I knew it wasn't me who left it there. My brother swore it wasn't him. I had pretty good reason to believe it wasn't him, since he wasn't with anyone romantically and hung around a very conservative crowd. We also couldn't think of any friends that would have left it there. The three of us start to suspect that maybe it belonged to our parents. My sister and I convince my brother to ask my dad about it, but my dad has no idea where it came from. Condom gets thrown away. We all come to different conclusions. My mom and brother suspect a close friend, who was dating a lot at the time, somehow left it there despite the lack of evidence. I ended up suspecting my brother may have been running some tests or something. But still, that mystery always hung in the back of my mind. Until years later for the big reveal. We are out at this big ranch house where my sister's wedding would be taking place in the next couple days. People are drinking. My sister and some of the bridesmaids start acting funny. That's when I get curious and ask what's going on, and my sister admits to the whole thing. She put the condom there. She went on to tell the story. Her and our cousin were hanging out at a convenience store and my sister thinks it would be funny to buy condoms. She convinces our cousin to buy a whole box of them, but once they have the condoms, they have no idea what to do with them. My sister decides to just keep one and let the cousin keep the box, but my sister still doesn't know what to do with it. But an evil idea started to form. She decided it would be funny to leave the condom on the dresser in my room and see what chaos would play out if one of us or our parents found it. The thing was, no one noticed it. A whole week went by and we didn't even see it. So she decides to take matters into her own hands and discover the condom on her own while my brother and I are in the room, which led to the whole thing. A few days go by and she's sitting in the car with our mom, who is talking to her about the condom and trying to deduce the culprit among us and our friends. My sister starts to feel guilty and makes the mental note in that moment that she would confess, but not until she was married. And there I was, days before her wedding, when she confessed to me the truth, concluding the mystery of the rogue condom. Edit, spelling, grammar, and structure. So when I was a kid I noticed that my dad would only spend the night at home 2 days by 2 days. He would sleep the night at home 2 days and the next 2 days out. So I was curious to why is that. So I asked my mom why is that. She answered that he works and gets shifts in Arrow. Sounds dumb but I was a kid, so I was satisfied with the answer. And took it, didn't ask about that again, since I really didn't give a shit about my dad's stuff, and didn't ask my dad, because my dad wasn't the emotional type, so the extent of the relationship between me and my dad always was like, hey dad, I have a problem, can you help me fix it? Yes, okay good. We didn't have a strong bond, to say the least. Anyway, fast forward years later, when I was in 3rd year of middle school. So I was a teen 13-year-old at the time. A new classmate came to our class, and that classmate had the same family name as me. So I was like, this can't be just a faking coincidence. Same name, same age, same small town. We must be related in some way, maybe a distant family member that I don't know of. So I went to him with the intent to befriend him and see how related we are. So I asked him about his dad, maybe I know him, his name, what he works where and all that jazz. Turns out his dad is my dad. We are half brothers. Turns out my dad practices polygamy and my mom is the second wife and I have 7 half siblings. That was like my biggest what the fuck moment of my entire life. So moral of the story, I have a strong aversion to polygamy and I think it should be illegal because it's unfair and a source of problems. Even though theoretically without it, I wouldn't have existed. Also good thing that Reddit is anonymous. When I was maybe 5 or 6, I heard a song on TV in a commercial, but being 5 or 6, I didn't care enough to be like, what's that song / who sings it, but I knew I liked it. Fast forward to about age 16 to 17, the chorus had randomly popped into my head many times over the years, and I was determined to get to the bottom of it, and I googled what I thought were the lyrics, which ended up being wrong anyway, as I later found out. And looked many bands up on MySpace that I thought it might be by to listen to the songs they had to see if any of them were my mystery song. I even did the same thing just a few years ago when streaming services / YouTube were readily available. Nothing. Until early last year, that is, 20 years after first hearing this song, and never again. I was watching a random video by Todd in the Shadows. If you don't know who he is, he does music reviews on things like bands with one-hit wonders and usually references other songs while doing so, and at one point in the video he played the chorus of the song I'd been looking for. Finally I had actual audio to go with my memory of the audio, something I had not had before. I immediately used SoundHound on it. Nothing. But I wasn't giving up, now that I had a sound clip, and thanks to someone on the Top of Mitang subreddit, I linked to the video and asked, and was given the answer to the song, stuck in my head for over 20 years. I felt so successful after hearing it all the way through, and it's barely been in my head at all since. For anyone curious, it was Far Behind by Candlebarks. Little me thought the chorus was yeah 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 and that's all I had to go by, which you can imagine why googling never worked, haha. Found out my parents were never married. They pretended to be for my entire life. My mother died 14 years ago, and I just figured it out this year. My mother even put on a fake wedding for family and friends to fake it. I saw the pics, which is why I didn't question it. But some things just didn't add up, like she and I were on Medicaid, even though my father was financially stable. She didn't have my father's last name. She was on Section 8, and I remember her lying and saying she lived alone, and only with me, even though my father lived with me. I got in trouble in school when I was 7 for giving my real address at school, cause my mother lied about where we lived. I used to get free lunch at school, and never knew why, because we weren't poor. Turns out my mother was just lying and scamming the government for years. I was oblivious to this when I was helping my father with some financial and housing stuff, and realized how much the government knows about it, everyone. Then I started thinking about different things in my childhood and how shit didn't add up, and how there's no way my mother could have hidden so much from the government, and the only way she could get away with the things she did was if the government never knew she was married to my father. And since they know everything, then there's no way they could have ever been married. So out of the blue I asked, and my father confirmed they never were. It faked me up for a few days, and I felt kind of betrayed that I was lied to my entire life. It also made me realize my mother really wasn't a good person. I knew before I was born she wasn't, because everyone said so, even my dad. But they all said she changed after I was born. She cleaned her life up and became righteous and went to church every week, settled down and had a family, and come to find out it was all just a lie. So much was wrong with her looking back now, and I just couldn't see it when I was a kid. When I was maybe 8 or 9 years old, I was allowed to use the family computer unsupervised, since I would play games like Neopets and Club Penguin. However, one day my brother, who was 10 or 11 at the time, was using the computer and was playing some game with stick figures and cannons. I had never seen it before, and it looked super fun. Later on that day, I visited that website to play the game. That was when I saw this game ad that depicted various things like targets, which claimed if you hit the targets you could win a free iPod Touch/iPhone. I clicked on it, and it would tell you to fill out all of some of your information, like home phone number, email. The only information I knew was my house phone number, and I'm pretty sure I just made up an email, since I didn't know my mom's email. It would also make me fill out surveys, constantly telling me that I have almost completed this survey, then direct me to another survey. All the while I would jump from survey to survey thinking I would get the iPod. I would do these surveys, fill out my house phone number like hundreds of times a week. It never dawned on me as a kid that I'd never get the iPod, lol. While all of this was happening with people filling out surveys with our house phone number, my mom was getting dozens of calls daily from telemarketers and scammers. We would get these calls all day, every day, and at all hours of the day plus night. We would get them, even when we would move houses, which would result in our house phone number getting changed. Eventually, my mom lost her patience, since it was such a nuisance. I remember my mom slamming the phone on the hook out of frustration because of the telemarketers, plus loudly saying, "Why do they keep calling? How did they get this number?" The next time a scammer called, my mom, who was normally very calm and quiet, lost her shit in a way I'd never seen before, lol. Well, fast forward 15 years later. I'm now 23, and I was having a conversation with my boyfriend about those games, where I thought I would win the iPod. We laughed, and I said I never understood the point of those games/surveys. What possibly could they have gotten out of me filling out the phone number? That's when my boyfriend says that they were taking the information and probably calling/mailing stuff to my house. It took about 45 seconds after him saying that for the light bulb to go off. I realized that I was the reason for my mom getting harassed by telemarketers, and that my mom never realized it was because of the iPod surveys. Sadly, my mom died years before I made the connection between the telemarketers plus the surveys/games, so she has absolutely zero idea how they kept getting outnumbered despite moving several times, though I do get a chuckle out of it when I look back on the whole situation. You may or may not recall an old TV show, Dawson's Creek, 1998 to 2003. For those of you that haven't heard of it, it's essentially a teen drama featuring angsty teens with overdeveloped vocabularies. There's a bunch of backstory to this personal mystery, so please be patient. The show debuted while I was still in high school. Is that still childhood? The series premiere sees the title character, Dawson, and his friends about to enter high school and coming to terms with how this will affect their lives. Specifically, Dawson and his BFF Joey, a lady, usually platonically, sleep together, and she doesn't want to anymore, but Dawson is confused by this. Near the end of the episode, she is basically making the point that they're becoming adults and friends shouldn't do that. To illustrate her point, she asks him, "When do you walk your dog?" He and myself are confused by the question, because his family doesn't have a dog. As far as I could recall, there wasn't a single dog in this entire episode. Anyway, she leaves his room, and as she's rowing her boat away from his house, he sticks his head out of his window and shouts down to her in the morning, with Katie Couric. She responds by laughing out loud, accompanied with a swell of music from the Pretenders song "I'll Stand By You." It was a lovely moment, but I remained just as confused as before, and the episode ends shortly after. The show was pretty good, and I continued watching the following seasons, even after I entered college. I even ended up joining a group of people in the dorms to watch the new episodes every week. Blah, blah, blah. Anyway, for whatever reason I happened to catch the first episode again on TV years later. Nostalgia, I guess. So that same scene came up again, just as I remembered it. Then it dawned on me, Joey was asking about when Dawson masturbates. Equally overwhelmed with pride and shame. I have never before or since heard this euphemism. This is a long one, but I have this vivid memory of me being very young, standing between the legs of my dad, and with a pacifier in my mouth, in a white room with an open coffin in the middle. In the coffin was this very old white lady, and there were people standing around the room with my grandpa in his cassock. He's a priest. As a child, I somehow thought that this was a memory from a previous life or an experience I had before I was born, and that the old dead lady in the coffin somehow was God. I don't know the rationale behind that. Anyway, I told my cousins this memory when we all were children, and said that I met God and everything. Of course they thought I just made it all up, as kids do. Why God was supposed to be dead, I also don't know, but I didn't know who the lady was. Later on, when I got older, I told the memory to my mom, and she was very surprised. Of course the old lady in the coffin was my great-grandmother. The white room was a chapel and my granddad was doing the service, about to bury his mother. My mom was very surprised and thought that I must have been told about this event and made up the memory in my mind, but no one told me about my great-grandmother's funeral. I was 1.5 years old at the time, so I guess my mom didn't think I would remember that. But I remembered a lot of details that I wouldn't know unless it was an actual memory of mine. Anyway, that was how I figured out that I haven't met God. I just went to my great-grandmother's funeral as a 1.5-year-old with a pacifier. I did feel very special, thinking I met God, but I also like that I can remember my great-grandmother, even though I only remember her funeral. When I was 12 I went my dad, dog and my mum playing frisbee in a nearby field. We could play it at home as we did sometime, but this was for go in different places. Well, after playing for while my dad threw the frisbee with more energy, and it ended up behind some bushes where we couldn't see. My dad went to get it while I was talking to my mother. When he came back his expression was serious and shocked. He just told to me and my mum that his business partner called him and need talk urgently, so he insisted for me and my mum to get the dog, hop in the car, and go home while he was waiting for his partner to come. Well, he was in that state for at least few days after that day, and eventually my mum did the same. I just shrugged off as a stress or something. We never went to that field again. One occasion I actually questioned my parents why we were not going there anymore, and they just told me it was because the field is private property now. When I was 25, my friend and went for a walk and we passed that field, which was in unkempt status. When I went home that evening, I actually pointed out to my parents that the field looks abandoned, and I told them we just passed through it. His expression went from happy to serious. After insisted to tell me what was wrong, I finally got my answer. It turned out my dad's business partner never called my dad that day. True was when he went to get back the frisbee, he saw a decomposed body. And when he sent us away was because needed to call the authorities. He eventually told my mum. The corpse turned out was a local man. Police suspected he died for natural causes, but they never went to tell my dad a confirmation. My other mystery that's still unsolved is why my dog didn't smell the body. They do have a strong sense of smell, right? I've always had a good memory with faces. Each year we would go see Santa at the mall, tell him what we wanted, and take a photo. We always went to the same mall. For maybe 2-3 years Santa was the same. Whatever that meant. I loved Santa and talking to him. He was a great guy. Then the following year there was something off about him. Their glasses were different, their facial bone structure, their eyes, their nose, everything was off, and it really freaked me out. They spoke and asked me what I wanted, and the voice was different. I was on the verge of tears, but I worked through it. Santa is magical, if not unnerving in his use of it. With my voice quivering in terror, I explained I'd been a good kid and what I wanted, and then we took the picture. My mom asked me what was wrong, and I couldn't convey my thoughts, and just said I don't like that Santa. The following year Santa was different again. He didn't look the same as the first time I saw him, or the last time I saw him. I knew right away I didn't like this Santa either. For a couple of weeks, before we took the photo, whenever we would go to the mall casually, not for the photo, I would just stare at him, but from behind a pillar or another person. I would walk around the display area and just watch him. I knew he knew what I was doing at all times, so hiding in any way I could was critical. This was a delicate situation. Eventually we went to see Santa, and I did not want any part of it. I protested and whined. My mom said yes, but we need a photo of you and Santa. You'll look back on it as a happy memory. So when they put me in his lap, I protested the only way I could. I took part in the niceties. I was very cordial with this Santa. Told him I'd been good and what I wanted, but when we both turned to face the camera I did not smile for the photo. The photographer tried to get me to smile, but couldn't do it. I did not want to play any part in this charade. It was all too disturbing. This was not Santa. After this photo, I didn't take photos with Santa again. From my parents' perspective, it was too expensive to pay for a photo your kid wouldn't smile in, and they were obviously distraught at the idea of taking photos with Santa. After this photo I stopped smiling in photographs for years as a form of protest against photos of myself. I could be having the happiest day of my life, and if someone pulled out a camera the developed image would have me glaring at them. From ages 6-14 there's hardly any photos of me smiling in a picture. I earned the nickname Angry Eyes among my peers, which I wore as a badge of honor. Kids are weird. Guys, after many years I finally know what's going on. The guys at the mall are actually different people. They do a valuable service helping Santa as his representatives and visit lots of kids at malls all over the world. This enables kids to talk to his representatives directly and take a nice family photograph. Don't let your kids get disturbed and traumatized by it like I did. I thought it was actually Santa. Tell them the truth. I'm 35 now, 30 for when he mystery was solved. As a kid I was obsessed with catching frogs, and at one point I had about 5 frogs, and needed a larger space than the little goldfish aquarium I'd repurposed to house them. So I emptied out one of my big blue durable latex wench clothing storage bins. I poked holes in the lid, layered the bottom with water, moss, a couple of rocks, to rest on a long stick to climb, and amazed myself with my lovely little terrarium, before I even knew the word existed. I lovingly placed my creature friends inside, and closed the lid, lest my big brother whom I share a room with, find out we have a zoo. A couple of days passed, and I needed to feed them, so I hunted down some crickets and brought them in supper. I cracked the lid. Silence. Peeking about a bit, I lifted every rock and twig to see where they might be hiding. Gone. Just gone. I thought back to 5th grade science about how frogs will eat anything they can fit in their mouths. Maybe they ate each other? But where did the last one go? Panic ensues. I flip the bedroom looking for a dead frog. No dice. I gave up, thinking I'd stumbled upon some life cycle paradox. This year, my brother bought my 6-year-old niece a pet goldfish. That goldfish died, and my brother was struggling over how to get rid of it and keep my niece in the dark about death. When he saw it dead, he grabbed the fish and hucked the little beast into woods. We crack up, and it dawns on me to ask if he's ever done that to me. He's 7 years older. He breaks down and tells me the exact story of the frogs and how he didn't have the heart to tell me they died, so he just vanished them. I have never laughed so hard as when I realized how obvious this explanation was, yet my feeble child mind couldn't fathom it. When I was around 12, my aunt took both me and my little sister in after our mother died, and our dad abandoned us. One day her watch went missing, and she accused both me and my little sister of taking it. This was a very expensive watch. She demanded we return the watch or we would be made homeless and sent into care, but both me and my little sister hadn't seen the watch. Then the police became involved, and we were interviewed separately. They hoped we'd both sell the other out. They told my aunt that we were the two most guilty looking children they had ever seen, but we were sticking to our stories. We were grounded for weeks, and this became a very heated argument for many years. I was once thrown out when I was 18 for being a lying ungrateful thief who's a constant embarrassment. I dyed my hair orange. I was recently helping my aunt decorate the house well over 15 years later when I came across a loose panel in my aunt's bedroom which would have been under her bed. What was underneath that panel? My aunt's missing watch. She claims she has no idea who put it there, and that maybe I did it as a teenager out of spite. Who cares, it was so long ago. The way she brushed it off, and the fact that I know it wasn't me or my sister means it could have only been my aunt. But why? Why, if she had hidden the watch, did she involve the police? Why did she constantly use it against us growing up to tell us what awful people we were? For many years she did actually cause a slight rift between me and my sister, since we just wanted two accusations to stop and suspected each other. That's a new mystery, I guess, but we solved where the missing watch was. When I was either almost in my teens or in my early teens, my grandmother gave us a box of nearly new, mostly holiday themed linens she didn't use. There was an old apron in the box that she must have put in there by mistake. A world's best grandma type of thing with a tree and a bunch of little apples printed on it where you could write all your grandchildren's names. She must have stopped using it when I was a baby because my name was on it. The names of all the cousins older than me were on it, but the youngest cousins' names weren't. The thing is, there was one name sharpied on an apple below mine, Nicole. I don't have a sibling or cousin named Nicole. I asked my mom who Nicole was, and she snapped at me, "Do you ever stop asking faking questions?" My mom hates me and always has, but that seemed unreasonable even for her, so I assumed Nicole must have been another child in the family who met some kind of tragic end and was never to be spoken of. Cut to last winter. My grandma's been dead for over 10 years, and my dad is talking about some stuff of hers my aunt gave him for his new apartment after he moved back to our hometown. I decided to ask him if he knew anything about Nicole, since it had to have been over 30 years by then. He looked at me like I'd just sprouted a second head. I explained about the apron and asked if it was a sensitive subject that I shouldn't bring up, and he laughed. Turns out Nicole was a dog my grandma had when I was a baby, and my mom just got pissed at me for asking because she's a mental faking bitch. When I was in preschool, I didn't like to color in the lines. I just scribbled over the picture and got it as close as I could. The art teacher used to scream at me and tell me I was stupid. One day she just stopped talking to me. Like, straight up wouldn't acknowledge me in her class. She'd throw papers and crayons in front of me. I kept trying to do better, but she wouldn't even talk to me. Well, 2 years later, when my brother went there, I told him how mean the art teacher was. My mother told me that I had scared him, and so he was only going to school 3 days out of the week because she wasn't there on the other 2. I felt terrible. A few years back I saw in the obituaries that the art teacher died. I texted my mother and she responded, "Oh, yeah, she hated us because I got her fired." Turns out we ran into her in the drugstore. My mother said, "Look, it's Mrs. Teacher. Don't you want to say hi?" I hid behind her leg and wouldn't say anything. She told my mother to buy scissors and crayons because I was uncoordinated and didn't know how to cut or color. My mother responded, "Isn't that your job to teach him?" She replied, "No, absolutely not. Your son is not even close to what the other children can do." Well, the art teacher went into the next aisle, saw another mother, and told her she'd just run into me, and, using my full name, said I couldn't hold a scissor or color on the lines if my life depended on it. Which, of course, my mother overheard. My mother wrote a letter to the principal of the school that, if she ever found out the teacher spoke negatively about me again, she would have both of their jobs. The principal offered my mother a very sincerely apology and promised that it would not happen again. That's when the teacher stopped talking to me, and she was fired at the end of the school year. By the time my brother got there, she was long gone, but she just wanted him to do 3 days a week as opposed to 5. She told me I scared him because she didn't want me to be bitter or angry over what had happened with the teacher. She didn't realize I felt guilty for years after thinking I had deprived my brother of 2 days of preschool. Grandma's homemade gota, pronounced geta, recipe was found on the side of the Quaker Oats box. I found out in my 30s that grandma was somewhat of a princess and didn't learn how to cook at all because her mother didn't want her to spend her life in the kitchen like she did. I get the sentiment, but since she didn't know how to cook, my dad and his siblings didn't have anything to pass down and didn't learn to cook. They all have chronic health issues that I can definitely attribute to eating quick foods, frozen meals, fast food, processed food. Luckily my generation of kids in the family all learned how to cook, and we have been teaching our parents how. It's awesome because they think we are so smart, lol. For those who don't know, gota is a German-American concoction of mincemeat, usually pork and beef. It may just be a Cincinnati thing, rolled oats and seasonings, slowly cooked on the stove in a pot. I'm absolutely sure it's a Depression-era creation, bulking up leftover meat scraps with cheap oats. It's typically eaten sliced and fried up with eggs like sausage patties, but it can also be eaten fresh from the pot, more like a sausage gravy over biscuits. When it cools, it becomes very gelatinous, so you can basically scoop it and press it into a frying pan. It does become very soft, but it's delightful with a crispy sear. Cincinnati was established by German immigrants back in the late 1700s, early 1800s, and my ancestor landed here in 1853. Just some neat family history, and more proof that this country was established by immigrants. This is really my mother's mystery, but it became my mystery when she told me about it. This story chilled me to the bones well into my 20s. The story took place late one night when my mother was a little girl. Her father was in the kitchen washing the dinner dishes when he looked up at the window and saw that his reflection was of another man. The other man looked completely different from my grandpa. The other man had a hat on and my grandpa did not. When my grandpa moved, the image moved with him. It was almost as if he was seeing a reflection of a ghostly past self. My grandpa called my grandma into the kitchen, and she saw it too. Both were clearly terrified. My mother watched all this go down as a small child, and it haunted her for decades. Years after my mother first told me this story, my grandpa moved in with my parents. He was never much of a talker, but he got to talking one night when I was home visiting from college. He told a version of my mother's story that might be even scarier than hers. Late one night, my grandpa was washing dishes when he looked up to see a man looking straight at him through the window. My grandpa had heard on the radio that there was a convict on the loose, so he got scared real fast. He called my grandma into the room and told her what was happening. They made a point of talking very quietly so the kids wouldn't overhear and be frightened. My grandma called the police immediately and they tracked the man down and took him back to jail. When my mom asked my grandpa who that was in the window, he said, "That was just my reflection." The next morning my grandpa found fingerprints on the ledge outside his daughter's bedroom window. And that is a story of how I learned that people are sometimes scarier than ghosts. I got Highlights magazine for kids when I was young. I loved all the activities and games in them. We adopted our family Dalmatian from the next door neighbor, and they had my dog's mom and sister, who I of course also considered family. I was excited to go get my magazine from the mailbox, and on the way back, I held it over the fence to show my dog friends. Well, I think these dogs got hit with newspapers, because when I waved the magazine at them in my childhood excitement, they ripped it from my hands and tore it to shreds. I cried, oh man, I was so sad. I went inside and threw my sobs into my mom's lap, and she patted my head. She looked out the window as I described between gasps about the carnage of my favorite thing ever, and I didn't get to do the seek and find, and I bet Goofus and Gallant was good too, and now I'll never know. Mom got me to go have a nap and said she'd have a snack for me when I got up. She woke me up with a breakfast in bed serving tray with snacks, juice, and my Highlights magazine. I felt so much love for my mom in that instant. She fixed it for me. I saw it get torn to shreds and this goddess of a lady pieced it all back together and saved me from heartache. I pictured her in a teeny room, surrounded by paper shreddings, and piecing them together with a clipboard, like you see in the spy movies, when they recover shredded documents one strip at a time. My mom is a bit of a hoarder, and when I was in college I went through her old bookshelf to try and convince her to get rid of some stuff. She had kept all the Highlights magazines. As a kid we could cut them up for other projects, but I didn't think she still needed them. So I sorted through to find ones we could donate if I hadn't written all over them. I found the ripped one. I had to go confirm with my mom this was a ripped edition that she taped back together. She stifled a laugh and said yes. The front cover got torn off, only like 1/3 of the cover got ripped off. She taped it back on with scotch tape, like just one piece of tape on the front and one on the back to seal the single rift. Interested to see it in my adult eyes and realize how much of a tragedy I had blown it up to be in my childhood mind. Finally explained how my humble mother pieced together hundreds of magazine scraps in the span of a nap. I was in Cub Scouts and I went on a weekend camping trip with my dad and the rest of the pack. I'd learned about solar power in school that week, and brilliant child I was, I built a little solar marshmallow roaster that, in theory, focused sunlight on a marshmallow skewered on a spit that I could rotate. Anyways, I had no idea what I was doing, and it didn't work at all. But I didn't know if it didn't work at all, or it was just taking a long time. So I thought, okay, maybe I'll just leave it for a while and see how it goes. And I went off to do something else. After a while, my dad reminded me to check on my marshmallow. So I did, and wow, it was perfectly roasted. My machine worked. This is amazing. Many years, and a great deal of intellectual development later, I was telling the story to some family friends, and my dad was there. But partway through telling the story, I realized that there is no way 8-year-old me had the engineering chops to actually make an effective solar oven. And I couldn't have actually roasted it perfectly if I wasn't there to rotate the spit. So I kind of trailed off, visibly confused. So my dad spoke up. Turns out him and one of the leaders could clearly see that my machine wouldn't work. Didn't take a genius to see that, but they didn't want me to get discouraged about being curious and experimenting. So they cooked up a brilliant plan. One of them roasted a marshmallow on a fire and replaced it in my machine. And then my dad reminded me to check it, and how's that? Little Hoyland is inspired and overjoyed. I did feel betrayed for a hot second, but once I thought about it a bit I decided it was harmless a long time ago, and it really did inspire my interest in science and technology. So we came down on the side of well played, sir. 2-1. Thanks to the kindness of you amazing Redditors, I found a book my dad had bought for me the day I was born. My parents split when I was 6, and even before then we moved a lot. Allegedly because my dad worked in construction, so we moved for that. One time we moved without my dad to my grandmother's because my dad was having his 18th affair with a co-worker. Anyway, along the move I lost this book. So for years I was looking for it and had made several posts, and I was sitting in my apartment 2 years ago and decided one more post and then I'm giving up, that maybe I'd happen upon it by accident instead of using what free time I had looking for a book no one remembered. A kind Redditor replied in 10 minutes that it was James in the house of Aunt Prudence. Turns out my dad never bought it the day I was born. He grabbed it as a late birthday present when I was 4, and it had been my favorite book and a copy of it was at my nearby library. I went and it had been put in overflow storage since it was so rarely checked out, and I asked to look at it and sat in a child-sized chair to read through a book I'd been hunting for 22 years and quietly cried in the children's section of a library. I bought a copy for my niece's 2nd birthday that year. 2. When I was really little the school showed us videos of why it's important to brush your teeth and there was this animated bit of little evil black circles, cavities, running over and between teeth turning them grey I think. I was in college, maybe 23 when I learned that cavities didn't mean both a hole and the little bugs in your teeth, just that a cavity was a hole in your teeth, and it was an animation that never made sense. I have an engineering degree, if it helps cement how stupid I felt in that moment. Family history / background. My dad knew very few of his family members and didn't really know what his ethnic background was, so he was always guessing and trying to figure out the family background based on the stories and little bits of information he got from the few relatives he'd known while growing up. I always hated those school projects where we had to do research and essays about the country of our ethnic background as it always reinforced that I had no idea and I was a good kid. So I always had my paper be on whatever country my dad thought we were from at the time. Fast forward to adulthood, and I encounter a relative who had some stories that indicated there were relatives who'd been in concentration camps, and my dad had a story from his grandmother about how the family farm got blown up by the Nazis during WW2. My great-grandmother and grandmother also apparently had moved across Europe going westward through various countries till they reached the US, and they never left. There were some other variables to that gave clues. Putting the clues together and having some internet sleuthing skills, I was able to determine my family very likely had been Yugoslavian Jews. It was common for Nazis to bomb their farms, and of course they rounded up people. I can't confirm this with any certainty, since the ones who could confirm or deny my theory were dead before I was ever born, but it is the most plausible explanation. My dad thought it made the most sense when I presented my theory to him. I also thought my mother was just one ethnicity, and I found out as an adult that she was a variety of ethnicities, which has made me a lot more settled about the ambiguity of my ethnic background. In 1st grade we were assigned to literally find a fossil out in the woods. Now that I'm about to have a kid and have gone through upwards of 10 years of upper level science education, I realize how ridiculous this assignment was now. However, I dutifully dragged my dad out every day for a week to go looking for fossils. One day my dad said, "I think we are going to get lucky today." I read that fossils are more likely to be by a lake. We coincidentally lived very close to a lake. So my 7-year-old self has renewed hope and we go out looking that day by the nearby lake. My dad points and says maybe we should look in the sand over there. There are some rocks that look like they could have been there for a long time. I look and finally see a white rock that looks out of place. We turn it over and I ecstatically found a fossil. I proudly cleaned it and took it to class. I still remember a classmate telling me it was weird that it was so white, but I of course was so offended and swore my dad and I found it by a lake. I put it on my bookshelf for years. My dad finally told me a few years ago he actually bought it at a museum and placed it there lol. I'm honestly embarrassed I didn't figure it out before he told me. He also told me it was impossible to whistle backwards, and when I got really good at it, he said he wanted to tell David Letterman and that we might be able to get on the show. I practiced and practiced and practiced. I told my husband last year I could whistle backwards thinking he would be impressed, and he immediately started doing it too. I called my dad, and he laughed for 2 hours and said it was just his creative way to keep me busy. Again, I'm going to be a doctor in a year and he fooled me for 30 years. He was so enthusiastic about it back then. TLDR at bottom. The mystery where my silver collection vanished to while I was growing up. I collected silver coins, dollars, half dollars, quarters, dimes, war nickels, foreign, you name it. Grandpa got me started with a beauty of a 1890 Carson City Morgan, worth about $100 in 1988. When I got it, would be about $650-700 now. He grew up and suffered badly in the Depression, and in the 80s with inflation and voodoo economics, he wanted me to have a real treasure when the government wouldn't be there to help anymore. My junky coins started to vanish, one or two at a time from a small lockbox that my parents kept in their closet. It was weird, but since I only wrote down a list of the really cool ones, so I was never quite sure of my inventory. But I'd go to add one I found in my change, or bought from a friend, and it would seem like there were fewer and fewer. I knew something was up when the last of Mercury dimes vanished, and the CC also went poof. Then, after my parents got divorced, it stopped. Must have been mom, or so I thought. I found out otherwise many years later. My old man was an alcoholic, and in the Air Force. He got busted for DUI with property damage, and his command was able to get the county solicitor to drop the charges in lieu of the AF handling it and had previously been given Article 15's non-judicial punishments by his commanders, but since this showed a pattern of behavior, he was to be court-martialed. He pled guilty, and in exchange, was given a suspended sentence, was facing a year in confinement plus forfeiture of all pay and allowances, bad conduct discharge, etc. The sentence would last until he reached his high year of tenure, a phrase meaning mandatory retirement at a certain point in one's career, 2 years and a piece later. If he successfully finished rehab, passed a breathalyzer every duty day, until he hit terminal leave, no further violations of law, and gave full control of finances to my mom, he wasn't trusted with money because lulbos, he would be allowed to retire with an honorable discharge, full pay and benefits, etc. Surprisingly, he did, but he was still drinking, just much less so, and only got completely smashed in weekends. My folks divorced about 6 months after he retired, and went back to drinking daily. For those 2+ years from 1991 to late 1993, that bastard was stealing my coins, and pawning them for his bottle. $1.50 face value could get him $5 to $6, enough for a pint bottle of some middle stuff like Jack Daniels, or a full fifth of some cheap sheet. If I were to guess, he took probably $350 FV over that time, close to $7,000 now, and that's just the silver content, and excluding some of the really nice ones, like Grandpa's CC Morgan, a slabbed Bugs Bunny Franklin $half, and others. After I figured it out, back in 2013, yes, I'm dumb, I brought it up. He didn't deny it, instead said it was for my own good, since he needed to maintain his ability to work, couldn't concentrate without a drink, and what does someone like me at that age need with hundreds of dollars, thousands now, inflation/price increases, in silver. I had never been so close to killing a man outside of my time in Afghanistan, and even over there I'm not sure if I did. Shot at combatants shooting at me, don't think I hit, hope I didn't. Anyway, TLDR old man is a drunk, steals valuable collectible coins from child me, leads me to believe it was my mother, fully admits it with no remorse later. I grew up in a very mountainous rural area. In the summertime, at night, the silhouettes of the mountains would sometimes light up. A bright, white light would illuminate the ridgeline for miles in all directions. It would do this a few times every week or so, maybe 5 to 10 flashes in an hour period. I remember thinking as a kid that can't be real. So I brought my dad out to watch one night. He saw it too. Fast forward a decade or so, I'm 18, and high off on a lake boat with my parents and their college friends. I see the flash, and then ask them all to watch the mountains and to clap if they see anything. Without fail, we all see it, and clap simultaneously for like 30 minutes every few minutes. We debate on the possible cause for hours. We eventually boiled it down to atmospheric smoke particles causing static electric discharge really far away, and the light travels easier than the sound of any thunder. There were never any storms in the immediate area, but it did always happen in forest fire season. To this day, I'm still not totally sure what causes this flashing. The area behind the mountains is one of the largest wilderness areas in the lower 48. I'm talking a piece of land the size of some eastern states that has nothing in it but wildlife and mountains. There is no reasonable man-made explanation for this within the bounds of what the public knows about that area. The next step would be to simultaneously observe the flashing as well as a rare particulate and electrostatic discharge map and correlate. It'll be back this coming summer, and I fully intend on investigating. Part of me wants it to remain a mystery. When I was a kid, my mom dated this useless drunk dude for about a year, and although I didn't understand what was going on, I could tell that sometimes he would act okay, and sometimes he would act very mean for reasons I didn't understand at the time. He was under the influence. He obviously did not like me that much, even 7-year-old me understood. One day, he showed up to my school trying to pick me up early, but I didn't want to go with him, and pretended I had no idea who he was, and the school didn't let him take me. Then later, I got home, and he was gone, and so was my cat. I searched for the cat for days and days afterwards. My mom finally sat me down, and explained her boyfriend was no longer living with us, and he was sad, and took the cat with him. I was later told the boyfriend gave the cat to my uncle, and for years, I'd always ask my uncle how my cat was doing anytime I saw him, and asked if I could have him back someday. Over the years, I've learned and pieced together what happened. The boyfriend showed up to my school obviously intoxicated, trying to pick me up for a doctor's appointment that did not exist, and the school called mom to inform her. Mom saw red, and kicked him to the curb immediately. He killed the cat in retaliation, and for whatever reason, he's your uncle's cat now, was easier than he went to live on a farm, or whatever normal people tell their kids when their pet unexpectedly dies, or is murdered by a jackass. I also realized in retrospect that all the times the boyfriend would pick me up from Girl Scouts, or after school care, and berate me on the way home, he had been drinking and driving, with me in the car. The school incident was just the first time anyone caught him doing it. This one is still a mystery. At 49-year-old I'm losing hope that I'll ever solve it. Only someone familiar with 60s and 70s album covers might know the answer. On and off for years I've searched Google with all variations of keywords to try and identify this thing, to no avail. After I saw this thread last night I wasted a few hours searching again. Nada. When I was a child in the late 70s I loved to play with my parents' record collection. Remember those old 70s kiddie turntables that looked like Mickey Mouse but could play real records? Yeah, I had one and practically wore it out. In my parents' big box of full-size albums, lol as opposed to little 45s, was one with the strangest damn picture. It always freaked out little kid me. On the cover was a gold/yellow colored cap and gown, like you'd wear at graduation. But where the head goes was a bouquet of flowers. Very creepy to a little kid. First thought was it must have been from the movie The Graduate, but no, it seems that imagery wasn't on any of the covers for that soundtrack. With so many web pages concerned with old bad album covers, and this one not being found among them, I'm beginning to think it might have been an image from the back of the album. Ugh. That means I'll never find it. Can't find a picture of the back of the Graduate soundtrack. Who knows, it could be that simple, yet that's why it was hidden. By the way, yes, I've tried vintage music stores and vintage music websites. No luck. From about the age of 12 or so I began to experience dissociation. It first happened on a school trip to Spain. Couldn't feel my hands properly, could hear myself speaking, as if it were another person. Everything sounded a little bit underwater almost. I would refer to it as dream spells. It happened more often when I got back. Went to the doctor many a time, they just said I may have a cold and basically passed it off. Moving on over the years it would come in waves and set me into this deep state of anxiety, where I could barely handle any social interactions or push myself out of any comfort zones in fear of having a dream spell back quote. As I got older I started smoking weed, which surprisingly suppressed it, and for the years I smoked heavily I barely experienced it more than a couple of times. Fill in a few life experiences, a psychosis and a couple traumas. I found myself going through a fair few therapists, psychologists, psychiatrists and a load of self-research to eventually get diagnosed with depersonalization/dissociation disorder. Worked out the trigger points mainly being anxiety and stress induced. But finally solving what the previously so-called dream spells were made them so much easier to deal with. Minor episodes of panic I now call them, as advised from my former therapist, as referring to it as DP seemed to induce it more. Nothing too crazy, and it still haunts me to this day and forever as I live, but I'm not so afraid of it anymore, and I've learned to never let it hold me back or control me like I did in my childhood. My dad used to be a volunteer firefighter when I was a kid. One night I remember being woken up by him, packed into his truck along with my younger brother, and brought to a friend's house for a surprise sleepover. I knew it was because he had to go help put something out, so I wished him luck and had a good time hanging out with my friend. This was a little strange, however, because this was the first time he'd taken us to a friend's house instead of having our mom pick us up. It was also worrying, because I clearly remembering him picking us up and looking like he'd seen death itself. Years later I remembered the event and asked him about it. Turns out my memory was wrong. I didn't stay there for one night but two. There was a massive brush fire caused by a car crash, and it basically turned the entire area into a hellscape. He didn't elaborate much, but it sounded like this fire was out of the local guy's depth before they even got there, and had to bring in people from all over the state. He didn't pick us up until the morning a day later, meaning he'd spent over 24 hours helping and trying to track down what had happened to my mom. I also learned that the reason my mom didn't pick us up was because she'd gotten caught in it. Thankfully she wasn't in the main crash, but only a few cars back, and was basically stuck pinned in the loop. She wasn't injured, but had to go to the hospital due to smoke inhalation and cuts from breaking her car window to escape. Guess I'm a dumbass for not remembering that she had a completely different car a week later when we did see her. He described to me how terrified he was when he got a glimpse at the pile of burning cars through the smoke and recognized her car amongst them. They'd been divorced for a year or two by this point, but still not something you'd wish to see in an emergency. So basically, for over 24 hours the mom of my friend was freaking out cause the parents of the kids she was looking after were in the hospital and fighting the nastiest fire the area had seen in years. My brother has no memory of the event, and I guess I never really learned the full story. My grandparents used to go to jumble sales and markets and buy all sorts of random stuff, including cartoons on VHS and toys and stuff. They were epic grandparents. I miss them both dearly. I had this one VHS from them when I was very young, and it was a collection of classic cartoons from ages ago, 1930s some of them I believe. There was this particularly weird one. It was about these three men. They looked Russian or something. One was really broad and strong, the other was really slim and tall, and the third was really small. The animation was about the strongest one of the three going off to get a pair of red boots for his beloved or something, and he ends up in this gypsy wagon with all these weird entities drinking some kind of toxic ale. It's quite trippy. Anyway, his two pals save him from the clutches of these entities, and they secure these boots, and he gives them to his beloved. That's basically a very vague and totally abbreviated version of the animation, and probably not exactly how it goes. The imagery of the cartoon stuck with me for years though, after misplacing the VHS tape and losing it forever. Many years later I would occasionally go onto YouTube and Google search all sorts of word combinations to try and find this weird and wonderful cartoon from my childhood. Literally years, decades passed. I tried the Three Russian Comrades cartoon and Gypsy Wagon / Red Boots cartoon, among all sorts of other word combinations, and all were failed attempts. I began to think that maybe I had just dreamed this cartoon up, that maybe it was an amalgamation of memories from various cartoons and later video games that had all met together in my mind and presented itself to me as one bizarre memory. I thought, had I been tricking myself all these years into believing that there was a cartoon that did not actually exist? Had I invented this dreamlike set of sequences that I somehow remembered as an old cartoon on a VHS tape that my grandparents gave me when I was a small child? Until one day, I sat down with a coffee in front of my laptop, and out of the blue, the word came to me, and I typed the words Cossacks cartoon into the YouTube search bar, and then it came up and it all came flooding back. Mystery solved. I think it's Ukrainian. Edit. Double checked. It's called the Cossacks Vol 3 and yes, it is a cranian. When I was a kid, this little scruffy pup showed up on our doorstep. I found him that morning, curled up while it was pouring down rain. True to his appearance, we named him Scruffy and kept him. Not even the next day, I would say, when we came out into the backyard where we kept him, he got all excited to see us cause we saved him and took him in. He made this horrible sound that sounded like we were torturing him, all while he was wagging his tail and jumping around. I'd say a week or two later, I had gone out into the backyard and couldn't find him anywhere. I asked mum, and she told me he must ran away. I didn't question it cause he showed up at our house somehow. Years later, I think my brother accidentally spilled the beans. Turns out mum took little Scruffy to the pound. Apparently the sound he made every single time he saw us was too much to bear. The neighbors thought he was being tortured and abused, and for good reason. This still makes me very sad. The possibility of him being rescued would have been very slim with his bark sounding like that. Maybe we could have gotten his vocal cords cut, but I doubt we would have had the money to pay for any kind of procedure, as we were a young family who already had a dog and a cat. I've also come to realize that it's likely that his previous owners drove him out there and probably abandoned him for the same reasons. TLDR, mum gave a lost dog we took into the pound because his bark sounded horrible and as if we were abusing him, and told me he ran away. Poor thing. When I was 11, I had my first phone because of school and bus. My stepdad wasn't really okay with that, but my mom absolutely wanted me to have one if I ever have an issue with my bus. I only had one rules: no social media, except YouTube. I respect it, because I honestly didn't give a crap about it when I was young, and I know that if I didn't respect it, I wouldn't see my phone ever again. One night, after coming from school, it was 6:30 p.m, my mom asked me if she could see my phone. I told her yes, and give it to her, not knowing what was really happening. My stepdad told my mom that I wasn't stupid to download the application. My mom asked me if I created a Facebook account, and I say no, and told her that I only had YouTube and a Google Play account. She asked me if I was sure, and I say yes. Years later, my mother explained to me that an account with my name added her on social media, which is stupid, because why would I add her if I know I didn't have the right to, but that the birth was false. She know this was someone from the family, cause the account added people of my family that didn't have the same name as mine. Turn out it was my stepdad, which is not my stepdad anymore, who create an account with my name, so I wouldn't have a phone on me. I had more than 1 hour and 30 minutes of bus, and a lot of shit happens in that. My stepdad did other things too, like burning the trash can twice in front of our house, so we would have moved in Brittany, which didn't work. When I was in kindergarten, we put some dirt in our empty little milk cartons and planted a pumpkin seed. Once they sprouted, we took them home, and my dad helped me plant it next to the house. By midsummer the vine grew all along the side of the house, and I was thrilled to death. I watered it every day and talked about it constantly to everybody. One day my mom took us for ice cream, and when we came home the pumpkin vine was gone. It was an eyesore and my dad was tired of mowing around it, but when I asked where it went he said it ran away, which totally freaked me out. 4 years afterward I thought anything could pick up and leave me at any time, including my house, my school, even McDonald's. Everyone complimented my parents for having such a polite, well-behaved little boy. No one knew I was terrified of pissing something off and having my house or even the entire town abandoning me. My mother also told me not to touch anything or go anywhere whenever we entered a store or business, because the boogeyman lived in the corner and he was watching us. She said she had a sister when she was growing up, and one day they were in a store and she wanted some candy. Grandma said no, so she started acting up, and the boogeyman came right up through the cracks between the floor tile and grabbed her, but my grandma held her tight and the boogie lost the battle. Unfortunately nobody knew you had to wash your skin with vinegar and kerosene after the boogeyman touches you, or you'll grow hair and warts over your entire body and go mad. That's exactly what happened to my mom's sister, so she spent her entire life chained to a wall in the basement of grandma's house until she died from wart poisoning. Swear to God I never broke a rule or told a fib until I was in high school because I believed that sheet. I tried that story on my nieces and nephews and they immediately wanted to see the boogeyman and demanded I take them to the corner where he was hiding. I said the boogeyman wasn't ready for the likes of them and probably never would be, and then I bought them a bunch of candy. For my whole life I've had trouble with steps in math. I can do some simple addition, subtraction, and division, but only if it's less than 3 or so steps to complete. Preferably small and a whole number. Fractions terrify me. I've had teachers and legal guardians alike try harsher and harsher punishment trying to get me to learn math. I've thrown at least $3K at either remedial math classes and one-on-one tutoring by a certified math genius. My math teacher in 3rd grade actually had me drag my desk to the front of class and proclaim loudly, "Hey everyone, that square chick is crying again. Everyone look at her, so she can get the attention she wants." I didn't think people could be so cruel, so I just cried more quietly from then on, all while trying to see the chalkboard by craning my neck backward, since we were under no circumstances to turn around in our seats or turn the seats around. I had to take a group of neuropsychological tests after a car accident to test and see if my brain got injured in the thinking areas. Turns out I have math disability. It's called dyscalculia and it's a math learning disability that impairs an individual's ability to learn number-related concepts, perform accurate math calculations, reason, and problem solve, and perform other basic math skills. Dyscalculia is sometimes called number dyslexia or math dyslexia. Son of a flea bitten, dusty, camel faking, cork master. I could have been getting help when it was relevant to my kid's sponge brain, but no, I had to get grounded, scolded, whipped with a wisteria vines, forced to listen to math music, and do worksheets and cry, because after a few steps I forget where I was, and I look at the problem to try and suss it out, but it's like the numbers switched places, or are backwards, so I can't keep track, even if I write it all down. I wish I had known about this sooner. When I was 17 and starting to smoke weed for the first time, I realized how big of a stoner my dad is and finally could place that skunky smell mystery. #1 is solved. Well, being inexperienced and unknowing of where to get weed, I would go and try and take some of his stash. At first I thought he hid it all in his room. He would always have a little jar with a few small nugs and maybe some on a small plate. I could never take too much because otherwise he couldn't pretend to not notice the little bits I took, and also I didn't know if that was all he had, and he definitely would be mad if I took too much, haha. Anyways, the amounts he had in the room were not adding up at all. By my calculations my dad is a massive stoner and has to have more somewhere. I felt very proud of myself once I literally sniffed out his actual stash in the garage and was able to pick the lock. It was very nice stuff and much more weed than I have ever seen, so I was able to take without ever being noticed. The best part is years later my dad was bragging about how he had this great system where he would leave out little bits of weed to trick me and my sister, so if we did take some we couldn't take a lot, and he would also notice when we eventually did. My shining moment is telling him his trick only works if we don't know about his giant stash locked in the garage, haha. One day around the age of 10, I heard my grandma telling my mom in a whisper that she had saw a girl that looked like me and asked my mom, "Do you think it could be?" Trailing off, the conversation got more hushed and I knew by the tone of voice not to ask any questions. That moment popped into my head several times over the next few years and I wondered about it. Who looked like me and why were they so hush hush about it? Well, around the age of 16 or 17, I was homesick from school watching Maury or Jerry Springer. I don't know, one of those ridiculous shows that does paternity testing and reveals the results on air. Well, on this episode, a girl found out she had a long lost twin sister. I jokingly looked at my mom and said something like, "Lol mom, you'd tell me if I had a mystery sibling, right?" She got this deadly serious look on her face and looked away. She is notoriously bad at lying. That conversation that I'd overheard years ago raced to the front of my brain. She proceeded to tell me that I had a half-sister. My dad was previously married and had signed away all parental rights to his ex-wife's new husband before I'd even been born. I don't really remember much else about that conversation. When my dad found out, he was pissed that my mom told his secret. Now my dad is dead, and I've yet to meet my half-sister. I matched with her on 23andMe, but I don't know if I will ever message her. TBH, my dad wasn't the greatest guy and caused a lot of trauma for me growing up. I'm kind of jealous that he left her alone and she got a new dad. I imagine she would see it as me being the lucky one though, because he stuck around for my brother and I. Oh my god, have I got one. My grandpa was Armenian, born in Salonika, Greece, in 1925. His family was dirt poor. He was super street smart, and he would tell us stories of passing hashish and shining shoes to put food on the table when he was 15. His mother had gone crazy after the Armenian genocide in 1917, and he was the sole breadwinner. After the war, he somehow made his way to France and met my grandma on the day of the liberation in Paris. He was planning to continue on to America, but they fell in love, stayed in France, and started a family. We never really knew what he did during the war, how he left Greece and ended up in France. He never talked about it, and we all assumed he had been a prisoner somewhere, or in forced labor, and that it was too traumatic. He also never went back to Greece, ever. Well, when he died, 10 years ago, we reunited with extended family, and we finally learned. Turns out that he had served as a translator to the Germans during the occupation of Salonika. When the city was liberated, he was considered a collaborator and a traitor, and the local resistance wanted him dead. He fled with the help of the German army. The story goes that they even got a German uniform, etc. To this day, I think he is still condemned to death in Greece. Now the twist is, my grandma was Jewish and a Holocaust survivor. She and her family emigrated to France in the 30s, where they thought they would be safe, but they were wrong, and in 1942 all got deported and died in the camps. For some miraculous reason, she wasn't at home the day they all got arrested and survived them all. TLDR, we learned after his death that my grandpa, who was married to a Jew and whose children are Jewish, was a collaborator to the Germans during the war. Edit, added a TLDR. Why broken car blinkers / turn signals / indicators blink faster. We'll continue with just blinkers from now on. I remember as a kid I was asking my parents why the blinkers at some stranger's car in front of us blink so much faster than usual. They said it's broken. Obviously trademark, though, it was not broken. If a light bulb is broken it doesn't do anything. I remember I was mad about this reply. Very. However, I either wasn't able to express myself at the time or my parents were just tired, or whatever. That was nearly 30 years ago. Such old cars disappeared over the time, at least the ones on official streets. So did my discontent about respective answer. Until I traveled to Guatemala last year, where I saw a car where its one blinker was blinking crazily fast. You have no idea how that triggered me, and I immediately had to figure it out. Nowadays there's internet everywhere, yes, even in Guatemala, so I looked it up. And although I'm still not happy with the "it's broken" answer from my parents from back then, it kind of is broken, at least going to be. The filament in conventional light bulbs wears out, becomes thinner over time, which reduces, or increases, don't remember, the resistance, ohm of the electrical circuit, which results in the involved capacitor or capacitors, discharge faster, and the whole process of switching the light on / off is just much faster. Don't remember though, whether it was just a physical side effect or the circuit was designed to actually issue cheap warning about changing the light bulb rather soonish, or both. PS, I'm reading Reddit for years, never saw the need for having an account or posting something. This however triggered me hard. Immediately created an account and wrote this post. Maybe going to be the only post from this account ever. Who kept messing up my mom's nice piles of clean laundry and leaving their dirty laundry strewn across the floor? It turns out the answer was everyone. Me, my sister and my dad would be a little careless. However, after a while of her kicking off we all got our shit together. Yet still there was a mess. About 5 years of this, and I caught the family dog. A little terrier who doesn't destroy anything pop up onto the couch and start digging like mad. made himself a little bed, and curled up in the clean laundry to go to sleep. At first I was flabbergasted. Then I called him a good boy and gave him head rubs. I had enough of being blamed and was fully behind him doing it. Somehow the dog hair and suspiciously dog-shaped donut in the messed up laundry didn't tip her off. She found out about 2 or 3 years ago. He had always avoided doing it in front of her, but is getting old now. Her face was priceless. We were chatting, and she just froze staring at the dog, as if he had slapped her. For the record, she didn't scold him, and now either piles the laundry up elsewhere, or accepts some major rearrangement to her nicely organized laundry. If she maybe wasn't on the warpath, I would have told her when I saw him do it. Maybe she wouldn't have had an extra 6+ years of that irksome part of her life. I probably wouldn't though. He sleeps wherever he pleases. The pillows in our living room are hard and uncomfortable at my mom's preferable. If he sees an opportunity that does no harm and brings him comfort, power to him. About 25 years ago, my family moved to a new house. I was 7 at the time and the oldest of 3 kids. We moved out of the city and into an old farmhouse built in the early 1900s. We used to be on city water, but the new, old house was on a well. Over towards the edge of the yard was this metal door. It was basically just a piece of sheet metal that was lodged into the ground, about 4 feet by 3 feet. The previous owners told my parents that it was the location of an old well, and they put the metal over it so no one would fall in. For years we avoided this area like the plague for risk of falling in. Over the years the metal was starting to rust and didn't look like it would hold any weight if someone were to walk on it. Fast forward to present day. My mom wanted to plant a garden near the area where the old well was. My dad decided it was time to remove this old sheet metal, or whatever it was, and see about filling this well in for safety. My parents called all of us kids over to the house to remove this metal and get a look at this old well that we were terrified of our whole life. To make this moment even more special, years ago when we moved into the house, the sellers told my parents that hidden within the house was a box that contained some valuable things, papers that described the history of the house, etc. Sort of a time capsule. They told us that we may find it one day doing renovations in the house, but wouldn't tell us where it was. So there was already this magic for the potential of finding something cool on the property. Anyways, we all get to my parents' house and huddle around this metal thing on the ground. My mom Facebook lives the whole ordeal because to us, it is monumental to uncover the secrets of what lies beneath. We can hardly wait. I take the shovel and pry this metal up from the ground, and there it was, underneath. A big, giant piece of solid ground. There was nothing there. It was the biggest disappointment to a 25-year build-up over something material I have ever had. Just before my 6th birthday, my father died in a motorcycle accident. Him and my mum were separated, but we were told his estate went to us kids, and that we would get an inheritance when we turned 18. My mum quickly married her piece of sheet boyfriend of the time, and it seemed that suddenly, we were off on some camping van adventure up the east coast of Australia. I was baffled by the 3-month-long absence from school, and even more baffled when we suddenly moved to a town 900 km away from my grandparents, where we had been living prior to my dad's death. All of my childhood my mum told us she got nothing when dad died, that she had struggled taking care of us kids. She convinced us to each give her a couple of $1,000 from our inheritance when it came, as a thank you for her trials and tribulations whilst raising us. Many years after, when I was staying with my granddad before moving overseas, I mentioned how shitty it was that mum had gotten nothing to help take care of us after dad died. My granddad looked at me and said of course she did. She got nearly $1 million. She just pissed it all away and let that idiot stepfather of yours get his fingers into it. And suddenly a whole bunch of stuff from my childhood became clear. She had lied and wasted money that was meant to keep us out of the poverty we loved in. Then she had lied more to extort guilt money from us when she had wasted it all. That camping van trip in itself wasted at least $100,000. The house they bought without checking its structural faults, another couple of $100,000. The next house, even more. Then the next house was worse and got condemned, and we lost our home cause they didn't have any money left. A quick conversation with my grandfather solved so many mysteries for me and made me so angry. When we were children, my mom used to complain about one of us kids constantly peeing on the floor in the bathroom behind the toilet. That bathroom was shared by my 3 brothers and myself, also a boy. It went on for years, basically my entire young childhood, and nobody ever owned up to it. We always assumed that it was just some legitimately innocent thing, such as an accumulation of overspray and splashback, or somehow water leaking from the toilet, or the shower, or somebody being sloppy getting up to go in the middle of the night, or whatever, something like that. My mom was always suspicious still, but we more or less decided as a family that the mystery was solved and it just was a random thing that happened that we had to periodically clean up. Well, I'm here to say that a couple of years ago, I'm now in my 30s, I realized that it had been me all along, and I honestly never knew it. I was kind of a weird kid, and one of the things I liked to do was to use my pee to try to clean the inside of the toilet bowl, just like shooting little stains or whatever off of the waterline. Sometimes, there would be stuff on the rim of the toilet bowl from the rusting screws on the underside of the toilet seat, and I liked to clean that off as well. As you can imagine, much of the pee I would use to shoot the rusty bits off the rim would, obviously, then run off the toilet and onto the floor. It's so stupid and obvious now, but my 5-year-old self literally never considered it a possibility. To the extent that it took me over 20 years to realize it had happened at all, even though my mom was interrogating us about it, like, monthly. Needless to say, I still haven't told anyone in my family that I figured it out. Sorry for the misspellings. English is not my main language. My father used to raise chickens, and me, being 6 to 7 years old at the time, circa 2006, choose one to be my pet, or something like that. I called her Shispa. That sounds like she spat. Her feathers were so soft and colorful. We used to live at the countryside at the time, so the street in which we lived in was really quiet, and, because of this, some thieves used to break into the neighboring houses from time to time. One day after school I went to look for her, so I could feed her some fruit peels. She loved banana peels. I looked at the hen house, at the backyard, at the trees in there, but couldn't find her anywhere. So I asked my dad if he saw Shispa, to which he said no. Someone break in was the first thought I had at the moment. I was so angry and sad that I started to look for clues how one could have climbed the walls to the backyard, take the chicken and climb out again. And, surprise, I found some. One, outside, in the street, where the backyard walls get together in a 90 angle, there were 2 little stones in the ground with the right width of a ladder. 2, inside, in the wall, there were some fading scratches, as if someone used the hands to hold onto the walls and use the 2 feet to push itself up. 3. My father had left the wheelbarrow near this joint in the walls, and the place where the handle of the wheelbarrow meet the wall was with 2 scratches as well, as if the thief stepped on it. And 4. There was an unusual amount of footprints at the area, since there wasn't any plants that my father would need to water nearby. I showed the evidence to my father, which looked quite impressed, but he said that this wouldn't bring my chicken back, and told me to get over it. I did stay frustrated for quite a long time, months, but eventually moved on the subject. At the beginning of this year we were having barbecue at the backyard of the house we live in now, since 2015, and the subject was brought up again, since my father was complaining about the size of the yard here. At least here there's a lower chance of someone breaking in like happened at the other house, I said, and Mom, Dad and my brother looked at me in confusion. You know, the chicken? Shispa? And then my father said simply that he had given Shispa as a gift to a friend of his when I was at school, and the evidence I had was not of a robbery, but of him and my neighbor trying to fix his electric fence that got caught up by the big mango tree he had in his yard. R.I.P. Shispa. I'm the second youngest of a big family, 3 full-blooded siblings, 6 adopted, 2 of which were originally our cousins, and 1 half-blooded. That's 5 sisters and 5 brothers, plus me, 11 in all. My mother was married when she started adopting and also having kids, but when I was 3 or 4 years old my father and his son, my half-brother, left. My mother claimed this was due to religious disputes. However, I've always noticed and felt, even as a kid, that there was a lot of tension between my mother, myself and my absent father. There were hints all over the place that there was more to this story. Wasn't until 21 years old, 2 years ago, that I put all the pieces together. There is a ton of depth behind this story, and a lot of dark and dirty little family secrets hidden throughout, but the short of it is that I found out my father isn't my father, and it was my birth that split them up. I've still never actually met my supposed father, nor my real one, and I don't think I ever will. I have also, due to even more personal things, have completely cut contact with my mother and several siblings. This hit me really hard when I found out, because I was also the one in my family who spent my childhood doing things no kid should have to do to keep my family together, and failed anyways, in big part due to my own cursed place within the family. I've mostly gotten past it now, and am mostly just looking towards my own future, and I'm much happier for it these days. Side note, I have only told 3 of my siblings of this. No one else in my family knows, and my mother or either fathers don't know that I know this either. Edit. This also means all of my full-blooded siblings are only half-blooded. My half-blooded sibling is actually my cousin. My father is my uncle, as it was his brother who impregnated my mother, making my uncle my real biological father. My grandpa used to sing a song that had a refrain of "Gory gory what a hell of a way to die." I didn't pay much attention as I was a young girl, but a couple of years ago I randomly googled it and came upon the name and lyrics of the song, "Blood on the Rises." And suddenly it wasn't just a little diddle that my beloved grandpa had sung, but an anthem to the abject horror he had lived through. He never talked about being in the war, because he said the people who thought about it had gone crazy. So he never spoke a word. That song was as close as he'd ever let himself get. J.H. Kite, copyright 1943. He was just a rookie trooper and he surely shook with fright. He checked all his equipment and made sure his pack was tight. He had to sit and listen to those awful engines roar. "You ain't gonna jump no more." Chorus. "Gory, gory, what a hell of a way to die. Gory, gory, what a hell of a way to die. Gory, gory, what a hell of a way to die. He ain't gonna jump no more. Is everybody happy?" cried the sergeant, looking up. Our hero feebly answered yes, and then they stood him up. He jumped into the icy blast, his static line unhooked. He ain't gonna jump no more. Chorus. He counted long, he counted loud, he waited for the shock. He felt the wind, he felt the cold, he felt the awful drop. The silk from his reserve spilled out and wrapped around his legs. He ain't gonna jump no more. Chorus. The risers swung around his neck, connectors cracked his dome, suspension lines were tied in knots around his skinny bones. The canopy became his shroud. He hurtled to the ground. He ain't gonna jump no more. Chorus. The days he'd lived and loved and laughed kept running through his mind. He thought about the girl back home, the one he'd left behind. He thought about the medic corps and wondered what they'd find. He ain't gonna jump no more. Chorus. The ambulance was on the spot. The jeeps were running wild. The medics jumped and screamed with glee. They rolled their sleeves and smiled, for it had been a week or more since last a shoot had failed. He ain't gonna jump no more. Chorus. He hit the ground. The sound was splat. His blood went spurting high. His comrades then were heard to say a hell of a way to die. He lay there, rolling round in the welter of his gore. He ain't gonna jump no more. Chorus. Slowly, solemnly, about half the speed of the other verses, there was blood upon the risers. There were brains upon the chute. Intestines were dangling from his paratrooper's suit. He was a mess. They picked him up and poured him from his boots. Partial lyrics. The mystery of why Roy was so odd. It was the mid-80s. The kid dressed like he was a kid from the 50s. He didn't know how to play any sports. He wasn't just bad at them. He didn't know the basic rules. He wasn't allowed to watch any regular cartoons. We'd talk about Transformers, G.I. Joe or Thundercats, and we'd have to explain what those were. Side note, Chad invited him over to watch Thundercats one day, and he was faking traumatized from it. Even words and phrases he would use were odd and outdated. When we got to high school age we figured out that he was being raised by his grandparents and they were ancient. and deeply religious, like deep Southern Baptist snake handler level religious. Turns out his dad had abandoned his mother and him right after he was born, and his mother abandoned him with her parents when he was 2. So he was odd for reasons beyond his control. He took summer's beatings for it too, as I remember growing up, but he turned out okay. Married, couple of kids, good jobs, all that. One day my best friend from those days called me up. "Hey, I saw Roy at a comedy club last week. Up on stage. He uses his upbringing in his act a bit. He's really funny. He had started doing stand-up locally while in college to make some money and work through his sheet. My friend even told me he had a bit about the Thundercats that almost made him piss his pants. Didn't notice it at the time, but I used to go to a summer camp that had a game called Cougar. Half the counselors would run out into the woods and hide, the other half were supervising, and the kids had to go and find them. One of the counselors was the cougar, but you never knew which one in advance, so every time a counselor got found and brought back to the starting area, they would tell you which animal they were, and if you didn't find the cougar, you had to go and keep looking. I'm sure many of you can already spot the con. When I got hired there as a teenager, many years later, I was let in on the secret. There never was a cougar, and when counselors were brought in, they would just make up an animal on the spot. Whenever the time limit was up, and the kids were called back in, whoever was running the game would point to one of the counselors who didn't get found, and reveal that they were the cougar. Mix into this the fact that some of the counselors would frequently toss in the usual shady hide and seek practices like hiding in the staff room and watching TV for an hour, and Cougar became a game that was legendary among the staff for how balls out corrupt it was. I was retroactively upset at myself for never spotting the con, despite the fact that I was a camper at this particular camp until I was 14 years old. That said, I was able to turn the corruption to my advantage. I always believed in playing the game legitimately as one can under such a premise, anyways, so I would always do my best to hide, and I literally was never found once during my whole 5 years working there, except for one occasion, where I deliberately gave myself away. I noticed that time was just about up and there was a little girl passing by my hiding spot who had been bullied mercilessly that week, despite the counselor's best efforts to put a stop to it, so I made just enough noise to attract her attention. When she found me and brought me back, I copped to being the cougar, and this girl got so excited she nearly vibrated out of her shoes. To the best of my knowledge, that was the only time that the kids have ever won a game of cougar in the history of the camp. It's a shame this comment will get buried, because I have a great answer to this. When I was about 13 years old, I was in my bedroom and we were getting ready to leave for a family holiday. As usual, I was messing about. I was in my room and I went to the wall and knocked on the wall. It was a hollow sound, but what was strange is that somebody knocked back. My bedroom was on the second floor on the side of the house, so there is no way somebody could be on the other side of wall unless they could fly. I was completely stumped. I knocked once, and it knocked back. I knocked twice, it would knock twice back. At some point I thought it was like an echo, until it started knocking without me knocking first. My brother was 19 at the time, so I called him in and showed him how, when I knocked, somebody knocked back, and it happened. So I didn't imagine it. Me and my brother heard the knocking. Anyway, the taxi came, and we left for our holiday, and I forgot about it. When I came home I remembered and went to the wall and knocked in the same spot, but nothing happened. I tried multiple times throughout my life to replicate it to no avail, and grew up thinking I probably imagined it. When I was about 30, the whole family was out for dinner one night and I remembered about the knocking, and he said he did, and I just was confused again, but again I let it pass until I was about 35 and had a friend over and was telling him the story. There is a good end to this story, but I thought, since this post is so buried, I won't post the end unless there is at least one reply asking for it. When I was 6, I was at a family reunion at my uncle's farm. He had a big dog that I just loved, and I tried to pet it all day, but the other kids there were mean to him and kept trying to ride on his back or pull his tail. So the dog learned to keep his distance from any kid there, including me. Later that evening, everyone was inside and the dog was watching my sister and cousin play basketball. I quietly walked up behind him and gently put my hand on his head. I don't even remember feeling his fur, and the next thing I knew, I was on the ground with him on top of me. I had hit my head on a sharp rock and he ripped my cheek off. Spoiler alert, I survived, with surprisingly not too much of a scar. My uncle ended up euthanizing the dog, which was very hard on their family. I always told people that the dog just had a bad day and I must have surprised him. I told this story that way for years. Then, a couple of months ago, I reconnect with a cousin I haven't talked to since we were kids. We get to talking about that reunion and find out he saw the whole thing from over by the house. He saw one of those brats yank the dog's tail as I was reaching to pet him. He never told anyone, because when he saw my mauled face he passed out, which I do remember people being concerned about him at the same time as me, and I never knew why, and he never talked about what he saw. He thought everyone just knew that was what happened. When I was 10 and my brother was 12, we had some neighborhood kids over to play Monopoly one night and the game got out of hand. I had a crush on one of the girls there, and my brother knew I was trying to impress her with my Monopoly skills, and went out of his way to humiliate me, and somehow we got into a fist fight and he ended up slamming me into the corner of the stairwell. It hurt like a bitch and I ended up crying, and I yelled at him that I was going to get him back for this when he slept, since I couldn't beat him up one-on-one. The next morning, I wake up to him screaming for my mom. He was in his closet and a bunch of his favorite shirts had big holes cut in the back of them. It was like someone took scissors and cut the tags out, and also cut a few inch hole diameter around the tags to cut them out. I immediately get blamed for it, and no matter how much I proclaim my innocence, my parents are 100% convinced I did it, based on the fight we had the night before. My brother was pretty vain at the time and really big on his clothing, so they thought for sure that he would never do anything like that to his favorite clothes. So I get grounded, and they kept trying to get me to admit to it, but I didn't do it so I wouldn't. I even got in worse trouble for continuing to lie about it. I actually thought it had to be ghosts and our house was haunted. So fast forward 8 to 9 years, we are all home for the holidays, hanging out with some friends drinking one night and we are talking about any personal ghost stories that we've had, and I bring that story up. Then my brother just stops and is like, oh no, that wasn't ghosts, that was me, I forgot about that, but I framed you. I cut the tags out of my own shirts and buried them in the trash that night. We are really close now, and I'm the godfather to his daughter, but I'm still low-key pissed about that one. First time I reply to anything on Reddit. TW for death and mental health stuff. My dad died when I was around 2 years old, and I've always been told he died in a car accident since I could remember. No biggie, since I didn't know the details. I liked scaring kids inventing grotesque car accident scenarios. However, my mom never put flowers on the road, nor mentioned where it happened. I thought he had fallen asleep while driving and crashed. So growing up I've always been told I look a lot like him, and that I act the same way. For context, a lot of my behavior is influenced by yet undiagnosed mental illness along with depression. So it's always seemed weird to me to be compared with him in those behaviors. Lo and behold, talking with my grandma a few months ago I discovered that my dad was also mentally ill, not surprising, considering the family history. And that he did not die in a car accident. My family chose to believe it was an accident, refusing to acknowledge he killed himself. He just closed the doors, turned on the engine, and knowing there was a gas leak, put himself to sleep. No one wants to think anyone would do that on purpose, except if you've thought of doing the same thing yourself. It was kind of relieving to know that, but also infuriating because my mother, having lived through the same thing twice, did nothing to try and understand my situation. I'm not angry. It is a lot of trauma for a young person and my mother did her best. It just wasn't enough. I'm now 17 and back in therapy, hoping to finally put an end to the family cycle or at least try. If you've taken the time to read this, I hope you have a fantastic day and reach out for help if you're struggling. There is no need to carry everything by yourself. Well, yassie, there I was at the tender age of 3. Went to work with my daddy and a fine day we had. He owned a quick lube at the age of 25 on his way to his first million, a goal there is little question he would have achieved. I remember it as if it were happening now. My grandmother picked me up from the shop It was the fair that time of year to get us all ready to go. We went home and prepped, but dad didn't show. We got a little worried, or rather, she did, as she couldn't trace him on the phone. So we went to see what the holdup was. The road to the shop was across a quaint Oklahoma County road to a similarly placed town, but we didn't make it that far. As we cruised along, we happened upon an accident. Looked pretty bad. She stopped, turned around and went straight back home without word. I remember asking what was wrong. Nothing but tears and broken words came. I was so confused. I went in and played with my toys as a 3-year-old man ought, but something was amiss. I absolutely did not understand. Time without reference is funny, but it seemed an hour or forever. Not a clue, but pretty soon my uncle came in to tell me something terrible had happened. He told me my daddy had died. I didn't cry. I didn't understand. Only when I left my room and walked outside to see my family in deep embrace did I put it together. That crash. Fast forward 14 years. The story was that he had been speeding around a curve and lost control. That's what the police said anyways. I knew better even then. My dad didn't make those kinds of mistakes. He was a pro-level motorcycle man and everything else. It dawned on me to look deeper in my early teenage years. I set out as a sleuth would, following the newspaper clippings and stories of friends and loved ones. I found more than anyone would have guessed. He had been in a relationship with my mother, sure, but there had been murmurings that he was having an affair with a rival family in that small town's higher up family daughter. It was accepted as true. In fact, she had a son, and he, like me, had been shielded, I later learned, but at the time, I followed every clue. It seemed clear. My dad had gotten 2 girls pregnant. The other woman's family was powerful with many protective brothers. Fast forward 15 years. I met the guy who would have been him. Through sheer will, determination and force, we had a meal over a mess of buffalo wings and alcohol one day, and admittedly, he looked just like me. I was convinced. We poured a few down our throats at the tender age of 34 together. When I finally mustered the balls, he thought I was there to argue religiosity. Instead I said, "I think you're my half brother." We fucking sat silently for what felt an eternity, until he broke the silence. I'm not sure what to say. I filled him in on the hows and whys, and the obvious resemblance. We cried a bit accepting that truth. We met the following week to get DNA tested. He was not my brother. Just a weird coincidence. My father, however, well, that probably wasn't. I had a medium to big sized yard in a rural town as a kid. The property had our house and driveway on a higher piece of land. Just after the house, the land sloped down pretty steep and led into a big and wide backyard. On the upper part, there was a neighbor to the right who lived in a trailer. On the lower part, the land to the right was super overgrown and not part of the trailer neighbor's yard. As a young kid, this piece of overgrown property seemed like an unexplored haven, but I was always forbidden from going over there. My grandfather kept the yard immaculate right up to a certain point, and then it was just overrun by ferns, trees and grass. Years later, my grandfather and his buddy started cutting down that section. That's when I saw there was a shack there. A literal shack, with holes and gaps between the boards. My grandfather snuck me in against my grandmother's rules once, and I was able to see that the inside was a single room. It had an outdated kitchen to the left, a toilet and washburn to the right, and a set of steps that led up to a half floor that held a bed. It wasn't until years later, long after we moved, that I found out a crazy old lady had lived there the entire time. An agoraphobic hermit, the town had taken to caring for her, so my grandparents and trailer neighbor brought her groceries and made sure she was okay. When she died, my grandfather and his buddy were given the task to tear it down, since she had no family. My grandfather loved metal detecting, and he found thousands of dollars buried all around her house in lock boxes. I believe he was told he could keep it. Another mystery was the same house, but the property to the left. It was a similar house to ours with a big backyard that I could see from our yard. No mystery. It was owned by an elderly couple who didn't see their kids much, so the lady would always invite me over for tea, cookies and a chat. Since I was like 7 or so, I didn't understand why she would sometimes go into another room with her husband and leave me alone in the living room. I didn't get what was going on when I heard hushed but angry voices, banging and shattering. I didn't get why she would come back alone crying, desperately feeding me cookies and tea. I really didn't get why I wasn't allowed back there when I told my grandparents about the strange noises I had heard. I had to figure that one out in my own when I was older. Not exactly childhood, but I was young, and it was quite the mystery. We were a group of troublemaking high school sophomores. Think ding dong ditching, pull hopping, etc. All harmless shenanigans, but very disrespectful in hindsight. Friday night, my buddy got his hands on some beer, so I convinced my parents to let us camp out in a tent in the backyard. We have ourselves a campfire and shoot the sheet while having some beers. We settle the fire down, ditch the empty beer cans, and call it a night. We were already drinking. Any debauchery would dramatically increase both the risk and potential punishment. We were idiots, but not stupid idiots. Bright and early Saturday morning our tent is swung wide open by my mother. She reads us the riot act about our behavior the previous night. We assumed she saw us drinking and all of our heads sank. She continues to scold us, finally demanding that we return the stop sign to the empty signpost standing at the end of our dead-end street. We look at each other clueless about what she's talking about. We try proclaiming our innocence, but she's not buying it. Who else would steal the sign other than 4 punk teenagers with no supervision? I wasn't allowed to leave the house for months. It was the same never-ending conversation with my parents. I plead innocent. They don't believe me and explain how important honesty is. They eventually cool off, slowly letting me stay at friends, but our house was off limits. Fast forward to senior year. The stop sign is water under the bridge at this point. Weekend night, we once again find ourselves around a campfire in my backyard. It had been a while since we had hung out at my place, so I was filling them in on changes throughout the neighborhood. When I mentioned that the house next door had been foreclosed and the owners fled the state, the first reaction from the group was to go investigate. We peek in the windows and see the house is trashed. Check the doors, but they're locked with foreclosure paperwork displayed on them. One of my buddies discovered a window was unlocked, and we built up the courage to venture in. The place is absolutely trashed. It looked like it was unoccupied for years. No furniture, and trash everywhere. As we climb the stairs up to the second story with our flashlights, we are immediately drawn to a bright reflection in the living room. We almost shit ourselves when we realized it was the infamous missing stop sign. We grab the sign and run back to my place. Parents were asleep at this point, but I made sure to wake their asses up to finally prove my innocence. They were extremely apologetic for not believing me for so long, but from that point on we established a whole new level of trust. My mother got pregnant with me at 15. I, 23F, ended up getting my step-grandpa's last name. When my mom and dad got married, they never changed my name to their new last name. My mom always told me I had my grandparents' last name because they raised me when I was younger, since my mom and dad were still teenagers trying to juggle school with a baby. As I got older and curiouser I asked why they never changed my last name to my dad's last name when they got married. She told me it was because my grandpa wanted me to carry on his last name. It made sense to me since they did help my parents out a lot with raising me. I also started to notice that I looked nothing like my dad, and I looked exactly like my mom. I thought that was weird, but then my mom had my brother and he looked exactly like my dad, so I figured it was just something that happened with genetics. I loved looking at my baby pictures of my dad with my mom with me in her belly. I saw my dad in the pictures in hospital with my mom as she gave birth to me. I saw him raise me. I never thought anything different. However, when I turned 18, my parents sat me down and told me that my dad is not my biological father. I did not believe them. He was with my mom for the entire pregnancy and raised me. It made no sense. My mom said that she had gotten pregnant by her previous boyfriend. She broke up with him and started dating my dad 2 months later. She had no idea that she was pregnant and neither did my dad. My dad and mom haven't had sex at that point, so when my mom told my dad she was pregnant, he automatically thought she cheated. But once he saw the timeline he knew she didn't. He loved my mom and stayed by her side through it all and raised me. Now when I look back, all of the signs were pretty obvious, and it makes sense. I also never understood why my grandpa wanted me to carry on his last name if I'm a woman. If I got married I would get my husband's last name. Usually the sons of the families carry on the last name. But now it makes sense lol. When I was 3 my parent and I moved to Senegal and lived right on the coast of West Africa. Like almost on the beach. As you can imagine in a coastal town, fish was the most readily available food and what most people depended on to eat and live. Little 3-year-old me decided for some reason that I did not like fish. Just out of the blue one day after not previously caring. I was an absurdly stubborn child and once I made up my mind about something, it was extremely difficult to make me change it, much to the chagrin of adults. For whatever reason, I decided that all fish was gross and intolerable, and I would have absolutely nothing to do with it. That was that. My parent was not chill with me rejecting the main available source of protein, but I would not be swayed. It started to become a problem, because often that was the only food available. People would invite us over for special meals and I would refuse to eat a bite, leaving my poor parent super embarrassed about his snobby American child. What I did love was the white chicken that my parent would make all the time. Hella tasty. It was different from regular chicken, which we didn't eat as often anyway, but I figured it must come from a different breed, or had something to do with the preparation process. Kids don't get that deep into it. And any time I had to be watched for a long period of time by someone else, they would make it for me too. But my friends had no idea what I was talking about whenever I brought it up, which was weird, because I ate it all the time for years. Eventually we moved around to other parts of Africa that weren't coastal, and then back to the States, where I became a vegetarian, and forgot about white chicken altogether. At some point in my 20s it came up again, and what did my parent have to say about white chicken? It was always just fish. He knew I didn't actually hate it, and that was the only way to get me to eat. Every time someone had to babysit me, or I stayed with a friend for a few days, he would quietly inform the adult that they had to tell me I was eating white chicken instead of fish or I'd be a sheet about it. Now I think back on my parents' amused friends feeding me my special white chicken, and I do feel a snobby American kid. Also, I do genuinely think fish is super gross now, so it all evened out. So, I had participated in math field day every year I was able, starting with 2nd grade. My senior year of high school, my friend also had always gone, and I ended up being the alternates that year. So, we had convinced our math teacher to at least go along on the trip because it was a regional competition and was in a town about 40 minutes from mine. So she caves and brings us along. We go, and I guess neither of us nor our math teacher had really thought it out because we weren't actually replacing anyone and they wouldn't allow us to take the tests, so had nothing to do. I was familiar with this town and was 18 at the time, my friend 17. We decide we are going to walk off campus. It was held at a small local college. While the actual participants are taking their test, before doing so, I told him I had to use the bathroom. We head to the bathroom, and while I'm in there I notice one toilet is continuously running. We finish up using the restroom, and I told my buddy we should let someone know about the running toilet. We take like 5 minutes to find an adult, but to no avail, and eventually leave campus. We know how long the test is scheduled and keep an eye on the time. We walk about a mile down to a tobacco shop, buy some clove cigarettes. That's right. We were rebels. Circa 2007 Jeroms, and then head back for the college. When we get back, our teacher is grilling us about where we were and what we were doing. We obviously couldn't tell her walking around town and buying tobacco on a school trip, so we said just walking around campus. Turns out, someone intentionally clogged the toilet and we were getting the blame for it. So we stick to our guns and tell her we had noticed it and tried to find help, but weren't able to. It all blows over, but she ends up giving us gift bags at graduation full of TP and plungers. Haha, funny stuff, but we still tell her we didn't do it, cause we didn't. Fast forward to 2018, and I'm at a friend's house at another neighboring town, because I've since gone to college and moved back home. She and her boyfriend had invited me over for dinner and drinks. I had known both of them a long time in my life, but separately. The boyfriend was a bit of an intellectual rival within my county while growing up, and we had always seen each other at scholastic events, such as math field day and science fairs. So I'm reminiscing about these childhood events and telling her about them, and then I mention a wild story for my senior year at math field day and mention I never figured out what actually happened. I finish the story and he is devilishly snickering to himself. It clicks for me and I'm like, no way. He then proceeds to tell me about how he had instructed his friend to rig it up, intentionally to overflow. Which is why the staff blamed someone. It wasn't just clogged. It was rigged to overflow 10 years later, and mystery was solved. Absolutely blew my mind, and it was hilarious. Saw my old math teacher a couple months later, and you can be damn sure that I informed her I finally learned who the evil dogs were. When I was in kindergarten, one of my textbooks had a story wherein one new student came to the class and was very quiet. The other students made sure that the new student won't feel left behind. But okay, skip forward to the part that caused the mystery. One of the students introduced herself as hello, my name is Liza. So I went on with it. I would introduce myself as my name is ArpsTND, or any variant that goes along that line. Recall that I was in kindergarten that time, and I was 5 years old. At home, we had a playset, and there was a telephone. So I pretended that I have someone over the line of the play telephone and said, I'm ArpsTND. My parents heard me and said you shouldn't have said that, the police might be coming. So I was really scared and never made the first move in introducing myself, thinking that the police would come after me. I would only say my name when asked. When I was grade 8, age 13, I realized that that might just be another thing parents tell to their children to scare them from doing something. I realized that because the speakers, whenever there was a program in our school, introduced themselves with their name, X. I'm Juan de la Cruz, the CEO of X company, so I thought it's now okay, and I was an idiot for all those 8 years from kindergarten to the 8th grade. I now reintroduced myself with my name, since I also get to talk a lot in public. Fast forward last year, 2019. While looking for old notes, I happened to pass by that old book I had in kindergarten. My mother jeered, remember when you had a fight with one of your classmates because she criticized the way you color? I now remember that the page 1 was coloring. That day was the one with that new student story, and that my parents were joking me because the father of the classmate that I got into fight was a policeman. It has never been wrong to introduce oneself with his own name. Edit, spelling and grammar. I honestly thought that ghosts were terrorizing me as a kid. I felt my hair being pulled at random times, and I felt someone lightly hitting me on my back and shoulders. I heard music that, according to others, wasn't playing. Sometimes I heard a clock ticking inside the wall close to my pillow in bed. It always had a specific location that I could pinpoint by how loud the ticking was as I pressed my ear to the wall. I heard random knocks on things and very clear footsteps in the stairs that stopped just outside my room. I also saw things that resembled fever hallucinations and sometimes little imaginary creatures that kind of taunted me. I also had episodes that made me feel drugged and distorted my experience of reality. To cut it short, I had a whole lot of experiences that could not be explained. My home situation wasn't the best, so I didn't talk about it a lot. When I did mention it, it was naturally dismissed as a child begging for attention. A bit into my teens I had hallucinations that were so scary I couldn't keep quiet. That resulted in brain scans and similar stuff, but since I had no tumors or other physical abnormalities it never led to diagnosis or treatment. The scariest episodes started to come less frequently as I grew older, and the only thing that was really a problem later on was the episodes where I feel drugged and unsure about what is real or not. Like a dreamy state of consciousness where fairy tale creatures could just as well be real, and I feel like I can mentally and emotionally connect with trees and animals and other weird stuff. Visual and auditory hallucinations were still scary and confusing, but less frequent. It's super weird and completely ludicrous, yet the experiences were, and still are, extremely real to me, sometimes debilitatingly so. I'm now closing in on 40. Although I was sucked into the supernatural community for a while in my youth, I broke free and instead turned to science. Got a master's in biology and am now doing my PhD. A few weeks ago I finally had contact with a neurologist and told them about some of my experiences while in the process of investigating migraine headaches. I was cautious not to sound too crazy, since other doctors have scoffed at me when I dared mention it in the past. Turns out I have something that's called Alice in Wonderland syndrome, a rare disorder that might, and might not, be connected to migraine. Safe to say I cried a lot as that indescribable weight was finally lifted from my metaphorical shoulders. I'm not crazy and there never were any ghosts. A mystery that has followed me through life since I was around 10 years old has now been dispelled, and I'm so relieved I can hardly put it into words. TLDR, there were no ghosts, I'm not crazy, I don't have schizophrenia. Turns out my brain just has a weird defect that causes signals to be mixed up sometimes. Edit, it's called Alice in Wonderland syndrome because it is thought that Lewis Carroll had it and that the book was inspired by episodes of this syndrome. Wikipedia has a good page about it. I had a song stuck in my head for over a decade. I heard it on a ski lift entrance when I was maybe 16 and asked my friend and even the strangers next to me what the song was and no one knew. I didn't have Shazam, so I remember holding on to the lyrics as they came in so I could Google search when I got back. I did this regularly with radio songs, scribble down lyrics, Google lyrics, find the song 99.9999% of the time. This was the 0.0001%. I sang it all the way up the lift in my head. I was too nervous to pull my mittens off and run the risk of losing the phone or mittens from the ski lift. Over time I've overcome this fear. Naturally, by the time I got off the lift I had forgotten everything, except all in my head. I completely forgot the super important title and keyword just after all in my head phrase. So I threw it in my notes app where I ended up keeping my passwords and subscriptions information and put it as the alias header so I didn't lose a random phrase it in my plethora of passwords and forget about it. You know, as you do. I asked Google, Yahoo answers, even Bing to no avail. I could not find the song. Years and years went by and constantly inputting new information every so often into that notes tab, and I'd be reminded of the song that escaped me completely. My notes app filters by recently edited so whenever I'd make an account somewhere, link an email whatever it'd throw the info on the app. So you can imagine it happens somewhat regularly and is located at the top of the app, right next to dog names and movies to watch. Years pass on, I no longer even knew or could project the genre at this point. I just had the lyrics. Because of this I began deep dives into tons of top 100 artists from 70s 90s. I thought it was most likely in the eras predating my birth, since I hadn't heard it from the radio stations I was listening to that played throwbacks. The song had come out in '04 and I was born in '95. I was off. Then my sister up and played it for me a few months ago. Was on a shuffled throwback playlist of hers. I faking knew from the melody alone it was the song, even before he belted out all in my head the first words of the song. Though I waited 10 years from ski lift to my sister's apartment, I didn't have to wait through any lyrics to encounter those 4 words that had evaded me for so long. It was Tim McGraw and Nellis over the closure, the satisfaction, the euphoria. When I was a kid my dad would always take me to his friend's house. His friend had 2 sons, I'll call them Thing 1, the older one, and Thing 2, the younger one. We were all around 5 to 7 years of age. I always remembered they had the best Lego toys, like early 80s Legos, not the Kickers themed cheat they have now as an adult. Anyway, I always wondered what happened to those 2 boys. 16 years later I'm dating this chick and end up working with her good friend. This guy is one those hard luck cases that had a rough childhood after his parents split. Multiple DUIs by 20, quick temper, short fuse type, but if he managed to keep it together was actually a good guy to have on your side in general. We are in our work truck on our way to a job, and he is telling me about how much of a drug dealer his dad was when he was kid. All this craziness that him and his older brother had growing up dealing with folks coming by and the drama it caused. As he tells me this story, we drive past his old apartment complex from childhood, and he motions at him and his older brother, Thing 1, used to live over there. I laughed and said, that's crazy, I knew this kid over there named Thing 1 that had a younger brother named Thing 2. A brief moment passes, and it dawns on us both that he is Thing 2, and I used to come and play at his apartment while my dad was buying dope from his dealer of a dad. We both let out a mutual holy shit at the randomness of it, considering we thought we had just met each other 6 months earlier. Later in the week, I'm with my girlfriend and we go to his mom's house to pick him up for a party. He introduced me to his mom as this is one of dad's old buyers. We just realized we work together. Can you believe it? Once it registers in her brain who my dad is, it shows on her face that she immediately hates my dad and probably hadn't thought about him in forever. Now she has to quickly decide if she should keep her composure or say some foul shit. She kept her composure, but at that point we both knew her face showed what she thought of him. Her son missed the whole interaction and we just played nice until we left. I always knew my dad did people dirty when he was younger, but never had an honest measure of just how bad it was. In the span of about 2 seconds I learned that 16 years later it's still pretty bad. Mystery solved. When I was 5 to 6 years old, my mom's brother, David, moved in with us. I couldn't tell you for how long. Could have been a week, could have been a year. I do vividly remember him staying in what would eventually become my bedroom. After he moved out, I slept in the same bed with my mom. One morning, I woke up before my mom did and went downstairs to find water spilling from the ceilings and coming down the walls. I ran back upstairs and the bathtub was running and overflowing onto the bathroom floor. I ran and woke up my mom. She was furious. She was certain I did it. As the building manager and maintenance urgently tried to fix things, she locked me in her bedroom. Every 5 to 10 minutes or so she would come back into her bedroom and just kick the shit out of me. Punch, slap, hair pull, etc. She threw into a wall by my hair. If I looked too comfortable sitting in the chair, she would yank me out and throw me to the ground. Every 5 to 10 minutes. The one time I tried to open the door, she growled at me like a feral animal. Needless to say, my mom was never a healthy woman. Later that day, after she'd calmed down, she sat me down and told me I needed to confess and tell her why I did it. I had already told her I had done nothing, but this time she was being kind to me after literally hours of abuse, and I was scared. So, I lied. I said I was trying to make a swimming pool, and it worked, in that she stopped hitting me for that particular thing, but it also justified her abuse in her head. Years later, when I was a teenager, my other uncle, Ricky, told me of a story during that time in my life. He said that my mom and David had an acrimonious relationship, and when he moved out it was on really bad terms, which I'd suspected, since he was never around anymore, but I never witnessed them fighting, at least not to the extent that I would have remembered it happening at such a young age. He came over to our place one day to find David trying to get into our apartment, rattling the knob, taking the screen off of the windows, etc., and Ricky had to tell him to get lost. David pretended to leave, and for some reason came back to our place 15 minutes after he told David to leave, to find him wrapping a running garden hose around the doorknob and set up so it could possibly flood through a little crack at the bottom of the door and doorway. Obviously, it hit me that David had probably tried to flood the apartment before. I'd actually almost started to believe I had done it myself up to that point, despite having no memory of doing so, and my motive being complete and total bullshit. We had a pool where we lived. A huge, nice one that we used all the time. The biggest surprise was when I mentioned the flooding to Ricky, and he told me he had actually told about the situation with David, and when I confronted my mom about it, she pretended she had no idea what I was talking about, and that Ricky must be misremembering. Much later on, after therapy, I tried to talk to her about it again. Tried to explain I have no reason to lie about it now, and I just needed her acknowledge that I was not the one responsible for the flood. It was important to me. She just dismissed me, did that kind of smug laugh that people do when someone is so pathetic to them, they think it is cute. She just kept repeating you confessed, and me confessing due to hours of abuse wasn't possible, because in the mind of a narcissist it is never abuse or it never even happened. When I was around 10, I had a magic set that had a plastic bullet-shaped thing with a removable tip. The removable tip had a rod with a hook on the back that went through the body of the thing. The hook was supposed to hold a rubber band to snap the tip portion back when it was pulled out. I honestly don't remember what the magic part was supposed to be, but it didn't work. The hook wasn't deep enough, so any tension on the rubber band, and it would slide out of the hook and snap into whatever was holding it, fingers, typically. So, I got out a pocket knife and tried to shave out the inside of the hook to make it deeper. I broke it. I put the device into my top drawer and left it there. A couple years later, we moved. When I was unpacking my stuff, I found the device. I noticed that the hook was too shallow and the rubber band kept coming out, so I took out my pocket knife and tried to shave in a little to make it deeper, and I broke it again. At that point, I got the strangest feeling of deja vu I've ever had. I remembered very clearly standing over my dresser in the old house, trying to fix it and accidentally breaking it. In the new house, there was no dresser, and I was in the unfinished living room/game room downstairs, not in bedroom. I had even considered heating the knife on the electric burner in the old house, and the new house had a gas range. Oh, how I finally solved it. I didn't. The only explanation I have is divine intervention, because it wasn't something that could have been fixed. 26 years and a handful of mechanical engineering classes later, I know that the type of plastic it was made from would have been impossible to repair with any degree of structural integrity, and without leaving any visible sign of repair. And since then, I've tried to find adhesives for that kind of plastic, and it is one of the hardest kinds of plastic to even glue two pieces together, let alone fix a broken piece. Sorry, unsolved mystery. Still, I think it's worth sharing. Maybe someone here will be able to solve it. I'm not holding my breath. Back in middle school, I had a bit of a stalker that of course insisted she wasn't one. I knew in my heart of hearts that she had a huge crush on me. Especially looking back on it now, it was really something to be wanted like that in such an obvious kinda way. Most tend to find guys being the assertive role trying to make the move, obviously and often unfortunately the case in our society. However, of course not understanding the significance at the time, and adding the fact that I was shy as shit, I pulled away from the whole thing, even when she asked to date me. It wasn't long after essentially rejecting her out of sheer panic, as this was completely new territory for me, that I had moved away and lost touch. Life went on, but one day I remembered back and got curious, as obviously things such as these are quite vivid in a young guy's mind. I knew all the details and could replay the events perfectly in my head. Well, I wondered, maybe I can find this girl, because obviously that's the only natural next step. Problem: I only have her first name and social media was not prevalent at the time. Hell, people didn't have phones at school to give some perspective. The thing is, she never went by her real first name. She went by the name Rita. It's fine, it's not even close to her real one. Well, you can imagine that it was impossible to find anything with one made up name, a rough age, area she could conceivably live. It was like an anime where the tables turn, and suddenly I'm feeling like a stalker. But I was committed. I was far too curious. I struggled off and on over several years to see if any info popped up, now purely habitual with no genuine interest. It had become something of a cold case for me that I couldn't let go of. Well, then it happened out of sheer luck. I met someone who had a yearbook from my middle school, from the same time frame when we had attended, and I knew that, unless she pulled a me and dipped out before pictures were taken, I'd find her. Of course, in the yearbook it didn't list her as Rita, that'd have been too easy, but I had her face emblazoned in my mind over the years. Even now I still have it perfectly. That's what happens when a girl leaves an impression. Seriously girls, compliment a guy sometime, it means a ton to us. Ahem. Well, almost at the end of the book, I find her face. And it's like a no sheet moment for sure. After years, I had a real name to the person. Naturally I look her up online and found out she had a criminal record and really went into some sketch stuff in life, and that's why sometimes it's better to leave things to memory and not dig deeper. But on the other hand, it was an end. It was a bit of a personal success for me to finally get an answer. I gotta say though, before, a part of me always wanted to get in contact, just for old time's sake. Who knows, maybe I missed out big time. But at the same time, now knowing thus stuff, I thought maybe I dodged a bullet. It had been so many years, it made me wonder, had I said yes to her back then, maybe it would have steered my life in a different direction, or maybe I've older steered hers in a better direction. It was just one of those things for me, like, you never know what decision you make, could be a big one. Even the slightest change in timing, yes vs no, this or that, it could have big impacts over the long term. I had remembered this cute blonde girl from my childhood, and followed up much later as an adult, only to see a new person basically. It was a little sad tbh. I hope she's doing better and is happy. I was not exactly a kid, but I was not a teenager either. Around 12 years old. I enjoyed to explore back then, and so I did in my spare time sometimes. I was playing at the park with some friends one afternoon. We had always wondered what was beyond the bushes that surrounded an old house that had been abandoned for the longest time in my hometown. This place was entered through a rampart that descended to a backyard that was below street level, the home itself having its main door in the walls that arched over the rampart. It was blocked, but beyond the building part of the backyard was seen. It felt dark and mysterious, and I decided to go exploring. I was a natural leader back then, and all of my friends found the idea exciting. To avoid the rampart and the possibility of being spotted, I decided we should descend through the bushes. They were not uniform and there were really big gaps between the leaves. I decided we could use the gaps better, because the height was not too great, and using the rampart directly had the risk of being spotted, since it was by the main road. So me and a friend jumped inside and went exploring. The backyard was like a mini forest, and there was a dilapidated barn down there, surrounded by dark shadows produced by the leaves of trees above. It still had its upper part open or missing, I don't remember. The thing is, we peeped inside. We saw someone sitting atop an abandoned car, an old, not functional, Spanish Seashells. This person didn't notice us at the beginning. He had some glass artifact on his hands. He lit it up with a lighter. The scene was so confusing and eerie to us, we just couldn't hold back a scream and we ran away to the safety of sunlight. We didn't even mind the rampart anymore, we just got out of there through it, to the safety of the road. It was not until several years later that it struck me. We had found a crackhead in an abandoned barn getting high, and our still innocent minds could not yet understand what we had just seen. Great adventure, huh? Reading is good for kids, she'd always say, so my grandmother would go riffling through stacks and shelves, then dump some sort of manga on me. When I was young, I read through the whole bunch. When I met new words, I would pick up the manga and run to the nearest adult to ask them. Then they'd pale, snatch it out of my hands, tell me not to read it, and hide it somewhere new. I didn't get it though. It was fun. There was magic, swords, monsters, people fighting each other in clashing battles. They weren't sexist either. They had men fighting men fighting women, women fighting women. The last two was incredibly rare to see in manga. Some kinds of battles were super weird, and I didn't understand them. There wasn't any proficient use of battle tactics or anything. It was admittedly very annoying not to see fancy magic being used, and had battles covered by rolling around wrestling each other with jiu-jitsu moves that would no doubt be illegal in real life competitions. And I learned that manga women screamed a lot. It's like that's the only thing they know how to do in a fight. The women usually lost, of course, and the men always won in man vs woman battles. So you can say that it's still a little bit sexist. Half of the dialogue form guys were just grunting though. The guys would always be the one to smoke or leave the vicinity after the battle, and then the women would clean up or something. But the next time they met, they'd be all chill and friendly with each other. Anyway, when I got shooed away from the manga and stuff, my grandmother would sniff out where the new hiding spots were and grab them for me, so I'd never miss a book. Inevitably, I'd meet a new word and have to ask the adults again. So I would hide the manga, run over to the adults, and then ask them. Sometimes I would get punished, and I have no idea why, but they would always end up confiscated. It was a puzzling, but I figured it was an adult thing, like eating vegetables and medicine. Years later when I was an adult, I went over the bookshelves and discovered, hidden in a nook, the very same series I once used to read. It was there I discovered my grandmother had been sliding me my uncle's R-rated born mangas. Now reread this whole thing and try not to cringe. TLDR, my grandmother tried to get me to read more with mangas, but the adults keep taking them away. I never knew why till years later, when I discovered that they were born mangas. I grew up in a rural area. I had only 2 classmates, one of which is my cousin. In 3rd grade, for the school's Christmas play, the 3 of us were tasked with performing a song on the flute/recorder as an opening act in exchange for smaller roles in the play. We thought it was a pretty sweet deal. Until the night of the play came around, and stage fright set in as we watched the room fill with people. We climbed on the stage with our little flutes, half nauseous and trembling. Stood at the edge of the stage in front of the still closed curtain, looked straight to the ground, and gave what we were sure was the worst performance anyone had ever given in the school /s history. After the play was over I joined my family and told them how nervous we were and how bad it must have sounded, and my mum was like, "Oh really? We didn't notice at all. It was great." I was so relieved and recalled this memory many times in my adult life to prep myself when I had stage fright. It still blew my mind how my own perception of that event was so different from everybody else /s. That is until 2 years ago, in my late 30s, when we were having lunch at work and my colleague told us about how he been to his daughter /s school play and how it had been so bad, but he didn't have the heart to tell her. It was in that very moment when it dawned on me, and my jaw must have literally dropped, because they asked if everything was alright. So I told them this story and how my entire life was built on a lie because my mum wanted me to feel good about myself in 3rd grade. There was a stalker/kidnapper who prowled my neighborhood. When I was in middle school my sister got appendicitis. Usually we walked to school every day, but that day I walked by myself. I had just begun my walk and was about to cross a street when a white van pulled up. A young 30 meters rolled down the window and asked if I had seen his dog. My parents had driven stranger danger into my head as parents do, so I was instantly on guard. I told him no, and he insisted that I get in his car so he can drive me to school. I very adamantly said no and began to back away. He then left. I didn't think anything of it. A few years later my sister and I were walking home when across the same street when we saw a young man call out our names from a truck. He told us our mom got very hurt and sent him to take us to the hospital. Now our mom made us walk in rain, snow, sleet, it didn't matter, and we were less than 5 minutes from our house, so we told him no thank you. He pressured us a 2nd and 3rd time, and we of course said no. Then he drove off. We got home and there was our mom just sitting on the couch knitting. We told her what happened and she freaked, but we couldn't clearly see his face or make out anything. Several years later I'm walking home with my very young twin brothers, and I noticed someone, I'm assuming male, because he was tall, lanky, wore a trench coat and a hat, was following us. No biggie, maybe he is just out for an autumn walk, but he's catching up. I tell my brothers to hurry up, which they pay no attention to. We get up to the same street when a van pulls up, and I tell my brothers to go around the back of the van so as to be hidden by the trees lining the road and run all the way home. Don't look back, run as fast as you can. As soon as we were out of sight we booked it. In order to get home we had to cross a drainage ditch that had a fence. And while running this man caught up to us, but was still far enough back that I thought we could make it. Until my brother's backpack fell off. I picked him up, threw him over the fence, and we all ran into our neighbor's house. They don't have any kids, who then immediately called the cops. It wasn't until this year, when I was telling my fiancé about this weird time I almost got kidnapped 3 times, that things clicked. I also realized that it was the same man who had been prowling the neighborhood for some time, and had attempted this with other families too, specifically my best friend at the time who lived in the next street over. TLDR, I almost got kidnapped at the same street 3 separate times as a kid, and didn't realize that it was the same man until this year when telling my fiancé about this weird thing that happened. When I was a kid, there was a house on the block with no one living in it. It was fully furnished, couches, china cabinet, tables, chairs, TV, everything. There was even a fully decorated Christmas tree in the corner, and this really nice looking stereo boombox on a shelf that always caught my eye. Every so often, we would pass by and the blinds and curtains would be open. The next day they were closed again, but we absolutely never saw anyone ever going in or out. So of course the kids' legend is that the people who lived there died suddenly one day, and house was now haunted by them. We spent years saying that one day we would find a way into the house, and of course we never did. About 20 years ago, a new family moved in, and I was talking to my neighbor about it, and I told her how I always wanted to know why the house was really empty. So she explained, the couple who lived there bought the place in the 70s. By 84/85 each one cheated on the other, then the other cheated as revenge, and it developed into a horrible divorce. And they spent years fighting over the assets in the house. Which is why everything was into shade. They both moved out and refused to let the other have it. They fought over everything from the furniture to the carpeting, the curtains, the flatware, the stereo we stared at, to the lights on the Christmas tree. In the early 2000s the husband died, and their son finally convinced his mother to sell everything off as is. The reason the drapes and windows were sometimes open was that they couldn't even agree on that. One of them would come to the house to clean, dust, etc. and would open the curtains to make the house look nice. The next day the other would come to close them because they didn't want people looking into the house. We of course never saw any of this because, being kids, we were in school at the times they did this. Occasionally, they showed up on the same day and the block was treated to one hell of a screaming match. Apparently I had the War of the Roses going down on my own block and had no idea. I didn't actually solve this one, but here goes. I grew up in the country, and my parents had a small orchard they had been adding to since they bought the property. One day, they asked all of us kids, me and my 2 siblings, to help them dig the hole for a new tree. So we start digging and suddenly, we hit an old wooden box. We were used to find old farm tools and other stuff from previous owners of the property, so this didn't strike our little children brains as weird. So together we all dug it out, opened the box, and found a giant bag of coins inside. I remember excitedly pouring out the contents of the bag onto a tarp in our living room. You know, just to get a real grasp on how much treasure we found. When we asked who would bury this much money in the ground, my dad said it was probably some guy during the Great Depression who didn't trust banks after the economy collapsed. Still, I did sometimes wonder who would bury all their money and then forget about it when they moved away. It wasn't until I was in high school that I found out. My teacher told me that my parents had told him the story at parent/teacher conferences. Teach, that's so amazing how your parents gave you guys a treasure hunt. I'm gonna do the same thing for my kids. Me, they did what now? Yeah, turns out my parents took all the change in the house, put it in a sack, and buried it for us to find. They just wanted to give us a little adventure. My godfather, who was my dad's best friend, used to be around a lot during my first 10 years of life. Not only was he present, he also bought me extraordinarily and disproportionately expensive gifts every chance he got. He did own a rather well-known cafe, but still it was too much. My parents were in a mediocre financial situation back then, but they still managed to buy me stuff for Christmas, birthdays etc. and it was nothing compared to that. For instance, when I got my first elementary school report card with a perfect grade, my godfather just popped in hours later with a huge inflatable ball pit that barely fit in my room and must have cost upwards of several $100s. Then, when I was in my 14s, he practically disappeared. Barely even called in birthdays. My parents told me that he was very busy with work and in the process of opening a new business with my godmother. However, the weird thing was that every time I went by his shop with my bicycle, he wasn't there. I found the truth a few years later. My godfather was a high-stakes gambler who had made a lot of money not only playing, but also through some illegal slot machines in the back of his new shop. As happens with gambling though, he started getting into more hardcore situations, basement poker games in bad neighborhoods, and of course hit a losing streak. He lost a car and owed money to shady people, so he had to hide as much as possible. My dad estimated his debt to be roughly twice the net worth of his first business. What's more, His wife all but left him and dragged him to the courts for her share of their money. My father had to testify against his best friend because he felt it would be unjust for my godmother to lose what she had worked for to a gambler, and it would be the only way to give him a lesson and make him stop. My godfather naturally cut all contact. Comedians or artists find the way their loved ones may walk interesting, or how hard it was for her to put contacts in the first time. Mundane minutiae. Those are just things artistic types pick up on and literally enjoy. The way a certain man's speech impediment downtown rings out sealed to AYYYH over and over. It was his job to direct SWAT EHS of train-bound humans to the CTA. I freaking love that guy. A bluish grey rusty sunfeel would be his voice. Impediment so strange I can't explain it, but it has a feathering like at the end with a weird wisp of the lisp. I'll never be able to hear those timbres and tones and diction ever again when that man passes, because I don't see anybody recording him. But back to as artists, we see and feel the things that have hurt us more than others, because it might have affected us originally the same. Art peeps will keep that hurtful memories and revisit it with different lighting or something in their head, and then get hurt again even worse, and then next time they revisit it, it's in a different setting in their head. We hold on to things for our day lives. Our intellectual properties are gold. And I would not ever exploit the man with the strong speak. That's who he is. And I bet somewhere he knows that he could do some really cool shit on a couple songs. What the hell am I even talking about? Oh yeah, oh my god, alright, well, but I wanted to say is that it's beautiful to me how he kept his mom in an emotional safe box in a way and let her believe that it was a ghost. And let her gain some strength from the specter still living with them. If that's what the case was, I don't know. All I'm saying is that they knew each other so well and loved each other and played their answers to benefit themselves, but in the end, locked in a pretty beautiful story. This is such an interesting one that was very hard to think while I was writing. Perhaps I'll stop thinking. I understand if it is too long and etc. point, but I like the part about the stuff. Lol. Not to me Peresi, but several friends of mine, and even my sister, as an adult by her ex-husband, were told that a valued pet had been taken to a farm at some point, where they could run, play, and live the rest of their life not sick, or whatever. Then I met a farm owner. A friend of mine grew up on a farm in Maryland, and her mom had a lot of cats. Like, a lot. Nearly 8 in the house, another 8 to 9 in her art studio, former barn, and 2 to 3 outside on the property. The farm is one of the oldest, still not part of some industrial combine. She doesn't grow crops herself, but they lease the surrounding acreage. The barn/art studio is the largest building for miles around, built in the early 1800s, behind a low wall at a bend in the road. Many mornings, she takes a walk around the property to check her traps that she has out for raccoons and snapping turtles that like to eat her koi and chickens. She has a few just for the eggs. If she sees any, she takes the traps, drives a few miles away to some unclaimed wilderness, and releases them. If she finds possums or skunks, she just frees them because they eat ticks and that's super useful. But many times, she finds cats. Domestic cats. Cats that obviously are used to people, have collar marks, and so on. Age also finds dead cats or domestic dogs on the road, which she'll check for collars, or move to a ditch or something. She is the farm a lot of locals abandon their pets to, because the barn is a landmark. People will drive there at night, heave an unwanted pet over the short wall, and drive away. Most of those pets die within 24 to 48 hours. Most immediately try and go back home, hence dead on the road. Those that go into surrounding woods either get killed by predators or die from starvation. The few lucky enough to get trapped, most die because of fleas and ticks. If they are still alive enough to release, she's got a pen next to her art studio with food, water, and warmth in the winter. If they live for a few days, she takes them to a local vet for a checkup. They scan for chips, almost never have one, put out ads in local papers, and if no one claims it, usually the case, try and find a home for them. If they have a disease, the vet puts them down. She saves about 4 to 5 cats a summer out of possibly dozens of pets, cats, dogs, turtles, that people abandon on her property. She's got small artificial ponds, just for former pet turtles, that are non-native species. My friend's mom has kept a lot of them over the years because it breaks her heart, but now she's at the age where taking on newer or younger cats is unwise. I have one of them. Her daughters and friends have others. The sad thing is, when she passes away, those former pets will keep coming. And she's not the only farm this happens to. So, yeah. That's depressing. As kids in the suburbs, the entire neighborhood used to go on adventures through our local woods. One could say it was adventurous, since there was no path, and it would take us a couple hours to get through it all. It was not meant to walk through leisurely. Anyway, just as you'd expect from kids, there was folklore of a mysterious man that lived in the woods dating back to our much older siblings back when they were younger, 5-ish years. Kids from different parts of the neighborhood would claim they'd see sightings of this person in the woods. One saw a campfire recently doused, others saw someone riding a quad in the middle of the woods, one found a dresser with clothes. Long story short, at the end of my childhood, around 12 or 13, me and my friends finally ran into some interesting stuff. At one section in the woods we had found a school bus and a RV, both from the 70s, full of food, clothes, etc. Which looking back is pretty cool, the unique style of the vehicles, as well as there was no path to them, so they had to be there for quite some time for any path to become overgrown. On another occasion a dude actually drove past me into the entrance of the woods on a quad as a bunch of angry mothers chased and were yelling. Anyway, I learned years later, when I was in late high school maybe, a homeless man did get arrested or relocated from the woods, and the RV and bus had been removed, which was sad to hear. But looking back, I wonder if this grown man was hiding over the years as a bunch of 9 to 13-year-olds would go patrolling through the woods. LMAO. Growing up I had really bad migraines for years and years. So bad I often threw up as a result of them. My mom took me to the doctor repeatedly, and they did every test they could think of. They could never figure it out, and never any ideas, just a script for some decent painkillers. It wasn't until I was 28 I had just switched jobs, tight on cash, and my health insurance didn't kick in for 2 months. I felt super shitty with headaches, lethargy, ache, body itchy, butthole. I'm thinking the worst, maybe parasites, I don't know. I live near a major city and there is a doctor's office with a sliding scale payment that's free if you can't afford to pay, to which I decided to go to avoid crippling debt for what could be nothing. The person seeing me was not quite a doctor. I forget her exact title, but I remember specifically she was not a doctor, because I was disappointed it'd be seeing her and not a doctor at first. I tell her what's going on, and I shit you not, she basic says drink water. She says it sounds like to me you're dehydrated. And she goes on to explain that it's a lot more common than people think to be dehydrated. Now I'm thinking dehydration is a strictly a desert only problem, but she explains that's not the case, and dehydration is way more pervasive than we realize in developed countries because of all of the other things people drink that often contain little water. Turns out she was right, but it suddenly hit me all those years ago when I was a child. The chronic headaches were a result of chronic dehydration. I used to eat a shit ton of salty canned food or frozen food. I avoided ramen noodles because I thought they gave me headaches, which tracks given the astronomical amount of salt in a pack, and for whatever reason I never cared for dry foods like chips. I always had access to water, but I guess I never drank enough. 28 years later, every medical test and a battery of doctors, not one of them ever even suggested I could be dehydrated. This not doctor was an angel to me. I have the utmost respect for her. TLDR, drink water, kids. When I was about 16 I was just starting to go out on nights with the boys in Sydney, Australia. I didn't have much money, usually $10 or $15, but that was enough for a few cans of beer and some fun. One Friday night we went out. On the train I carefully checked my money, a 10 and a 5, and put it back in my wallet. Got to Sydney, went to pay my train fare, the $10 was gone. All I had was a 5, and it was $1 something for the fare, and $1 something for the fare home. After 10 minutes waiting I told the rest of the guys to go without me and went home. I'd been waiting all week for this and was miserable. I wondered for a long time how the hell I had lost that money that was safely in my wallet. Maybe a decade later I was no longer living at home. I had my own job. I was back home visiting my mum, and she told me she had some bags of my old clothes, and could I go through them and throw out anything I didn't want and take the others with me. I was going through the clothes and found my old jeans. These were from a time when jeans had those huge cuffs on the bottom. These cuffs were about 8 centimeters high and were only sewn together for about 1 centimeter at the front and the back. The sides gaped open a little as you walked. I was laughing at the cuffs and pulled one open with my finger to see how much lint was in there, and there was a $10 bill. And suddenly I realized these were the jeans I had been wearing that night when I lost my $10. How the fuck it fluttered down and then got trapped in the cuff of my jeans, I have no idea. I was a little drunk. Still, it must have been a 1 in 1,000 chance. Back then that $10 was a huge amount to me, 2 weeks pocket money. Whereas now, as a man with a job, it meant little. I would never get that night back. What a goddamn waste. I found an old lost best friend of hers. When I was a kid, I liked to rummage trough boxes full of random stuff my mom had once. In the mid-90s I found bunch of traveler's checks, a few hundreds of dollars worth. As a dumb kid I asked her if I can keep them to buy some stupid thing. Obviously she said a big no and told me the story. Her friend from college once asked to keep these checks for her while she was traveling or moving abroad with his partner for some reason and give them back. When she would come back after a while, my mom divorced my dad and we moved back to our country very suddenly, so she ended losing the notepad with her address at the time and was not able to announce her the change or ever contact her again. She only keep the checks and a photo of her. My mom told me that she had to keep them so she can return them to this friend whenever their path would cross again. I had tried 2 times to search this friend over the internet in the early 2000s with no luck. Then I moved to France and one night I asked my mom again for what she remember of hers and told me her name, last name, she was Mexican, and what her job or studies were back in the 80s. After a few hours of Google fu in French and Spanish, I had found a few name matches and one with a phone number in Mexico in a total different work field. So I called this number and asked if back in the 80s she had met my mom, and she did. A few months later my mom traveled to Mexico to meet her, and the first thing she did was to go back to our old house to grab the traveler's checks that were still in the same box where I found them 20 or so years before, so she could finally give them back as promised. They have kept in contact and traveled to each of their countries a few times since I put them on contact again. So growing up, my mom's family was always a bit of a mystery. My parents divorced when I was around 2, and we moved about 500 miles away and lived near my granny and pa. I still remember them, and they were very good people. Pa passed away when I was probably about 4 or 5. At 7 we moved a town over and still went to see granny when we could, but obviously not as much as when we lived just up the road. When my granny got sick I was probably 12 or so, and we went to the hospital to see her, and my mom told the nurse, "She is my aunt." Obviously I was confused, because up to that point I thought it was my mom's mom. Anyway, she told me she obviously wasn't that, but that she was more of mom to her than her mom could have ever been. Up to that point I had never really asked much about my mom's side of the family, because she always seemed to dislike the subject. She told me her parents were dead before I was born, but that she wanted me to remember granny as my grandmother on her side. Not long later I found out that her biological father passed away before she was 1, and that he had drank himself to death because her biological mother had run off with another man. Yeah, apparently my real grandmother was a piece of work, but that was basically the story I was told really up until my mother passed away. Well, fast forward to just a couple of years ago, I'm visiting my dad and my grandmother on that side of the family, who was 94 at the time and 97 now, and I think is at the age where she wants to make sure she shares everything she knows before she passes, even though she is in relatively good health. So she has this box of photos and things, and she shows me this picture of a man and woman I don't recognize. She says that's your grandparents. I know it's dumb, but up to that point I never thought about not seeing a picture of them. I guess with such a different experience on my dad's side, where everyone is still in contact and close and everything, I just never thought about it. I knew the man was the guy her mom ran off with, but just never seen his face. So she tells me it was terrible what all happened. Then my dad, who just speaks his mind and has not ability to soften things, tells me how, when he was working at the constable's office, he had to go identify the body in the garage of my mum's stepfather. He apparently hung himself and left a note that said, if he couldn't see me or my brother, his life wasn't worth living. I was like, no, that doesn't make sense, cause he was dead before I was born. But apparently both were alive, but due to something, I assume some form of abuse, my mother never brought me around them. And my mother didn't even know the family I grew up around, Granny, was alive. Her mom told her that the rest of her family was dead from the time she was a little girl. I guess my mom wanted to protect us from those evils or bad things in her past, just because that was the type of mom she was. My brother says he knows some more to the story, nothing major, but we haven't ever found the time to talk about it much. TLDR, my mom's entire family history wasn't what I was told, and had grandparents that were alive when I was a child, Hud was told were dead. When I was a kid, I had a psychically and emotionally abusive father and stepmother. In that household, I, young male, was sexually abused as well from around 6 years of age until around age 8 or 9 by a different family member. I had 2 older sisters as well, who either endured the non-sexual, just physical abuse there, or lived with my mother and stepfather in another town, where, unknown to me, they were being sexually abused by my stepfather. The only day I ever felt I wasn't treated like complete shit, where I felt I wasn't genuinely hated and resented, was my birthday, May 21st. Relatives would visit from far and near at or around the weekend. We'd have picnics, celebrations, a family reunion. It was a big deal. My dad and stepmom would pretend not to hate me as much. I would look at them and resent them for being so funny and fake. The relatives were always so kind and friendly and welcoming. They even gave me cards and gifts, which my dad and stepmom did not. I was always genuinely stumped as to why they invited everybody over for my birthday specifically. It was just odd. Fast forward to when I was working about 15 years ago on my birthday, on Memorial Day, and it clicked. It was never for my birthday, by the way. When I was 13, my stepmom made a homemade birthday cake and homemade frosting. While she was at the lake setting up the picnic, and I was home weeding the garden, I jacked off in the frosting container and mixed in my cum and watched all my shitty step family eat it later at the picnic. My mother moved us from Kansas City KS to Leavenworth. At first she told us it was so we could go to a better school, but the real reasons I would learn in my 30s. 1. That was where her drug dealer lived. I found out she was on meth and coke only a few years ago, when my stepfather told me about it too. She wanted to cut off support from my family, so if she decided to starve me or abuse me, I'd have nowhere to turn. We were an hour's drive away from anyone I knew. 3. We were also an hour's drive away from where my stepfather worked, which waking up so early and driving for an hour to and from on top of the violence and cheating and manipulation would slowly whittle away at his sanity, so she could get him to beat us for even the smallest offenses, just by making him so tired and angry that he needed any outlet for his pent-up frustration. 4. Leavenworth is a homophobic, stagnant, drug-riddled cesspool, full of insane psychos with a persecution fetish. Why the fuck else would you live in a city with 3 supermax prisons? So it would reinforce her constant insistence that, if we ever left her, we would be abducted, raped, and murdered, and that everyone was out to get us. This let her keep us close, so we could wait on her hand and foot, while she just slept, ate and did drugs all day. 5. The school system is absolute garbage in Leavenworth. The faculty deals drugs to students and parents. The teachers are high all day and will even walk out of class to smoke pot or shoot up. It was barely just a daycare for teenagers and a breeding ground for future dealers and school shooters. Education was basically non-existent, so there was no way I could possibly learn to fend for myself, i.e. paying bills, doing taxes, setting up a bank account, planning a budget, getting a house, get a car, learn to drive, get a job, work a job, making me completely dependent on her. To this day, I still have no idea how to do any of these things. 6. She is an animal hoarder, and her grandfather wasn't going to let her keep her 10 prison-winning cats locked up in his downstairs bathroom any longer. so she needed her own house to keep them. We had over 115 named cats and more litters being born all the time. By the time we were evicted from our 2-bedroom house, everything was to make sure I didn't leave her, so she would have a servant the rest of her life. We had a problematic dog. She was a black shepherd, and this dog was a damn lunatic. She would bark at everything. She would bark at nothing. She was an asshole. Still, I loved this dog to death. I was about 9 years old, so losing sleep was not an issue for me at the time. One day, mom took me out around town to run some errands. She tied our dog up in the front yard instead of the backyard, which was unusual, but I thought nothing of it. Mom left my younger brother with a babysitter. This babysitter was a personal friend, which I think is important here. I had no dad, so this friend had to fill this role in the story. When we got back from our errands, our lunatic dog was gone. The babysitter told my mom, while I was standing there, that the dog must have escaped the leash, and that she had seen an animal control truck drive past not too long ago. My mom got me into the car and hauled us to the nearest animal shelter. In the shelter's parking lot, we saw an animal control truck and a guy getting out of it. Mom asked him if he had picked up a black shepherd. He said yes. He opened up the cage panel in the back of the truck, and there was my dog. Not barking, just scared, and way more happy to see us than she usually was. My mom asked the guy how much it would cost to get the dog back. He told her the price, which was $30, if I remember correctly, and mom told me she couldn't afford it. At the time, it didn't occur to me that we had just run a bunch of errands and bought probably $100 in groceries. I also failed to consider that we had bought this dog from a pet store, which would have charged more than the animal shelter would. Also, we had one dog previously, which we had bought from this exact shelter. None of this occurred to me at the time. The animal control guy saw that I was starting to cry, and he told me that he was going to take my dog back home with him, where he's got a lot of open land and a whole bunch of other shitbooks for her to play with. At the time, I believed him and thought it was just a marvelous coincidence. I didn't piece it together until years later, but that story was ridiculous. What really happened was, mom tied the dog up in the front yard, hired her personal friend to call animal control and take the dog away, and then tell us the story about seeing the animal control truck. My mom then hauled us to the animal shelter that she had told her friend to call. The timing worked out, but even if we hadn't met the guy at his truck, we would have gone inside the shelter and seen the dog in a cage in there. Her plan did not depend on timing. The point of this plan was to make it look like she hadn't given my dog away, and also to make it look like she honestly tried to get the dog back. She knew I would be crushed when I lost my dog, and she didn't want me to blame her also. That guy did not have a whole bunch of shipwrecks at home. He told that story to comfort a crying kid. My dog went into the animal shelter and may or may not have been adopted. When I was a teenager, there was a vintage sky blue Ford truck in perfectly maintained condition that would fly through our neighborhood at maximum speed on the straightaway in front of our house. It wasn't someone that lived there, but a guy that would visit my neighbor that was a couple years older down the street, that lived alone with his divorced mom. I eventually met the guy that was in his mid to late 20s and is what most high school kids would have described as seeming to be a cool dude. He would hang out and talk to my neighbor for 10 or 20 minutes in the driveway, and then he would take off. Eventually I got tired of watching my two younger brothers that were prone to playing in the street have to dodge his truck all the time, so I smacked a tennis ball into his windshield as he drove past our yard. He slammed on the brakes and got out of the car to yell at us, and I told him that if he didn't want it to be a rock next time he'd start slowing it down. Which he probably did for a little while. A few years passed, and there were quite a few high school parties at my neighbor's house. Practically one or more every month. My house got toilet papered with some frequency by virtue of my choosing not to attend, since at age 14 I wasn't really into drinking or random hookups, and it was that kind of party. My neighbor got held back another year in high school, but eventually graduated in my class, rather than the one ahead that he should have been in. No one made any big deal out of it, because he also was a pretty chill dude that had good social graces, and those kind of people get cut a lot of slack. A couple of years into college, that neighbor of mine died of a drug overdose. He took too much oxymorons and never woke up. It hadn't occurred to me until that point that the guy in that sky blue truck must have been his drug dealer. I'm not even sure if anyone else ever figured that out. Not long ago I looked up that guy because I was curious what became of my dead neighbor's dealer. He had moved several states away and was working as a professional, so at least he made something of himself, I hope. I figured that if by now he was still trying to deal drugs he would have been busted for it. Maybe his customer dying was a wake-up call for him. At least I hope it was. Actually, this is a sad one. My mom's parents died when she was very young, so obviously I never knew them. I remember my mom saying that my grandmother's death was caused by a heart attack at the age of 33. However, she never talked much about her father, only that he died 3 years after her mother. She told me that he operated construction machines and that one day at work a building collapsed on the caterpillar he was operating. I always assumed that he died due to this accident and never talked too much about it. I had this friend that lived down the street and we played soccer every day in his parents' garage. He used to tell me about a man who hanged himself on that same garage some years before he and his family moved in, but his parents never told him who it was. When I asked my mother about it, she always ignored me, telling that happened a long time ago. I guess you all know where this is going. When I was around 20, 34 now, we were on a wedding and I don't know why, but I brought up that subject and was forcing my mom to tell who it was. Then she told it was my grandfather who hanged himself. All of my family knew, my father and my 2 sisters. One of them is 8 years younger than me, but none of them ever told me the truth. I just felt really bad and confused regarding the feelings towards that situation. In one hand, I feel bad for him because he had lost his wife and was handicapped because of that same accident with the caterpillar and could not provide for his family anymore. In the other hand, I feel anger because he was everything my mother and her 2 sisters had at the time and he just gave up. I had the biggest crush on my cousin's friend for years. He lived in a different state, but I'd get to see him when I visited my aunt and cousin each summer. My aunt remarried when I was 13, and my cousin's friend was in the wedding party. I was 2. He was an usher, and I was a pianist. Not like we had starring roles in the wedding production. When the adults were distracted by all the rehearsal in a wedding hoopla, he and I each sneaked outside. We met up in the field behind the church. We talked and held hands, then he leaned in and kissed me. This was my first kiss. We sneaked back into the church fellowship hall for the dinner, totally unnoticed. Then we met back up the next day before the wedding, while the main wedding party was being photographed. We didn't get to say goodbye after the wedding, and I left town the next morning. While my dad was packing the car, my cousin slipped me a note from First Kiss Usher Crush. I read it, and was elated during the 8-hour drive home. He liked me. We got home, and started unpacking the car. Our family had no elaborate unloading plan. You just grabbed stuff and took it inside. Of course, as soon as we parked, I ran inside to use the restroom. I came back out and found my mom holding the letter. She had grabbed my bag while I was occupied. The look on my mom's face as she read the letter was sheer horror. I'd rarely seen that look. I assumed this was tied to the kissing. She asked for details. I gave as little as I could. She said that I was never to see First Kiss Usher Crush again. I also was not allowed to write him a reply letter. I wasn't happy about this, and even thought about stealing a stamp from my dad's stash and mailing a reply. I realized this could never work, because I didn't have access to a post office mailbox. I could only use our mailbox, and someone would notice the red mailbox flag and investigate. I abandoned all hope of true love. Years went by, and on each summer visit, my cousin's friend no longer made an appearance. I asked my cousin once why we never saw First Kiss Usher Crush anymore, and he got real awkward and said his mom told him he could never invite the guy over when I was there. I didn't push for more info because I could tell my cousin felt really uncomfortable. That was that. I had the memory of a first kiss. When I was 20, I discovered that First Kiss Usher Crush is my biological first cousin. That revelation explained a lot. I grew up with my dad obsessed with our family boat. It was an old 40-foot power boat from the 70s, and he worked on it constantly, and trips on it were the only vacations our family ever took. Well, one year, when I was about 10, my sister's boyfriend came up to Canada to join us for a week on our annual summer trip. The three of us decided to sleep in sleeping bags on the top deck under the stars. I woke up the next morning down in the cabin, and I faintly remembered a dream where I woke up in the middle of the night up top and my sister wasn't in her sleeping bag. Her boyfriend's sleeping bag, though, was moving up and down in a weird rhythmic way and there was this wet slurping sound coming out. Bryce, I dreamt I said, "Where's my sister?" The movement immediately stopped. "I think she went downstairs," he said. So I went down to check. I didn't see her, so I came back up, and there she was, back in her sleeping bag. The boat wasn't big enough that we could have missed each other or something, so it weirded me out. That's what made it really feel like a dream. I was so freaked out I went down and woke my parents up and said I couldn't find Katie, and Bryce was making this loud noise and bouncing up and down in his sleeping bag. And now Katie is back, but I don't know what's going on. They told me to go to sleep in the inside bed. Once I woke up, it was never once mentioned. Nothing was different. 4 years I never knew what happened. Then in high school we were talking about the boat, and I just took a shot and made a joke about my sister blowing her boyfriend on the flybridge, and she said yeah so what, fuck you for telling on me. I still make fun of her about it to this day. Her husband does not love those jokes. I had a grandpa from my dad's side when I was a kid. Before he died, when I was 11, he would overtreat me to lots of expensive gifts. Coming from abuse, I thought he was trying to apologize for hitting me, even though he never laid a hand on me. He also would say little remarks that made no sense to either myself or my parents. Things to me like "I hope this might clean my soul with your people, little princess." Or "Little princess, I take care of you, I might get to be in heaven." And my fat little princess, please forgive me on Rosh Hashanah. I feel so guilty. I thought he was just a stereotypical crazy gramps like the Simpsons. We had a wonderful relationship. Have nothing but good memories with him. Here comes the Shyamalan twist. He died when I was 11 from a third heart attack. After the internment, the will I got his all-sealer footlocker was 7 feet long, 3 feet wide and 2 feet deep point with all the contents. Sucker weighed 120 lbs. I kept it till I had to run away from home at 17-year-old. Inside were WWII stuff like photos from the war with him in it, his Navy private uniform and lots of letters from my grandma. Then I found a false bottom. I took everything out, unlocked the bottom, and what I found made me puke. A commanding officer's uniform with lots of medals in the German SS. This included logbooks on how many Jews he had to kill with names into 2 numbers. I felt disgusted for a week and too afraid to tell dad as he sweeps all negative things under the rug. I then decided to destroy all the contents in a bonfire out in my backyard when I was being watched by my uncle from mom's side when parents were away for a week. Edit. I'm a Jew on my mom's side, so looking back, all those weird comments made sense. Edit 2. In advance, put down pitchforks on the bonfire. I was 12 at the time, a girl, and believed that if I kept the items, evil might come to haunt me. I wanted to exorcise the evil from me and burn it all, but keep the chest. Yes, I know, I was a dumbass. I should probably use a throwaway as this story is so specific. If any of my family see it, they'll know my Reddit account. Also, sorry if this is a little long. My grandparents were a wonderful loving couple who died way too young back in the late 70s. I was about 4 at the time. My grandfather died in his 50s due to complications from smoking, and my grandmother, heartbroken, had a massive stroke and died within, I believe, a month of him. After her stroke, but before she died, Mum had told me that Nana had been very agitated while in the hospital, but couldn't communicate anything, and died shortly afterwards. I have some very young memories of heading down to Cork with my mum and her brother to clean out Nana and Gaga's house, not really understanding at the time what that meant. Fast forward about a year or 2 later. We had recently moved to Limerick for my dad's job, but due to the massive recession that had hit Ireland hard at the time, dad had been unable to sell our old house down in Co. Waterford, about 90 miles away. So, during the next few summers, Dad would bring Mum and us kids down to Tramore to stay at the old house for a few weeks at a time. Because we had effectively moved, we had no furniture in the old house, so after my mum's parents had died, Dad had moved their old 3-piece suite into the old house, so we had something to sit on in the living room. Skip forward to one boring summer day down in Tramore. My brother, 8, and I, now about 5, are bored out of our skulls. Bugging our mum, as kids do, she ended up setting up a game for us to play. She had a stone and she would hide it somewhere in the living room, and we had to find it. Sounds silly, but remember, this is 1980/81 Ireland, which basically meant a rock was high-tech entertainment. So, after a few rounds of this, Mum states she has hidden it very well this time and we'll never find it. Challenge accepted. My brother and I went into the living room and proceeded to pull it apart. I can't remember how long we were looking when I decided to pull out all the stops. We checked under Nana and Gaga's couch. Being typical boys, this wasn't enough, and we both flipped the couch over. While it was on its back, I realized that a corner of the rough hemp-like material that lined the bottom of the couch, to hide the springs and internals, was ripped away. Thinking to myself that was an obvious hiding place, I stuck my hand in, but instead of a stone, my hand found a cylindrical brown paper bundle tied up with string. I reached back in and found another and then another. All in all there were 4 to 6 of them. Can't remember exactly. I was super young. Confused, we gathered them all up and went to find Mum and Dad. Upon seeing them, Mum suddenly started acting very strange. Dad took them from us, and both him and Mum went into the kitchen and closed the door. My brother and I sat outside in the hallway trying to listen, and while we couldn't hear anything in particular, we could tell they were super agitated, and Mum was crying. Fast forward many years, and out of the blue I remembered what had happened that day and asked my parents about it. It turns out that many people growing up in Ireland during the 40s, 50s, and 60s had a genuine mistrust of banks and would squirrel away their life savings somewhere in their house. Hence the stereotypical stories about money and mattresses. In our case, Nana and Gaga had basically tied up their life savings into brown paper bundles and hidden them in the couch, which we found a few years later. Mum stated to me that they had always joked to her that there was money in Gaga's chair, and she knew that when Nana was dying, that's probably what she was trying to tell my mum. After their death, when my mum and her brother were cleaning out the grandparents' house, they had tossed the joint, including the chair Gaga had always sat in, but never found anything. What is fascinating to me about this story is that the 3-piece suite that we kept in our empty house was one of the only pieces of furniture that we kept, and it was only kept for the explicit need of having a spare couch that we could leave in our house in Tramore, but my parents didn't particularly care for the set. So the odds were astronomical that we kept that specific couch and that me and my brother decided to search it the way we did. Their life savings turned out to be not so much once it was converted from shillings, etc. to punts, and Mum and Dad split it amongst her and her brothers. Even though it wasn't a lot, it meant a lot to them that it had been found. I'm not at all a spiritual man. I don't believe in ghosts or even life after death. But I like to think that the string of events that led to everything aligning that day was the universe doing my mother a huge favor. This is one that we didn't realize there even was a mystery to for a very long time. Back in the late 80s, my older brother got a Casio keyboard. It had a demo mode. The song was super cheesy. We made funny fake lyrics to it, and the melody stayed in our heads. We felt for sure it was written for the keyboard. Then 2 years ago my younger brother randomly decided to check out a video whose title grabbed his attention on r/YouTube free movies, or whatever it's called. Brace yourself if you are squeamish or easily offended. The name of the movie was Gainaga from Outer Space, a low-budget hour-long 80s movie of some sort. He didn't stick with it, but fast-forwarded to the end, where he was absolutely broadsided to heard our childhood song played in the credits. Finally, a few months ago, we decided to do some research and actually watch the credits. We find out the song was made famous by a Frenchman, Richard Clayderman, back in the 70s, titled Ballade pour Adeline. It actually was a hit, at least in Europe, selling many millions of copies. This further flummoxed us, as we thought the tune pretty much sucked. The story gets at least a little bit weirder. I had never heard that song outside of the demo, and then when the movie was brought to my attention, or Clayderman. Then, a few weeks ago, the medical attendant for an old lady I play piano for, requested the song. Her mom was named Adeline. I played it for her, tried not to betray my disdain for the song and humor at her picking it. By far the weirdest mystery story in my life. Might get lost in the comments, but I'm glad to finally talk about this. One day during 2nd or 3rd grade, the school bus dropped me off at the ancient and tiny trailer where we called home. Imagine my confusion when I opened the door, and it looked as if a hurricane with massive knives had its way with everything inside. Beds ripped open, while bedding was still on. Pillows looked like Freddy Krueger had his way with them. Our stove was broken to the point where it wasn't repairable. Any space that was available for basic storage looked as if it exploded from the inside with everything thrown about. Then I was about to step foot inside. That's how small our trailer was, but that's when I heard my dad call out my name. He said, "Come on, let's go." I asked, "Where are we going, Dad?" while completely forgetting the condition our trailer was at. My dad responded by saying, "We moved to a bigger house." Of course little kid, me, immediately got excited to get to live in an actual house instead of a tiny travel trailer and slowly forgot about what I had seen until I was 19 and found myself in Iraq. After a couple near-death experiences, somehow all kind of life questions started sprouting up. I was maturing. When I finally got a hold of the company satellite phone, I managed to remember to ask my parents what happened that day. They told me that a certain sheriff in town that didn't very much like my dad had made a false report on our family that we had drugs. He came to our trailer and completely destroyed everything we had. Luckily my parents had great friends thanks to their honest nature and were allowed to move to the home where my dad took me. It wasn't the best home on the block, but little old me didn't care. The night before visiting my grandparents, my mom would call her mom to give her an eater. Sometimes we would visit for lunch or just a short visit, and often my grandmother would make oatmeal cookies. My mom would call out for a vote scotches or raisin, and we'd all chime in. I swear my brother was part of this well into high school. We would get to their home and there would be warm cookies, or just coming out of the oven. Fast forward 35 years later, and my brother starts a family of his own. I lived near the hospital, where he was going for the well baby checkups, and since I was working from home he would call and say that he was on his way out of the appointment and about to stop by with the boys. After many months of this, I asked him if he could give me notice the night before. The doctor's office always sends an automated appointment reminder phone call. Just text me, so I can do something nice, like I have warm cookies ready like grandma used to do. My brother was puzzled. What? Then he began to tell me it wasn't necessary. I told him that it wasn't necessary, but I would enjoy it, and it would bring me great pleasure. I would like to be able to make cookies for the boys from time to time, so I could send them all home with a batch of cookies to share with the sister-in-law, just like grandma did with us. Then my brother turned it into a story that oh grandma was just always making cookies, she didn't make them especially for us. I told him that the night before we would visit grandma, our mom would call to let her know when we were showing up, and we would vote on cookies and that's how there were always warm cookies. He insisted that was just not the way it was, and we just happened to show up, and she always was making cookies. There was no need to plan, he insisted. All the same, he stopped bringing the boys over, rather than give me more than 10 to 15 minutes notice rather than plan, or give me an opportunity to do something I would enjoy for the boys. My mother and sister both remember the same thing as I do. My brother has this idea that all these magical things happened without people communicating. Grandmother Cookie Factory, my mom called it. Since I was born I grew up alongside a cousin, because we had almost the same age. We would do everything together, and I would love going to her place. She lived with one of my aunts and her husband, my great aunt, and other cousins my brothers were very close to too. In my family the age difference is very wide, noting that my older brother is 14 years older than I am. Since they lived all in the same house I always thought they were brothers, but were physically different. 3 had blue eyes and blonde hair, while my cousin was dark-eyed and had dark hair. Also some uncles and aunts would remark that she was somehow off in that family, being treated not in a bad way, but lacking the love the other brothers received. I never thought much of this, but the inequity infuriated me sometimes, and I would go to her side always. When I was around 14, my family revealed to me she was not my aunt and uncle's daughter, but in fact the daughter of an estranged aunt and some other guy that my great aunt had adopted and taken care of while living with my aunt. I also learned that the brothers were actually half brothers, some being sons of the very same estranged aunt and my other aunt's now husband. Imagine this guy marrying my estranged aunt first and having children, realizing she was crazy, divorcing, taking the children, and marrying into the family again with my other aunt. I'm Korean, and turning 60 is a huge deal in Korean culture. When I was a kid, I always saw this picture of the whole family at my grandma's 60th birthday around my house and all my aunts and uncles' houses. It was easy for me to identify my parents, sister, aunts, uncles, and cousins. The only mystery about that picture was there was this one woman, 2 teenage girls, and a little boy far off in the corner. I didn't know who they were, and whenever I asked family as a kid, nobody ever gave me an answer. They'd change the subject or something. Flash forward to 2 years ago, and my grandma was slipping into dementia. She told me that I have another aunt who I've never met. My mom had actually told me a year before this, so I knew my grandma wasn't just saying something random. Now this past spring, I spent a weekend with another aunt, who I'll call Paige. Aunt Paige had that same picture I saw as a kid in her living room, and it vaguely hit me that I had seen that picture before. We went over the picture, she told me who was who as far as my cousins were, and when we got to that lady, 2 teenage girls, and the little boy, she hesitated. I told her that grandma had already told me the story of my unknown aunt's existence. Knowing she couldn't hide that, Aunt Paige then told me that the unknown aunt is their oldest sister and those kids are my cousins. Shortly after that picture was taken, my aunt mysteriously cut off all contact with the family after that, and nobody has seen or heard from her in 30 some years. There are theories about where she is, because everyone knew she moved to her husband's hometown after they got married, but nobody knows what happened after that. So yeah, the first mystery about their identities was solved, and I'm not going to delve into the second one about where they are. I'm an adult, but I figure that if my aunt hasn't called in 30 years, then she doesn't want to be connected with us, and I won't go through the trouble of looking for her. When I was little, I used to have the same recurring nightmare once or twice a week. It was never terrifying in a way for me to ever speak about it to my parents, but it was just creepy and weird. Basically, the nightmare went like this. I'd be super small, like the size of a mouse. I'd be crawling around my room and always eventually end up in my basket full of stuffed animals. Once I end up there, that same sense of horrific familiarity would settle in, because I knew what was next after I found myself with my stuffed animals. As soon as I would consider trying to quietly look for a way to escape, it would start. My dad, also mini, but weirdly huge at the same time, would climb over the edge of the basket, towering over me, and he'd just scream super loud. Woke me up every time. Flash forward about 14 years and the whole family, mom, dad, brother and I, are staying in a hotel together, asleep in the middle of the night, when it happens again. I wake because I hear that same, loud terrifying scream from my dad, only to realize it was real. Apparently my dad has been having night terrors like his whole life. I'm convinced that the nightmares and his night terrors are intertwined in some way, because that was just too weird of a coincidence to me. Also, I asked him what his night terrors usually consist of. He said most of the time it's just nightmares of him fishing on his bass boat and falling into the water. I always thought that was a bit comical, that it was always fishing related. I grew up in a 14th century farmhouse. It was a building steeped in history, somewhat macabre in places. For example, a lounge had a heavy curtain which covered a thick oak door to a very dark room. Apparently, prisoners of war were kept there during the Napoleonic era, and they laid the cobblestones in the local churchyard. We found an ankle and stem of a quill hidden in the wall at one point. Creepy. Anyway, this was the only house I'd ever known, so it was fine, and it was normal to watch kids TV next to a historical prison cell. On the floor above was another strange room, which my father called the idea room. It was used as a kind of dumping ground for random junk, and to hide Christmas presents in, which was why I used to sneak into it. It wasn't good for much else. The floorboards were so warped and ancient that no furnishings would adequately situate upon it, so, yeah, fuck it, we'll just store old boxes and junk in there. The mystery, however, was the end wall. It had a pale blue floral pattern on it. Really faded, really old. And there was a 4-pane window, the kind of window you draw as a kid. You know, a square, divided into quarters. Beyond it, if you shone a torch through, was a room. There was a table, a chair, and an old tea chest. It seemed to have a sack in it. But there was no way into the room. No door. Just the window, which had fragile glass panes, still intact. This odd little room really blew my small mind at the time, but since I wasn't allowed in the idea room I never got an explanation for its existence. Only later in life I would realize its significance.